Day 2 of the Players' Championship underway, round 2, a Friday morning in Ponte Vedrea Beach. This just moments ago, our first group of the day, a twosome, David Mathis with his approach. And isn't that interesting? Phil Tatarangi alongside. Phil, that ball spun back. We didn't see that all day yesterday.
Yeah, it takes for a pin placement change for us to get the ball to back up.
Playing alongside Joe Daly, the reigning senior Players' Champion. And Joe with the right idea here.
Joe currently 10 over, but a great approach shot there on the par 317.
The hole playing longer than yesterday, 147 yards today. Back center hole location. Here was Mathis from way down front.
Pretty good judge of distance.
Got it up the hill. Now Daly, who got it all the way back there. Don't think we're going to see too many balls back here today. Goes right on them. They would both go on to make par. One group down. The rest of the field to come through. We'll have them all for you right here, live at PGATour.com.
144 of the PGA Tour's top competitors. 4 dramatic rounds. 1 coveted crystal. The PGA Tour's best take on Pete Dye's greatest creation at the 40th installment of the Players' Championship. 40 years of drama.
Be the right club today. Yes!
Excitement.
Better than most. How about him? That is better than most. Better than most!
And heartbreak.
I can't believe the wind that hit that ball.
What will it take to become this year's Players' Champion?
And that is going to put it away!
Matt Kuchar is the 2012 Players' Champion.
The stage is set. The contenders are ready. This is the Players' Championship.
And we welcome you to round 2 of the Players' Championship. It was a record-tying day. And round number 1 from TPC Sawgrass, Ponte Vedrea Beach, Florida, PGA Tour headquarters. Brian Kadrick, Phil Tatarangi, Will Haskett, and Dennis Paulson with you, as it is the Tour's marquee event, the Players. Roberto Castro with a course record-tying 63 on day 1. Can he do it again, or anything remotely like that on day 2? Scoring was remarkable on Thursday because the scoring conditions allowed for it. Here's what we're looking at today. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s by the time we get done. And Phil, the wind only supposed to blow about 10 miles an hour at its peak, which is not going to be much.
We saw pretty calm conditions yesterday, and from these pictures here early on this second round, the weather looks like it's going to be in the same sort of vein as we saw yesterday. The conditions very calm, the green's soft, and it provides for some very, very attacking conditions for the players out on the course.
The flag's not showing much help. The pond in front of the lake, or in front of the island green there, almost mirror-like. A very calm Friday morning. And as serene as this scene is now, that hillside will be quite a scene later this afternoon. Friday afternoon of the Players' Championship is something else right around this amphitheater. And we will watch that hillside fill up as the day moves on. Going to be a lot of fun. We invite you to stay with us right here on PGATour.com. In and out all day long. We'll be here with you all day long. We also have a follow a group feature right here on PGATour.com as well, so that's a lot of fun. Plenty to watch. That's Phil. I'm Brian. And Phil, we saw a 63. The guy comes through our hole, hits the closest shot of the day. Did you think there was a round like that out there?
Well, yes, I did think there was a round like that, Brian. The conditions were ideal for low scoring. We saw that all the way through the day. In actual fact, a couple of the rounds in the afternoon, even though the breeze had picked up, there was some good scoring and some 5 and 6 unders in the afternoon.
So with Roberto Castro in with a 63, we saw Rory McIlroy get pretty low. We saw Tiger Woods get pretty low. Tiger drops a shot on the final hole. the big names seem to maintain their momentum through round one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this golf course lends itself to those guys that have got a lot of experience. We saw a few of the rookies actually get the new players here to the Players' Championship have some good scores yesterday. But I think as the tournament will go on, it certainly lends itself out there to the guys that have got a lot of experience around this golf course. Rory McIlroy alluded to it yesterday that he's played here 3 times in the past, missed the cut on every occasion, and so this week he's pretty relaxed coming in. He knew whatever he did this week was going to be an improvement on what he had in the past. Didn't hit as many drivers, and I think he just has got that little bit more ease of mind, presence of mind around the golf course to play the right shots, to attack the pins that he knows he can be aggressive on, but also to give some respect to those holes that that require it here at TPC Stadium course. Speaking
of aggressive and hole locations, we had one that looked like it was going to be fun at our hole at 17 yesterday, and they just couldn't back the ball up. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Yeah, no, I was very surprised. And for the afternoon wave of players were playing the hole downwind, they're only having a gap wedge, pitching wedge, and for Phil Mickelson's case, a lob wedge in his hand. High spin rate for these guys with those wedges, but they weren't getting the ball to back up. I think it's most normally showing a testament of the green complex being a little bit softer, a little bit spongier, and I think today there'll be a little bit, it won't be required to back the ball up on 17. Actually, you want to carry the ridge and get the ball to release up to the hole.
All right, we'll see what happens. We've already seen one back up to yesterday's hole location. Go figure. When we come back, our next group will be on the 17th hole. Roberto Castro will play later this afternoon. Kevin Chappell already taking a run at him with a hot start. PGA TOUR.com welcomes you to the continuing race for the FedEx Cup. This is Live At. From TPC Sawgrass, it's the Players' Championship, brought to you by proud partner PwC. And our second group of the day has made it to the tee at 17. Kevin Chappell now just one shot off the lead.
Go. Go.
And a great shot there from Kevin Chappell. You can see there how receptive the greens are. They flew the ball just about all the way to the flag. Got to stop nicely. Kevin off to a great start. Eagled the 11th hole and has had birdies at 12, 13 and 16.
Here's Daniel Summerhays. Kind of went the other direction. Doubled the 10th. Birdied the 12th, but bogeyed 13. Just picked one back up at 16. 1 over today, 2 under for the week. And this one's going to get really close to yesterday's hole location,
Day swap.
which is just the nature of the beast. It's on the green, though. Talk about what it is we're referencing there as we take a look at this green from above here. Phil, take us through what's going on.
Yeah, well, the pin yesterday was down on that front right-hand side here, Brian, just right in that location there. Today's the pin is right up on the back portion of the green. You'll see a lot of the players land to just try and cover this front edge, top ridge here, and let the ball release back to the hole. As you can already see from those early shots, there's not a lot of the shots that are going to release too far. The green's quite receptive. There's a big portion of this landing area up in here is where players will get a really good run at it for their birdie putts if they get it on that top shelf.
It's the highest portion of the green where they've got the flag today. See the guys up on top. Kevin Chappell's ball is up on top. Daniel Summerhays is down there where it was yesterday. It'll be over on the right-hand side on Sunday, and fingers crossed it'll be back down there in the front tomorrow. There's a good look at the elevation that Phil was talking about.
And yesterday we had 15 balls that made it into the water somehow, most of them coming up short. Today, the only balls that we should see in the water are those that get overly aggressive and take a bounce off of the back of the green and find the water beyond. The pin today is only 4 paces off of the back of the green, 5 paces from going over the bulkheads and into the water. So if the wind gets up a little bit later in the day and we get the helping breeze like we had yesterday, that's when those players that land the ball hole high have got a chance of bringing that backwater into play.
Dennis, same question to you that I asked to Phil. Have you ever seen anything like yesterday where the balls wouldn't do what they just did there for Daniel Summerhays? They just wouldn't back down that slope.
No, and you know he hit full sand wedge. That thing went straight up in the air. Didn't have a whole lot of spin on it, but at least the momentum of the slope, or just the slope itself, was carrying the balls down. And I think that's what the players were so surprised about. It's not the fact that they weren't backing up, but the fact that they were holding on the slope was the biggest shocker for the guys. Their balls were stopping at the top edge of the slope where it should have come down like Daniel's ball did, and it rolled back down the hill. So it's going to be very interesting today when they don't want it to, what's going to happen. And the greens seem to be, if you can get it about halfway up into the green here, I think you're going to get a little bit of skip. But you know, you've got 11 yards from the top of the ridge to the hole location today here at 17. And the guys are going to have to challenge that hole location just a little bit to try to get it inside of 20 feet. And if we get a couple of big hops, which I don't think we're going to see unless we get some breeze, it should be a day of a lot of 20-footers is what my guess is going to be here at 17.
This one 53 feet for Daniel Summerhays, who has 1 3-putt this week already. Hasn't made a putt outside of 14.5 feet all week.
Yesterday we saw a couple of putts from 53 feet well beyond the hole. Today the only putts we're going to see of that distance are from the bottom shelf. And as you can see there, the challenge is going to be for the players to get their right pace coming up the green and into the grain. It's going to be tough just to get the pace control. The read won't be quite as difficult as it was yesterday, coming down the hill and trying to read how much it was going to break to the right.
Summerhays with almost 6 feet left for his par. Now Chappell from 13.5, and look at the start. The eagle at 11. 3 more birdies. And Kevin Chappell is just one back. This would tie him with Roberto Castro.
See there, he's pretty aggressive on that speed and it's run it a good 3 feet past. It's very, very flat up on that top shelf, and for those players that get a little bit aggressive with their birdie opportunities, they will run it by. The turf on the back of the screen is not as in good a shape as down where the pin is over there on Sunday. It doesn't get quite as much traffic over on that far right hand side of the green, but right up here on the back shelf is where the majority of the people, not only just in the Players Championship but all the other 51 weeks of the year, walk around, and it's just not quite as in as good a shape.
Summerhays to stay 2 under.
See there Daniel going through his pre-shot routine. There's a couple of practice swings behind the ball, keeping his eyes going down the line, visualizing that ball rolling on its intended line. Well hold, that's a good 2-putt, 53 feet from down the front of the green.
The golfing Summerhays family, Uncle Bruce, Champions Tour member. Daniel's brother Boyd has played out here and on the web.com tour as well. And cousin Carrie Roberts, a former LPGA player. She's now the women's golf coach at BYU.
You can see Kevin there also with a very similar routine, pre-shot routine to Daniel. Practice stroke, looking down the line, visualizing that ball rolling over their intended starting line, and then sneaks it in the right edge.
Kevin Chappell, 8 holes down today. He's already 5 under, and he's 1 shot off the lead.
It's a great start, similar to Roberto Castro yesterday morning. Got out early, the winds are down. I think a lot of the players that have played here a number of years can speak of this golf course. Of course, water comes into play on 14 of the 18 holes. However, there are particular hole locations and particular holes when the wind's down, you've got to take your chances to be aggressive.
Would you consider this one of those holes and one of those chances you have to take?
No, in my years playing here at the Players Championship, I never viewed 17 as one of those holes. Because of the penalty of being overly aggressive or of misexecuting. It's either you hit land and bring birdie into play, or if you miss land, it brings double into play.
Charlie looks like he's about ready to go.
Charlie Wee's first here, Dennis. They keep talking about 130 yards. It's 147 all the way back to the hole.
You're absolutely right, 147 to the hole. I'm saying 136 up on top. It's 125 to the front edge. So my number would be about 140, and there's just a slight bit of breeze down. You can see it on top of the corporate chalets, but the players don't feel it at all, and the lake is still dead still. Flagstick, not even a breath. And this is an aggressive, low-flighted ball. Needs to get up a little bit. Nope, it's going to hit into that ridge. Nice solid shot.
That'll stay up top. Charlie Wee, 1 over. He's outside the cut line right now, just the 8th hole of the day. Matt Every will be next. This also a twosome as Colt Knost withdrew.
Remember, Colt had a little bit of trouble here on this hole yesterday.
As you mentioned. Shots away on a pretty good line. Ball's hanging just a little left, but up on top. Well done.
And it's finished hole high. I'm pretty surprised that a lot of players are going to be able to fly the ball all the way to the flag there, with it only being 4 paces off the back edge. It's a testament to how soft these greens are.
Every 3 under, he's inside the top 20, even though he's 6 off the lead. A birdie putt coming up at the 17th when we come back. Put your chairs down now over there on the hillside. Get yourself a spot. Plenty of good viewing opportunities around this amphitheater setting. 16 and 17, day 2 of the Players Championship. That's Charlie Wee. He's going to have to battle to get back inside this cut line now. 1 over par. You have to be at least even par to make this cut, and with no wind, Phil, you might have to go deeper than that.
Yeah, well, traditionally here at the Players Championship, the cut's always usually right around par. If the wind gets up, it's maybe gets into the black and it's 1 or 2 over. With the conditions being as benign as they currently are, I'm expecting it to possibly get to 1 or 2 under par today. And Charlie here just on that top shelf. Pretty good run at it.
A good read and the first birdie of the day, and it belongs to Charlie Wee. Charlie just eagled 16. All of a sudden he's right back in this now. Picks up 3 shots in his last 2 holes.
And that's the sort of momentum that he's after, certainly making the turn here. Holes 16 and today 17. They're the holes that you want to be aggressive on, that you can actually, that are very scoreable. There's plenty of holes here at TPC Stadium course where you need to give it the respect.
Matt Every with 7 pars and a birdie.
Great look here. This should move just ever so slightly to his right. Just busted it straight through the break.
6 pars and birdie, looking for his 7th, and he's still working. Seen a couple guys now in the first couple groups, Phil, run the ball past the hole.
Yeah, well, right on the back of this green is where it really gets very, very flat. You kind of come uphill and the grain is into you. We'll have some pictures later in the day which shows the shading of the grain. And it's pretty easy to run the ball past this hole. It gets very flat around the back of the green. But as good as these players are, that's kind of that zone where you need to be aggressive, back yourself, try and give the ball every opportunity of going in. If you've got the right read, that's when you find all of the players out here on tour.
Guys are just hitting their second
their
shots
pace
at 16.
is up.
Well, 3 consecutive twosomes to start Friday morning. A little bit of a gap back to our next group there. Roberto Castro will play later this afternoon. Chappell just 1 back. We just saw his group come through. Tiger is on the way. That group started on the back 9. Phil Mickelson is on his way to our 17th hole as well. He's back on 14. While we wait for play to get to 17, we go down to Amanda Valionis with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. So joining me now from PwC is Jay Henderson, Vice Chairman of Client Service. And Jay, thank you so much for joining us once again. Every year, this is one of my most enjoyable conversations because PwC gives back so much to the First Tee. You guys are a national trustee, so let's start there. Huge financial investment to do that, and also a lot required really from your employees to be involved. So why was this the option that you guys took?
Well, we're really excited to be here. The First Tee is a youth development organization that's focused on teaching life skills through the game of golf. And the values that are taught to the participants in the First Tee program are very consistent with the values of PwC, and that's why we're really happy to be a long-term supporter, a national trustee now for 15 years of the First Tee.
Tell me about some of the activities that are going on this week with the First Tee.
So we're doing a number of things with the First Tee. On Tuesday, we've got 200 kids from the local Jacksonville First Tee chapters having a chance to hit a shot on the replica 17th hole with a program involving several PGA Tour players. And it's really a chance for them to have kind of a fun, up-close and personal experience with the tournament, meet some of the pros, and really have a nice, fun, enjoyable day out here at the Players Championship.
One of those players, by the way, that's going out there is Scott Langley, a First Tee graduate, the first First Tee graduate to come out on tour. And that has to be pretty cool for you to see because PwC gives so much and allows so many children to really get involved in the game. It's kind of cool to see the fruits of that effort come into a realization.
Yeah, and it's very indicative of the fact that the First Tee programs generate people who have tremendous success in a lot of their chosen fields. Scott happens to be the first one to come out on the PGA Tour, but I'll tell you that the number of kids who really, through their life skills training, have enhanced their success in their professional and personal pursuits is countless. And that's why it's fun to have a chance to support an organization that has such a great track record of success.
Well, and talk about support. Mr. Henderson is one of PGATour.com's biggest fans. I do not pay him to say that to me every year, just the first year I did. But something awesome you guys are doing is you're providing iPads in all of your chalets this week. Can you kind of tell me what you're doing?
We are. We're a big fan of PGATour.com and enhancing the experience for our guests. So we're actually including iPads in our suites for a chance to not only watch the live action in front of them, but also through some advanced technology, watch the links for live and feature groups and things through the PGATour.com. So it's a nice leverage of that. And we're all about helping to share the story and tell the story. I mean, I think another way to think about how we're leveraging technology is through the TV ads that go on this week. We actually are donating half of our TV ads to the First Tee on NBC and the Golf Channel. And it's a chance for us to share and have the First Tee story told to many people, thousands of millions of people around the country. We're convinced that the more we can tell the story about the First Tee, we're confident that people will get more involved in their local chapter. So we're trying to enhance the experience for our guests, enhance the experience for people around the country, all designed to really help support the First Tee and the PGA Tour.
Well, it's a great way for you guys to give back, especially give back to PGATour.com. We appreciate that support. Thank you so much for joining us. But before we get out of here, you know what you got to do. You got to make a pick for me this week.
Oh boy, I've been 0 for 2, I think, the last 2 years, Amanda. But if you'll
No one's counting.
If you allow me the chance, can I have 2 picks this year?
Just this once.
Okay. So if you give me 2 picks, I'll say, and you heard it here first, Matt Kuchar as defending champ, I believe, is in fact got a great shot to win the tournament again. And then the second name I'll give you is Luke Donald. He's the caliber of a player that wins big-time tournaments, and he's going to be very much in competition and in contention this week, I believe. So between Matt and Luke, I think they'll be up the leaderboard on Sunday afternoon.
I have a feeling you prepped for this. You knew that was coming, but you guys did hear it here first. Defending champion Matt Kuchar or Luke Donald. Back to you.
All right, those are good picks. We will see them when they come along because we're to watch everybody as they come through the 17th. It's going to be a great Friday. Round 2 of the Players' Championship on PGA Tour.com.
The 2003 Players was my first trip to the stadium course. Conditions were brutal in the final round, but Davis Love was on a mission. 5 straight birdies.
5 birdies in a row for Davis Love.
And an eagle from the pine straw. Is it firm enough?
Firm enough? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. A round for the ages. The kind of finish we're all shooting for.
Fun hole location as we get our first look at 13. Sergio Garcia, chance for birdie.
And just sliding by on the green there. Hole location today down on that bottom shelf. We found a few players unmistakably down there yesterday. Hole is only playing 149 yards today. Tees have been moved up quite considerably. Only 133 yards to the front. Pin located 16 yards on and just 4 off of that left side.
They have moved the tee up a box today.
So what are you trying to say, Ryan? We've got the best players in the world playing off the white tees?
That's, well, I mean, there's 5 sets of tees here at TPC Sawgrass.
Okay,
I think they're the golds, but they're not the senior tees.
No, but to be fair, that's the greatness of the PGA Tour staff out here. They realise that sometimes actually moving their tee boxes up actually provide us with a better spectacle and some variety to the golf course. It's not always about playing off the back tees.
KJ Choi, back-to-back birdies there at 12 and 13. KJ's 5 under. He's in that group tied for 8th, along with Ryan Palmer. See Tiger through 3 holes, but he started on the back, so he is in the next group there on the 13th tee. Brant Snedeker will lead things off in this group, and there they are. You can see the tee that they were on yesterday where that guy is taking a picture that he's not supposed to be taking.
Brant looks like he's setting up to a little soft draw in here, asking it to get up, and for good reason. It's only just covered that front left edge, which is 143 to get over there. It's a good look there of how far we have moved that tee up.
Hey, this might be the blue tees. I don't think it's the whites.
See Tiger and caddy Joe LaCava taking some grass and just getting exactly where that breeze is. Trust me, it's only a couple of miles an hour out there, but this is one of those hole locations where players can be quite aggressive. There's oodles of room out to the right. The ideal shot shape here is a nice little soft draw. You can aim this to the right of the flag. As long as you get it right around to land right around hole high, it will feed down to that bottom left hole location. See Tiger starting it out low and to the right.
Down the slope. Here we go.
And this is what I was talking about. You get that hole high to the right of the flag, and it will feed down. Give the players a great birdie opportunity.
Tiger's birdied 10 and 12 already today. 2 of his first 3, and Tiger's 2 off the lead. Back to 17 and Jonathan Bird.
Just backing off a second here. The wind is just now starting to blow a little bit here at the 17th. I would call it 4 or 5 miles an hour down breeze, and I think that's going to be very helpful for the players to try to get that ball to chase a little bit towards the back portion of the green. Playing only 147. I'd try to hit it about 137 or 138 here. Try to get it to fly 142. Ball's out to the right just a little bit. Turns over nicely, just on top. Well done.
And there we see again, Dennis, a lot of the players are looking to just cover that that top ridge, as you said, but playing very softly.
Back to 13. Matt Kuchar on the tee, last in this threesome.
Kuchar's natural ball flight is a nice tight draw. Most of the players will be using in the vicinity of a 9-iron coming in here today.
Didn't use as much of the slope, right in behind Tigers, and 3 birdie putts coming up in this group. Kuchar has also birdied 10 and 12. He's 3 under. Back to 17 and Y.E. Yang.
PGA champion. When it was held up there in Minnesota. And is out of that one very quickly. Whoa.
Didn't clear by much, but it cleared by enough.
And he's got a very light-hearted smile there.
Now Stewart Cink.
Just Stewart just saw that shot from YE, and that barely carried the number. You're going to hit it right. You better hit it pretty solid. Much bigger carry. It's pretty aggressive right here. Pretty good line. It's going to get back there a little bit. Well done.
Asking for it to stay, Phil, and it will.
It's just on that top shelf before it feeds down to that right hole location. Stewart's a bit of an enigma at the moment. Used to be one of the most consistent players out here on the PGA Tour. Been struggling the last couple of years.
Starting to feel it, though. It's started to turn around just a little bit the last couple months.
Yeah, and it's great to see. He's certainly one of the nice guys out on the PGA Tour. Never has an ill word to say about anybody. And his victory there at Turnberry in the Open Championship was hopefully not career-defining. I think he's a better player than that. But one of those players that had been chasing a major championship for all of those years on tour. And obviously got his major there at the British Open, but has been an incredibly consistent performer. And you know, look, there's been a number of players over the years out here on the PGA Tour that have seen their peaks and their troughs, and this guy here has certainly been one of the most consistent performers year in, year out.
When you look at these numbers, this is Tiger's career at Sawgrass. Would you consider this a successful trip to a tournament over the last 15 tries, or unsuccessful?
Absolutely, absolutely successful. When you've been a winner and you've had 4 top 10s, 8 top 25s, and you've only missed 1 cut, there's nobody else that's got those sorts of numbers here. And Tiger just has different levels, different expectations that everyone holds themselves to.
It's just all you hear is Tiger's not good here, he hates this course, he can't play this event, his terrible track record. And when you look at it from a player's perspective that you have, I think you'd take those numbers at any tour stop you've attended.
Absolutely, and so would the other 140 odd guys in the field here. But look, he's raised the bar. From when he came out on tour, everyone's levels just had to lift a little bit to keep up with him. And look, he's forced every player on the PGA Tour to get better. And well, I think every player should be grateful for that. If he hadn't come along, I'm pretty sure that the standard of golf would have been up there, but I'm not too sure if those players that are quite a ways off the mark wouldn't have lifted their games as much as they have. And look, he's a victim of his own success, and we're talking about it there, just looking at his statistics and what everyone's been saying about Tiger, that he hasn't performed well around this track and doesn't like the golf course. I haven't found a golf course in the world that Tiger hasn't had an ability to be able to break down and use to his advantage and find his strengths. But look, I think he's over the years logged a lot of experience here at TPC Sawgrass, and as well as he's playing right now, I think he's going to be pretty tough to beat as this tournament moves on.
Kuchar showing his gratitude by showing Tiger the line. That's a par from Matt. He's 2 under today, 3 under for the week. The reigning champion of this Players' Championship there, defending champion Matt Kuchar, and our reigning FedEx Cup champion with Brandt Snedeker. Not pictured in that graphic with Tiger's success here was a U.S. Amateur win, which folks also forget about.
Absolutely. And look, it's pretty easy to draw conclusions with Tiger that if he doesn't win every week, then he's not successful. I think that's a load of baloney, to be fair. That's doing every other player on the PGA Tour a disservice and discredit.
New color scheme on the shoes there for Tiger.
They're a little bit loud, aren't they?
Yeah, get some flashy red on there. This for birdie. It'll be his 3rd of the day if he can make it, and it will move him within 1 of the lead.
You can see him aiming well left. All of the grain moving well to his right, down to the water. A little bit of slope as well. You can see that wiping right across the front of the hole. It's just so hard to aim that little bit further left than what your eyes are telling you.
2 birdies, 2 pars thus far through 4 holes for Tiger. His card and Kuchar's card match. 2 back. Just the 4th hole of the day. We'll see him again over at 17. 1 bogey for the week. He came at the 18th. He answered that in the 1st hole today by birdieing 10. Back to 17. Birdie putt for Y.E. Yang.
Yang coming up and over the ridge. That is right through there. Tough to get the pace correct, and that's what we'll see for a number of players. I'm pretty sure today, as the day goes on, greens get just a little bit quicker, dry out a little bit. You can see it's confused him. He was coming up and into the grain. Once it gets on that top shelf, it flattens out quite a lot, and we've already seen a few players here this morning having trouble with their pace control.
Y.E. bogeyed 13 and then tripled 14. Couple over today, so hasn't exactly gotten a handle on it just yet on a Friday morning.
And that's the genius of this layout here, is that there's birdies, there's bogeys, and there's others that come into play on just about every hole. That's what the excitement is. Sure, Roberto Castro mastered it yesterday. He managed to have 9 birdies, no bogeys. But as the tournament wears on, you'll get tripped up at some stage or another, and it's just a matter of trying to minimize that damage.
Even par is just outside the cut line right now. It's a tie for 72nd. And this would move Jonathan Byrd to 1 under.
Pretty straight putt. And just moved to his right around the hole. Jonathan coming off wrist surgery at the end of last year. Just trying to get his mojo back this start of this 2013 season.
Stewart shot 76 yesterday. There's 2 birdies and 3 bogeys today. Chance to get 1 back here at 17.
And at this stage for Stewart, he's only got 11 holes left in the tournament. It's much will be a tall ask to birdie more than half of those holes to get himself back inside of the cut line. It's a matter of trying to build some momentum for the weeks ahead.
Had his son Connor on the bag when we last saw him on a live at broadcast at Bay Hill. The spring break, it lined up perfectly. He had a good week.
Connor is looking like he's got his height genes from both of his parents, both over 6 foot.
Yang with another bogey. This one a 3-putt at 17. He's 3 over today through 8 with 2 birdies on the card.
And you can see the amble there. It's what this layout will do to you. It'll take the wind completely out of your sails in the space of just a few holes.
Stewart also has a bit of a battle to make this cut. And so does Jonathan Byrd. He's outside the cut line, but the closest at even par. This group still has 10 holes left to play. We'll see if any of them can put up a good fight on this Friday morning.
And I think that's all ahead of the players. They'll be coming to the front 9, which has a couple more birdie opportunities in it than the back 9, and certainly less trouble on the front 9.
Padraig Harrington coming along. He's just 5 off the lead. Phil Mickelson, Lee Westwood, and Tiger Woods all lined up coming through 17 in the next few moments. Stay with us. On the tee at the 17th, it's Rory Sabatini.
Even par. Just a wedge. This pretty hard for Rory. Likes to flight it down. It's pretty well done. Lands it up on top. That's the safe play. We're going to see a lot of those today.
Sabatini with 4 birdies already in his round this morning. Started out with a bogey on the 10th. 75 yesterday, so trending back towards that cut line, which currently sits at 1 under par.
Now Ted Potter Jr.
Just a 9-iron for Ted here. He doesn't hit the ball really, really high, so he might get a little more chase on this one to the back portion. This looks to be pretty challenging right here. And it is. Well done. Not at all.
Flying it up on top. You can see there also coming in, landing like a butterfly with sore feet. Very soft this early on the Friday morning. The green's very soft up there, Dennis. I'm surprised with the number of players that are flying it up to the top and the ball sitting down relatively quickly.
Padraig now. This is on a pretty high flight now to the right. This needs to get up a little bit. Safely done, but not a great shot for Patty.
2 birdies, 2 bogeys today for Harrington, who shot 68 yesterday after the round. Padraig spoke with SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio's Fred Albers.
Padraig, you had elation and frustration in back-to-back holes. You had a little bit of a roller coaster run out there.
Yeah, I obviously started very nicely, eagle in the second, and thought things were good, and then the wind switched. I hit a bad shot in the next hole, but the wind switched. I thought it was down off the left, and I was fearing losing it right, and I pulled it, and then it went left on the wind, which was you know, certainly, you know, the shot was certainly a bogey shot, but a double bogey was a little bit painful. But thankfully, I hit it basically stone dead at the next hole, which got me back on the birdie track. And it's kind of important on a windy day to be under par. You know, if you're 1 or 2 over par, you're wondering where you're going to get your birdies to get back into it. Whereas you're 1 or 2 under, you feel like you've got something in the bank, and generally leads to you maybe getting to 3 or 4 under.
Let me ask you this: as you mature, is it easier or harder to have patience?
It's a very polite way of saying you're getting old. I don't necessarily see very many guys' personalities changing out here. So I think if you've got patience when you're younger, you'll have patience when you're older, and you know, kind of sticks with guys. Guys find it hard to change who they are.
You know what that is? That's wisdom with age right there, Padraig. Tell me about the belly putter. 25 putts in this opening round.
It's 25 putts, but there was some good putts in it too. Not, you know, no point. Numbers aren't always the important thing. It's holding the right putt at the right time. And yeah, I put it well with it today. I hold a few shortish ones early on that were important, and you know, that gives you a little bit more confidence when you're standing over a 20-footer and you're not necessarily worried about the 3-footer coming back.
Did you make some adjustments with it following the first week?
Yeah, it didn't sit perfect last week, and kind of knew it going into it, and I kind of stuck with it. And yeah, I should have changed it. My putter, my old putter, is the grip is a fraction open on it, and this putter was built square, and it just was too square for me.
Padraig, there's that putter he's talking about. 24 putts is not a lot of putts. We'll see that in action when we come back to 17 momentarily. Let's go over to 13. Here's Vijay Singh.
Oh, what a beautiful picture that is. Again, it's 13. It's only playing 149 today. Hole located down on that left side, and there's a great example. You get a hole high, the ball will move ever so slightly down to that pin. Great their approach from Vijay.
Padraig has been on record against the anchored putting stroke. Put this putter in play about a month ago. Has been putting well with it.
and Padraig has acknowledged that, but his response in air was more around, hey, if it makes him a better player, whilst if it's still a legal club to use, and he's going to use it. Great run there. We saw Padraig in his glasses in that interview after his round yesterday. Experimented with that a few weeks ago. Didn't look like the experiment worked.
No. Padraig doesn't need to get a complex about his age. Way too young for that.
Way too experienced too, and he showed his pedigree in the major championships there, winning 2007 Open Championship and backed that up with winning the Open Championship and the PGA Championship in 2008. Experience on the major championships and these big tournaments goes a long way. A little bit of form to go with it, and that generally turns those experienced players into winners.
Padraig just 41. Here's Sabatini for birdie.
Oh, fantastic view there. Set it on that left edge and broke right into the middle.
That's 5 birdies in a 7-hole stretch for Rory Sabatini. And all of a sudden it took that many to get him inside the cut line. Now, Ted Potter Jr., he's got some work to do to get inside the cut line. This would help.
Currently 5 over. Needs to get something going, and that's a good way to get it started. Goes to the famed 18th hole here. Tough driving hole. Sitting at 4 over par, and most probably going to need at least 5 birdies in his final 10 holes to get anywhere near the cut line.
Harrington will get a good look when he turns away from us here at exactly what he's doing with his anchored putter. It looks like he's fairly conventional here. He's going left hand low.
No problems, drills it in the middle. I must admit, for a major champion and someone who's we were there for a long period of time, was a very consistent performer. I was very surprised with Padraig how often he always used to screw around with his pre-shot routine and his technique and his putting. But looking for some consistency with the belly putter. One belly putter user to another.
How about this? We got the claw. We're going left hand low.
And VJ's always...
That wasn't even anchored.
Yeah.
How about that? That wasn't even in his belly.
Yeah. That's less than conventional by all means.
That's well said. Less than conventional worked. VJ with a birdie. He's a couple outside the cut line now. 2 over. Gonna have to get at least to even, maybe 1 under, and maybe that won't be enough. The wind is not blowing yet. Good scoring conditions for the 2nd day in a row. Can anybody catch Roberto Castro? Tiger drops a shot at 14. Lee Westwood sitting at 7 under par now. Roberto Castro still 2 clear of this field. Will Haskett. We welcome him to the program here. Round 2 of the Players Championship, and got another good day. Scoring conditions, it would seem here, Will.
Yeah, the ball striking yesterday was phenomenal with the lack of wind out there. I mean, how about this one? You had 2 guys at the top of the leaderboard in Roberto Castro and Tiger Woods, who set scoring records at the Players Championship in terms of lowest scores ever without making a putt of 10 feet for Castro or 6 feet for Tiger Woods, both of them setting records in that statistical category. Just the ball striking was immaculate yesterday.
After the round, Tiger was upbeat. Probably kicking himself right now. 1 under through 5 today, with 3 birdies on the card. I'll check that. Just 2 birdies for Tiger. Made the bogey at 14, missed the fairway right. Meanwhile, Lee Westwood, closest pursuer of Roberto Castro, makes the walk from 16 to 17.
And when he was making this walk yesterday, he had to feel a little bit frustrated about his position. He started his day yesterday just with a ton of pars. Parred every hole until he got to the 15th and birdied 15, 16, and 18. And we talked about it yesterday as we were going off the air. Could he carry the momentum over? And he has. Eagles 11, 12, and 13. And all of a sudden you start your day, or you start your Players Championship with 14 consecutive pars. You're feeling like, man, what am I going to do? The people are lapping me. Now you're 2 shots out of the lead as you head to the island green.
14 pars in a row, as you mentioned, for Lee Westwood, and then a stretch of 8 holes that he played in 7 under.
Westwood chasing down the lead. He's playing with 2 guys, Brian, right now that are chasing down the cut.
Watney with birdies at 14 and 16 in his last couple. He also birdied 10. The Golf Channel set in the background with the lights. Lots of good folks out early on the hillside here. Double-decker chalet behind the tee here. All right, here's Nick Watney. Parred the hole yesterday.
Big wedge for Nick. He can hit it to the moon. There's a little bit of a helping breeze, but the wind is starting to quarter slightly out of the east, so a little more cross breeze in it. Not as much help as they were having, but it's only 4 or 5 miles an hour. That started out to the right, trying to get it to turn over, and it is. It's pretty good, pretty aggressive. Not bad at all.
A mission accomplished, but it hasn't been accomplished really the rest of the week. Sitting outside of even pars because he hasn't been able to hit greens here at TPC. Just over half of them through a round and a half.
Poulter will be next. Birdie and a bogey today. 75 yesterday, outside the cut line.
I have a feeling this gritty guy is going to hang in there and try to make some birdies, make the cut. I got to think with this weather being as good as it is, Brian, that the cut's probably going to be under par. It's nice as it is out here. I mean, it's just not that tough for the guys. And now being backed off by someone, I think they just actually slipped down the hill. They didn't do anything wrong. They just fell, and he hurt it. So now also with a wedge. Ian. Good looking swing right there. Good tempo. That ball starting to turn over and ride the wind a little, but safely in the middle of the green.
Certainly better than yesterday. He tugged into the water and had an evil stare for someone in the crowd that had gotten in his backswing.
Yeah, it's amazing the concentration these guys have, although Poulter hit the opening tee shot at the Ryder Cup a couple of days with the crowd cheering when he was playing with Bubba Watson. Here's Lee Westwood.
Might have been easier. How hard is it to hit a golf shot if you're on the freeway? You know, I mean, it's still quiet because it's constant noise, but very quiet here for Lee now. Also a wedge. This ball's starting out to the right a little bit, trying to turn over. This looks pretty good. It's got to get up a little bit, but that's well done.
Westwood on the green. I don't know how many times he's hit a ball on the freeway. Don't know why Dennis would be hitting balls on the freeway. It seems reckless.
Oh, yeah, that's San Diego traffic.
Let's get to know if Westwood has done it or not as we get to know Lee a little better outside the ropes.
Now on a tee from Worksop, England, Lee Westwood.
First car was a Ford Fiesta, 1.1L, white. It was great. When you're 17 years old, anything that goes forwards and backwards and gets you to where you want to be is brilliant. Physics, just because it confused me too much. I ended up passing, but I wouldn't say I'm a physicist. Favourite was maths, because my dad was a maths teacher, so I got a bit of private tuition every now and again. Roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, full Sunday lunch, yeah. Champagne or a vodka tonic? Oh, were you asking for something like a cup of tea? Generally go home and, you know, just doing normal things sometimes when you're out on the road all the time. Going to the cinema with the kids is great fun. Temping ball, you know. Got a few race horses. I like going to the races. I've always had an interest in racing. It was nice to make enough money on tour to be able to afford a couple. A driver. It's great fun to pull it out and hit it as far as you can. The Ryder Cup takes some beating. That's pretty good. 3 of the majors and all the World Golf Championships are in the States. There's only the Open Championship really at that top level of golf tournaments which you could bunch the Ryder Cup into that is outside the States.
And now Lee Westwood is just 2 shots off the lead. Will, what was your first car?
Yeah, 89 silver Volvo sedan. I think my dad paid $4,000 for it.
That's nice. Volvo, very safe.
Yeah, I actually got in an accident with a friend of mine who was driving a Toyota Tercel, and he rear-ended me. Felt like I had hit a speed bump. I got out, and his car was an accordion, so I understood the choice of my parents at that point in time.
Yeah, I don't know that Lee's Ford Fiesta would have turned out that well. I think I wound up renting his Ford Fiesta last time I was at the British Open. That car's still available. What a beautiful day for golf. Lee and Poulter are gonna have to hustle. 3 over par, gonna have to be, it would appear, 1 under to make this cut. Just the 8th hole of the day though, so plenty of time. Look at that, hillside's already filled up.
Well, the marquee names coming through here in the morning, starting on the back. This is the first of the groups to really get the attention of the galleries. Poulter needs to find a way to just roll in some birdie putts. Almost last in the field in putts and greens in regulation. Just under 2. That's not going to get the job done when you need birdies and a lot of them to be in contention here this week.
Just birdied 16. And this is the putt that has been very straight today. Just straight. That's all it does. Poulter, 69th in FedEx Cup points, has had a good year. Back to the 13th. Sangmoon Bay trying to bounce back. Made birdie at the 12th, but just doubled the 11th. This would move him back to 3 under, though.
Saw Matt Kuchar have this putt that's really turned sharply right. And there's another one.
Tigers did the same thing.
Yep.
Just whipped across the front edge. Stays 2 under. 7 back. Westwood is just 2 off the lead.
And the difference between he and Poulter, he's top 10 in putts and greens in regulation. That's a 10-shot swing. 2 guys playing alongside.
Just that close to being within 1. And Westwood starts another long run of pars. He's made, this will be his 4th in a row. If he can finish this one off, shouldn't be an issue. Started the tournament with 14 in a row.
Some pars are better than others. This one not too bad. Now, parring 16 a moment ago, I'm probably sure that's still in his mind even more so than here at 17.
Well, Watney has only made 3 pars today. 3 birdies and a bogey. Chance to move a little closer to the cut line.
Ryder, what makes it so fun for us to watch as fans of the game is that whether you're someone trying to chase down the leader today, or you're someone like Nick Watney who has the game to try and get himself back into it and make the cut. This is such a fun course, and the player has to mash the accelerator to the floor to be able to watch out here because so many things can happen.
Over the 13th, Harris English. A little sideboard to the right.
Here we come. Get down there. It's going to be a cutting putt. It's going to be a fun putt.
The higher you hit it up there, the closer it will roll down the hill toward the hole. Westwood just cleaning up here. Made the move to South Florida. In the last year, he's now 40. Said, I cannot sacrifice weeks and months with bad weather. Got to be able to practice, work on my game when I can. And he's 2 back. Roberto Castro goes just a little afternoon. He leads by 2. We welcome you back to our live at coverage, watching the 17th hole here at the Players Championship. Also checking in on the 13th hole. 2 par 3s playing under 150 yards in a PGA Tour event. That's unheard of. On the same day, on the same 9 holes. And yet they are challenging. We all know what this is about here at 17. It's just a wedge, and it's a scary wedge, and Dennis Paulson is down there. Dennis?
Brian, you made a great point there, and I think the possibility of both the par 3s not playing under par today would be not a shocker either. Now Justin Rose set up here. The par 3, wind almost straight across right now. That started out to the right, riding a little bit towards the left-hand side, but that's just a safe play right into the ridge.
Matter of fact, coming back down the ridge, which it didn't do yesterday. Amazing. It was a combination of green firmness, wind direction, club selection. You just couldn't back them up yesterday. Webb Simpson will be next here in this group. Webb is 5 under and just 4 back.
Tied for 8th, playing some solid golf. This is also a wedge. This is flighted really low. This has got to get up, headed right. Ooh, just creeped over the wall, skipped forward, hit the bank of the bunker and came back down in the sand. So he will have a playable shot, but that never looked good as soon as it left the club face.
Dennis, I'm not so sure that made contact with the club face. That one might have been
a dimple low on the face.
Yeah, that
looks
might have
like
been
Phil.
Might have been a little closer to the
Phil's
hosel.
ready to go here. Yeah, absolutely. Now Phil set to play. This is going to be a sand wedge for Phil. He's got to hammer this thing. And Phil likes to hit his irons a long ways. This is pretty aggressive. This is getting back there. Wow, what a golf shot for Phil.
Best of the day. Mickelson has backed up today, 2 bogeys and a birdie. Shot 72 yesterday. He's outside the cut line, but maybe not for long.
And again, the accelerator, knowing he needs to make something happen, takes the aggressive play, and puts himself in the best position that we have seen. Now let's see if Harris English can read this putt better than any have so far at 13.
Similar results.
Almost identical, really. It's almost, it appears you need to be hole high or deeper, as you mentioned, if you can get down that ridge. But anything sort of in that tweener on that ridge is just almost impossible, it seems, for the players to get high enough.
We'll go back over to 17. You mentioned the aggressive play for Phil. Dennis, you play a lot of golf with Phil Mickelson. It seems like he's more comfortable when he plays aggressively.
No, he really does. You're absolutely right, Brian. And, you know, he walked by me and I rolled my hands at him. I said, come on, you know, let's get it going. He goes, man, I'm trying to birdie 5 holes in 2 holes. And I go, this is not the type of course to do something like that. And he had a big smile. And he says, I know it's not working very well.
They love this guy everywhere he goes.
Those numbers certainly representing that aggressive mentality of Phil Mickelson.
A look at the 17th from above, as Mickelson was very nearly perfect here at 17. 147 yards today. The wind not much of a factor. 3 distinct tiers to this 17th green that divided up, and the hole locations will move around. There is the front tier that runs through there, the back right tier where we will see the hole on Sunday. Today's hole location back in that area. Yesterday it was up front left there. Tomorrow rumors are it's going to be over there. A couple of fun days. Sunday we'll see it over by the water. But that back shelf, back in this area that Phil Tatarangi pointed out, very flat. If you can get it back there. And Webb Simpson in this spot, where not too many folks are. Tiny little bunker.
First player to miss the green today in 18 swings. Look out. You don't need to hit the green.
Well, there you go. There won't be too many in that bunker this week. Webb Simpson has made birdie out of it.
Are you going to put my stats research to the test here? A 0-putt birdie at the 17th at TPC Sawgrass. How many times has that happened?
First time today. We saw some guys in that front fringe yesterday. We'll see some guys in the back fringe today. But a hole out from the bunker is very rare.
That gets them now within 3 of the lead and in that tie for 4th.
Look how small that bunker is. This is a look back from the tee. You can hardly see it. Webb was in it, got a good lie in it, was able to take a decent stance, and hit the perfect shot.
It might be the most underrated part of the design of this hole, to think to put that little bunker there.
Now Justin Rose from down in the front tier, up the ridge.
Another one? Oh. Boy, given the pace, that turned pretty sharply left at the hole, and sort of similar to what we saw from Wai Yang from the opposite side, just powered it right through.
Way too much speed, which we've seen a lot today. Once the guys get it up on the top. Phil and Dennis mentioning how flat it is. Guys are hitting putts up the hill, up the slope from various other angles, and it gets back there and it's not uphill anymore. Justin hasn't lost his turn.
Only 3-putted the 13th yesterday. Trying to avoid his second 3-wiggle of the week.
Not much in it. Players are trying to read more into it than there is. And a 3-putt bogey for Justin Rose.
And just the second bogey now made at 17 today with no balls in the water.
He moves to 1 over. The cut looks like it's going to be under par. Phil trying to get closer to that. Closest shot of the day to this point. Inside 4 feet. Second birdie today for Mickelson. Even par. Tied for 74th right now. That number's going the other direction with the good scoring conditions. He's going to need 1 more at least. But 10 more holes to get there.
The difficulty with that, Brian, is that different from yesterday now, the front nine's actually playing significantly harder than the back. So making birdies on the front right now. Now, again, early sample size because of the number of groups on the golf course, but we'll see how that plays for guys that make the turn, needing to make a move.
Roberto Castro plays later this afternoon. He's got that 2-shot lead. Tiger will be coming along to 17, coming up right after this. Back with you here at the 17th. Sergio Garcia checking things out. He's just 4 back.
Pretty big veteran move on Sergio's part. He actually watched the boys behind him in the fairway and waited for a player to play before he hit this shot here. Now Sergio set with a wedge. Throws that high to the air, a little left, now turning over. Safely up on top.
Kind of a Westwood-ish streak right now for Sergio. Just broke it with a birdie at 16, but it had been straight pars since the 12th hole yesterday, a stretch of 13 consecutive pars.
Not normally known for his patience. This man's patient, though. Luke Donald, 1 under. That's right where you need to be. 1 under par right now. Is tied for 61st. That's just inside the cut line.
Luke with those white pants and green shirt here. That's a good looking flighted little 9-iron shot. This ball's got to get up a little bit, land on the front of the green. That was not struck solidly, I don't think, from the start, but it's going to be a putt.
Sometimes that's all this guy needs. 147 yards. And it is just the way things work at 17. The shot patterns from one day to the next. Wherever the hole just was, that's where the shots go the next day. That front tier has gotten plenty of action. Now KJ Choi.
Put my reputation on the fact that if we had a bunch of guys trying to hit shots here, I think he could hit the most in a row on the green. This swing's so repetitive. This a little more aggressive up the left-hand side. Challenging that back hole. Well done for KJ.
And that was bold. KJ Choi knows what it takes to win around here. Let's take a look at his career.
Through Choi's perseverance, the cabbage fields and beaches of Wando transformed into the fairways and bunkers of what some would call his home course.
For someone like me who had limited opportunities to get to a golf course, and when you play around and bound to get into a bunker, if you never really had a chance to practice out of a bunker, how are you going to get better? So I thought, where can I practice somewhere and have access? Where I can practice out of the sand all the time. It gave me a feeling like I was hitting out of a very nice fairway. I don't know how I thought about this, but I made the best of it.
After leaving home, Choi dominated the Korean ranks and came to America to play on the PGA Tour in 2000.
When I first started golf, I knew that I eventually wanted to play on the PGA Tour. So I prepared for 5 years. I wanted to challenge myself. If I stayed in Korea, I would just be an average golfer, not the world-class golfer that I am today.
A member of 3 President's Cup teams, Choi has also captured 17 career worldwide victories. Highlighted by a playoff win over David Toms at the Players last May.
Everything culminated in the Players 2011. That was a turning point in my life.
And here we go. Only the 4th playoff in Players Championship history.
On the first hole of sudden death, Choi watched Tom's par putt slide by.
Ooh. You hate to see that.
Clearing the way for the South Korean to secure the biggest win of his career.
KJ Choi is a Players champion.
Biggest week of his career to this point for KJ Choi. He joined an elite list of past champions. Defending champion Matt Kuchar is in the next group. We got Sergio Garcia in this group with him. Phil Mickelson just came through. Fred Funk was in our opening ceremonies this year. Hung around and watched the Dierks Bentley concert.
How much does being a past champion help? Every past champion in the field yesterday shot par or better. There was no one over par.
Well, Luke Donald would love to add a crowning jewel win like this to his career resume, former world #1.
35 rounds here. He's 4 under par on this hole. He would love to stay 4 under for his career after he walks off this green with this putt.
What break there is in the first 10 feet. And then it just goes right to the hole like this. Almost. Yeah, good effort.
Really good. Especially after just a group before seeing what Justin Rose struggled with the pace from a similar position.
That is caddy John McLaren tending the flagstick. John always wears the goofiest socks out there. I don't know if they're soccer socks or what he's doing out there with those things, but they're festive. There they are behind Luke. You see they're kind of blue and not getting a good look at them, but you can tell they don't match anything else that's going on.
No one wears a pair of white pants quite as well as Luke Donald. He wears the white pants a lot.
It's a good point. As I said, blue and navy blue with the green. He'll give us another festive pair of shoes, pair of socks tomorrow.
Somewhere Phil Tatarangi is saying get back to golf.
He is. He's a stickler, that guy. Darn close to a curmudgeon.
Well, we had the feature, Brian, about KJ Choi. And I know they mentioned the worldwide wins. I'm going to give you the quiz. Do you know how many PGA Tour events he's won?
KJ Choi?
Yes.
6?
8. It's a sneaky number. It really sneaks up on you when you think about how good his career has been.
Sergio made his par, and now KJ to move to 6 under.
You said it, Brian. Almost flat as the top of a table back here if you get to that hole. Still a little tester for his 3 here.
Choi, a movie star now. Was in 7 Days in Utopia with Robert Duvall. He was the villain.
I did not know that.
3 birdies and a bogey today for KJ. 5 under, 4 back. Plenty of golf left. This group's done. They'll head off to their 9th hole of the day. And the reigning FedEx Cup champion will be first in our next group, Brandt Snedeker. Nice start for him, Dennis. 3 under through his first 7.
Yeah, Sneds has played very solid this morning, and that gives you the right, by playing solid usually, to get the tee first, which is not always a great thing here at 17, but pretty simple. Talking about the wind, just being over his right shoulder a little bit. There should be a little bit of help. Any kind of a draw, you're just going to be able to play this out a little right of the hole and land it on the green. Somewhere a little left and short of the hole is ideal here. Big thing is that no one can make a putt. It's so tough to make straight putts from outside 20 because you don't have any part of the hole to give away. You got to play it in the middle, and if it moves either way, you're in trouble. Brandt's ball away, and this is on a pretty good line right here. Needs to get up just a little bit. Well done.
11 greens in a row now for Snedeker, dating back to yesterday. Bogeyed 13 and 14 yesterday, but he's 3 under since that point in time, including unblemished today.
Tiger hit his longest drive, the longest drive of the week thus far at the 16th, 319. Took advantage, was able to 2-putt for birdie, and you can see Tiger dominates the 5s here. 109 under par.
I know what you're feeling, kind of swirling here, but it's all said and done. That's what it is. Okay, for sure. That's right where it is.
No club change, Dennis.
No, Joey just trying to talk him into the breeze. He's feeling a little puff kind of in front of him here. And as a caddy, I think one of the best things to say is I don't care what it's doing right here on the tee. The ball's only going to be here for a millisecond. I want to know what it's going to do when it gets halfway to the hole and all the way to the hole. And up there, it's out of the right. Tiger plays away here, and this ball is headed a little left. Needs to get up just a little bit, but not a bad play at all for Tiger Woods.
3 birdies today, the bogey at 14 after a missed fairway right. The Tour's leader in strokes gained putting. We'll have another opportunity to work on that category coming up. Now the defending champion, Matt Kuchar, going with his pink a little early here.
And probably he'll go with it twice, Brian, don't you think?
Yep, I think so.
Probably wear it again on Sunday, or he brought an extra one. Yeah, absolutely. So now, Cooch here, one of the most consistent ball strikers on the planet. This looks pretty good, but it's riding the breeze a little bit and heading left, but that's up the hole high. Well done.
The marquee group doesn't disappoint. 3 good shots. 3 guys that are in contention. Tiger was in the mix yesterday, had bogeyed the 18th hole, his only bogey of the day, shot 67, and after the round he spoke to SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio's Fred Albers.
Well, Tiger, best opening round you've had here. Going to be pretty pleased with the round?
I am pleased. You know, I felt like I hit the ball good enough, but more importantly, I missed the ball in all the correct spots, and made some really nice saves out there.
Looked like you were dialed in on your yardages and flatting the ball out there today pretty well.
I was. You know, it was surprising how far the ball was going. You know, I was telling Sands over here that I had 200 yards at 18th hole. I hit just a little 8-iron and it flew flag high. The ball was just traveling out there. The ball was going for miles, and it played really, really short.
The conditions obviously were pretty good this morning. Hope to get them again tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, the greens will be certainly smoother. They were had some nice little dicey little short ones out there today, and you know, Sneds hit a couple good putts that got kicked offline, and I had a huge spike mark there at 15, and you know, hopefully tomorrow we'll get some smooth greens and get it going.
Mark Carnevale with the interview with Tiger Woods, Ponte Vedrea Beach resident. Tiger not a Ponte Vedrea Beach resident. This could be why. His highest stroke average in any tournament, any single event that he's played. Now keep in mind, a golf course where par is a great number, just like the other 4 major championships there, but stroke average of 71.5, Will. Keep in mind it's also a par 72.
Had plenty of U.S. Opens where 70 is obviously the par, so that influencing the score. I was actually shocked yesterday by the fact that he had never broken 70 in the first round of this event. And then to do it yesterday, he bogeys the last for 67. So he laughed at that trend walking down the 18th, and obviously nuking an 8-iron over 200 yards yesterday was certainly the surprise of his round.
There's 2 ways to look at that graphic as well. That the worst scoring average you have at any single event for your career is a half shot under par. That ain't so bad.
No. Now the question becomes, can he make a putt of, and I say significance in a sense of length? He's hit it so well this week, he hasn't really had to make the long ones. But again, yesterday, didn't make a putt outside of 6 feet. Started the day with an 11.5 footer at the 10th for a birdie, and then his next 6 holes adding up to about that same distance. He just has not been able to sink the long ones, but he's still 2 off the lead and 7 under despite that fact. Can't be too upset right now.
It'll be Snedeker first, the reigning FedEx Cup champion. 3 birdies today, no bogeys. He's 22nd in strokes gained putting. You hear that stat a lot, and it's pretty simply explained in the putts that these guys have coming up. The field is going to miss this putt more often than they're going to make it. If Snedeker were to make it, it would be a stroke gained putting. If by the end of the day the field is making this putt more than they're missing it, then it won't be a stroke gain putting. So you won't know, but we know there's not much in it.
Like Tiger, also trying to find just a long putt to go. That just sort of shows you how good scoring conditions have been, because you've got so many people at the top of the leaderboard, Brian, that are doing it without making a mileage of putts. You don't have many guys at the top right now who are making a lot of 20-footers. You have guys that are making a lot of 4-footers and a lot of 5-footers because they're hitting it so close, including this man.
The tour's leader in strokes gained putting. See, he makes this putt 36% of the time. Players on tour are 50-50 at about 7 feet. This one just inside 20 feet. And it has been a good year with this club for this man. This for back-to-back birdies to pull within one of the lead. Seen that a lot. Lots of head shakes. If it does lean one way a little bit, it's leaning back the other way at the end. Not much in it. And it's a par for Tiger. That's 2 pars on the 17th hole for the week. Now the champ, Matt Kuchar.
He's gotten this on that right shelf. He's inside at 10 feet, where he converts it over 50%. You got to feel really good with seeing a few putts already, Brian. Not a lot in this, and given his propensity from this distance.
No problem.
The Cooch birds come out. Not the boo birds, the Cooch birds.
That's a lot better.
Absolutely. Unless you're Boo Weekly.
A fair point. Matt Kuchar picks up a shot, 4 under. 5 shots back, heading to the last hole in the gauntlet. The par 4 18th. We saw 3 good shots in there. At least one of them got rewarded. Roberto Castro goes at 12:46. About 2 hours from now. The lead just 1 now as Kevin Chappell and Ryan Palmer have joined Lee Westwood at 8 under.
And when we saw Chappell very early on in our broadcast, we thought he was going to run him down. He actually bogeyed 18 and 1. So back-to-back bogeys after he finished 17, but got him back with birdies at 2 and 4. We talked about it yesterday. Would Roberto Castro still have the lead when he stepped foot on the golf course? If you'd asked me an hour ago, I said no way because of what Chappell was doing. Now he's put himself back in position. I think the answer is still no. But it shows you how solid the 63 was that Castro wrapped up yesterday before half of the second wave was even on the golf course, and he's still leading with this wave now getting into the heart of the morning portion of this round.
Vijay Singh leads this group onto the tee. We saw him birdie the 13th to get closer to the cut line, but then he doubled 14. Birdied 16, sits at 3 over par.
Needs to make a few more, Brian. That's for sure. I got to think that 1 under par is going to be the number that's going to be the cut, the very bare minimum. VJ's ball away here, and this is headed a little left. It looks to be fairly deep into the green. You got to get down a little bit, but that's well done. Hole high.
Was able to read the putt correctly yesterday on this hole. Get another opportunity today. Now Robert Garrigus, one of the longest players on tour. And long's no good here, Dennis.
Long is not any good at all here. But he just saw basically the maximum distance you can fly the ball through the air with a VJ shot there. This ball by Robert flighted down a little more, now starting to turn over, and that's going to land a little shorter into the green. But it's up on top, not a bad spot at all. That's actually the spot that I'd be kind of trying to hit it if I was playing this hole. That's a nice spot to come from, but very tough putt to read.
All right, so that's what Garrigus will have.
This group has got this hole's number. He also birdied here yesterday.
And J.J. Henry's got Mark Brooks on the bag as his caddy.
He does. This should be just a nice solid wedge for J.J. A couple of extra waggles. That one starts out to the right, trying to turn over. High ball flight. Looks to be pretty good. Needs to get up a little bit, but well done. It does release forward. Nice shot for J.J.
So 3 birdie putts coming up in this group. They're taking their time, all that commotion in front of them. Take their time and have a couple of good looks when we come back. What a beautiful day for golf. That hillside going to be a busy scene. The wind picking up also. Not supposed to be much of a factor today. But if you don't feel too much of it, that could just play more tricks with your head.
Brian, I was even wondering about that. And Dennis, I'll ask you the question. We just saw that wide shot, and up at the top of the chalets, you can see a little bit more whipping up there at the top. We've seen some more players that have challenged the back hole location. Is that perhaps a product of a little bit more benefit from the breeze behind them?
There's another osprey nest that's
We'll get back to Dennis on that. Let Robert Garrigus roll this birdie putt here. As Dennis was telling us, and Phil told us earlier, straight putts are the hard ones sometimes. Where are you going to aim it?
Yeah, everybody in this group inside of 20 feet. You take that 10 times out of 10 this week here at 17. Everybody needing to make a little bit of a move. 16 feet 4 inches the distance now for VJ. Hasn't made one of this distance yet this week, but this would be a good time to start.
Yeah. One interesting thing about VJ with the full shots, and maybe we just caught a little bit about that there, he never lies with his body language. There are some guys that'll have the sarcastic body language. If he leans left, he wants it to go left every single time.
When you've hit as many balls as he has on the range, there would have to be some sort of kinetic connection between ball and body at that point in time.
You don't have time for sarcasm. And there's a look at his putting stroke again. That putter not anchored. You could clearly see the butt end of it move about 2 or 3 inches. If that were, if the proposed rule change were implemented, that would still be perfectly legal. Adam Scott talked about that, how he could take the putter, his long putter, and anchor it, or not anchor it, just move it a few millimeters from his chest, and he would use it the same way. Now, J.J. Henry, this one is anchored.
Well, he played that. A couple of balls outside the right. 178th this year on tour in putting from that 10 to 15 foot range. And Dennis talked about it with us yesterday with Mark Brooks on the bag, perhaps trying to help out with the read, but that one was wide.
Now, there are a number of big names outside this cut line. J.J. Henry also outside the cut line. VJ, Justin Rose, Ian Poulter, Phil Mickelson. All needing to hustle to play the weekend here at the Players. There's Mark Brooks. Gets the putter from his friend, J.J. Henry. When we come back, Phil Tatarangi will rejoin us live at coverage of the Players Championship on PGA Tour.com.
Roberto Castro, an hour and 45 minutes from his tee time. He leads by 1. The question will be, will he lead when his round begins? Tied the course record yesterday, shared by 2 men before, Fred Couples and Greg Norman. They're part of some memorable moments here at the Players' Championship. So many to count. Let's take a look back through the years.
We needed to be unique. We needed to build a facility that was the epitome of a facility built for the golf fan. And that's when we decided to build our own stadium golf course here, which is now the TPC at Sawgrass. Those kinds of visions, along with some great golf shots, have been very rewarding and I think very special for the PGA Tour and all the players. Jerry Pate hit a fabulous 5-iron shot to the last hole to win the championship. It was quite a moment.
Well, what can you say? Pete and I will go for a swim today. Jerry Pate, 8 under par.
And the commissioner just happened to be standing on the back of the green. I said, what the hell, I'll throw him in too while I'm at it. So as they walked over to the edge prior to the ceremony, I grabbed Dean and threw him in, and I think Pete sort of, on the fly, I grabbed him and threw him in on the run.
People remember splashing in the lake, but I think that there was a great feeling then that this was going to be something special and something for them.
Wow, this is almost indescribable. Words barely adequate to do justice to what Greg Norman is doing to this golf course.
And after he made the putt, we're walking over to the 16, and I looked at him, I said, how in the hell do you expect me to catch you if you're going to make putts like this?
Now knock it in.
Be a great way to finish, wouldn't it?
Buzzy Zeller prepares to wave the white towel of surrender. Great stuff. Great stuff. Another 67.
So I'm standing there with this 2-iron, and I cut the ball, and I actually overcut it, and it was hanging, and I thought it was in the water for sure.
Oh, what a bounce. That's what great players do. They take advantage of great breaks.
I was actually in the group behind Freddie. By the time our group got up to the 16th green, Freddie was making a long putt at 17.
Oh! The cheers reverberate throughout the TPC Sawgrass.
They were 2 of the loudest roars that I've ever played in front of. It was pretty exciting.
This is definitely a Tiger moment, isn't it?
I think you just get the sense that this putt's going in. All right, should straighten up a little. Here it is. Yes, Tiger Woods to 9 under par. The game is on now, boys.
Be the right club. Be the right club today. Yes!
Just the formality. 17 years later, Hal Sutton is the Players' champion again.
Someone across the lake had been kind enough the night before to do a banner that Jacksonville's winner, and that's when I lost it. Absolutely had to clear my eyes just to putt the 10-footer. How neat is that, to win a tour event in your hometown?
Father and son for the first time ever winning on the same weekend, winning his first big championship right on his home grounds.
To win, you know, this Players' Championship, the best feel in golf. I just said I'm glad I won an hour before he did, because if I found out he won and I had a 2-shot lead with 3 holes to go, I might have choked my brains out.
Right there.
Looks real good for Funk. The wait is over for Fred Funk, a champion right here where he lives.
Yeah, this is the strongest field
I can't believe I won this thing. I'm overwhelmed. I just can't believe it.
I really never thought it was going in until it disappeared.
Eagle 3 moves into 7 under. Now the leader by 1.
The chip shot put me in position on 16. That was obviously a very important shot, but the shot of the tournament, I would think with 17 hitting on that green. You know, I've watched that tournament years and years and years and years and seen a lot of mistakes happen coming down the stretch.
It is safely into the center of the green.
Obviously, when that putt went in, then I thought, you know, now I've got a real good chance to win this.
Good speed. Good speed. That's very good speed. Look at this!
Well, that's beautiful.
And that is going to put it away.
Those are the 3 greatest hole outs I've ever seen.
To watch it on TV here and watch what Craig did, you're unbelievable.
Well, who's going to have that memorable moment here in 2013? Roberto Castro had it yesterday, but he no longer leads by himself. Lee Westwood, who just a moment ago birdied the par 5 second, has yet to make a bogey this week, and he is atop the leaderboard. Kevin Chappell in hot pursuit along with Tiger Woods, Ryan Palmer. That is a star-studded front page of the leaderboard here in the second round of the Players. And our coverage continuing at the 17th. Phil Tatarangi back with us. I'm Will Haskett, and Dennis Paulson is out working on his tan today at the Island Green as you look at Graham Dillette making the walk across from 16. Phil, you said you paced it off yesterday.
Yeah, I did a little bit of homework out there on Wednesday, in actual fact, Will. It's the 120 paces, certainly from my short legs anyway, from the back edge of that 16th green. And to be fair, there's been some conversation with a couple of good friends who are playing in the tournament this week about that walk around the lake there. And I've got to believe that without talking to Pete Dye, myself, about that it was intentional for it to be that distance. This tee here on 17 could have been a little bit closer to the 16th green, but I think it just gives you that amount of time to, whatever happens on 16, to get that out of your mind, and the anticipation of getting to that 17th tee. It's just that 30, 40, 50 yards a little bit further away to just increase the heartbeat. Of course, as a player, you're trying to work on your breathing, trying to get your mind away from what's ahead of you. And when you step onto the tee, then be able to flick the switch, turn the button on, and focus on what you've got ahead of you.
Well, Dennis, there's more to golf course architecture than just the hole itself. There's the drama built into it as Sangmoon Bae gets ready to play here at the Island Green.
Absolutely. I've now gotten back behind the tee, get a little different perspective here of the players, get their view of the shot that they're going to hit in here. And I'll tell you what, I'm up above behind the tee box, and it doesn't look that bad from here, but when you're on the tee box, that hole looks like it's in the water on the back edge of the green. I mean, it looks like it's on the fringe back there. So the players, it's really surprising to get that ball all the way to the hole. The wind right now, mostly out of the right, slightly down. I'm going to say that if there's any help at all, it's just ever so slightly. This is a good looking shot, started just left of the hole and just staying right there. Well done.
I think that's most probably going to be the trend for the day, Dennis. A lot of well-executed shots will come up about 10 or 15 feet short of that pin. I think that's where the players will be quite happy with. As you say, if you get just too aggressive on this hole placement at the back of the green, you're bringing the back edge into play, and that would be just a cardinal sin.
And for the players here, I think the big thing is that there's a target behind there's a Golf Channel tower back there, and I'd be looking at the right edge of the NBC emblem on the bottom half of that Golf Channel NBC logo, which is right on line where Sangbun Bay's ball landed. That's my target line. I don't want to hit it right of the hole here because it can catch the ridge. Anything left of the hole is fine to a certain extent if I'm not challenging the hole location. If I'm going to challenge this back hole, I'm going to take it a little right of the hole. That ball away for Graham, and that ball's hanging out to the right. It should carry the bunker, and it does, but it's going to be down in the low area there, and that's going to be a tough putt. We haven't seen very much success from down there at all today.
And Phil getting farther away as it gathers that slope towards where we'll see the hole location on Sunday.
Yeah, Wei Yang was down there earlier, and his fade ended with a 3-putt. Tough to judge the distance.
Brian Stewart now set to play his shot here. A couple over par, needs to make some birdies. This hole right here though, let's just give myself a 20-footer and try to figure it out on that front nine. That ball starts at the hole, but this is turning over, and this looks like it's got to get down. It's headed towards the walkthrough. Looks to be, it holds up. All right, so that's that was not a very good shot, but he got away with it.
And that is going to leave Brian Stewart with a very, very difficult lie and very difficult stance. He's going to be perched with his heels on that bulkhead, and we'll just see how good he is at walking the tightrope. One hand off the club. He was praying for it to get down, even though he wasn't talking to it.
Well, we've yet to have a ball in the water here today. Stewart did deposit one in the drink left here yesterday at 17. He needs a little bit of giddy up today if he's to make the cut, but not good memories for Stewart of his trip to the 17th this week. Just one of many trying to chase down a FedEx Cup title, and here's where we stood entering the week. Tiger Woods with those 3 wins atop. Brandt Snedeker, who may have been the best player on the planet for the first month and a half of the PGA Tour season before the rib injury, and Billy Horschel, who finally got the win after playing so solid. He's in danger of seeing his cut streak snapped on the PGA Tour. He's made 23 consecutive cuts. We saw Kuchar just a moment ago. Phil Mickelson, who's got some work to do today to play the weekend, and then as you look your way through the rest of that list.
Yeah, well, it's the FedEx Cup and it's the PGA Tour. There's going to be great names all the way down the list. Adam Scott, after his Masters win, now up into the top 10 on the FedEx Cup points. Dustin Johnson there after a very solid start also, and Graham McDowell after his win at the RBC Heritage.
You just look at all those names and you see, to me, I see the same thing. Consistently good play. I mean, you've got some winners on there. Obviously, Brian Gay winning at Humana, but you've just got some guys who have just played well and put themselves in a lot of positions. Keegan Bradley's one that he hasn't won this year, but he's been in contention so many times.
And I think that's what the FedEx Cup points rewards. It's those guys that continually have top 10, top 20 finishes. If you don't do anything spectacular, you'll continue to stay inside of that top 30 list. Obviously, if you have a win, you get the bonus of the big payoff of points, and that's when you get the boost up the leaderboard points.
And obviously, what you're talking about there, the players, one of 5 events each year that gets 600 points to the winner. And again, you win, you're going to be in a pretty good spot on the FedEx Cup points list. But there you see, you get yourself a lot of top 10s, and you can get yourself in a good position as we take a look at the awkward stance now back there just off the walkway for Brian Stewart.
You can see there that he's most probably getting a little bit closer to the ball than he normally would. Most important here is to get clean contact. He's got to carry it just over onto the fringe, which is just on this spot here, and then he'll run down to the hole. He's actually executed that very well. A lot of the times players there, you could see that Brian was using quite a lofted club. It's just a matter of catching the ball right on the toe, make sure you get clean contact. And not a difficult shot, but he's executed that very, very well.
2 shots better than yesterday. He improves off the double here at 17 with a par today, but still not a birdie on the scorecard, and currently 3 shots out of the cut. Now, saw a good
tee shot in there from Sangboon Mate. Try that again. Sangmoon Bay. Korean. You'll have to wait until Graham DeLette putts from down on that bottom right-hand shelf. It's a great graphic here. He's coming up of this ridge here. Once it gets up on top of there, we track pretty straightly towards the hole. He's judged that very, very well. Just a good 2-putt.
Just the second player we've seen down there, Phil. The first one was Wai Yang. He blew it by some 10 feet. But this one, boy, when you're down there, if you can walk up and not have to put a spot on it, you've executed perfectly.
Yeah, he's done very, very well.
And he is currently right there on that number at -1. So with 10 holes left to go today, that's an interesting position. We saw a lot of guys that are outside the cut line have to hit the accelerator when you're sitting there right there on the cut line. How do you pursue those last 10 holes?
Yeah, look, that's a good question. And this golf course is one where you cannot just stick it in third gear and cruise around. It's going to require you to still play a lot of very aggressive golf shots. Now, aggressive doesn't necessarily mean taking the driver and going at every flagstick, but if you try to play defensively around this golf course, it will find you out. You still have to play your golf shots. You have to play aggressively when you get the opportunities to go at flagsticks. Obviously, you've got to still put the ball in the fairway, and Graham DeLette's got 11 holes left, and the one he's got next is one of the most difficult, with the 18th.
Bay looking for back-to-back birdies from just inside of 12 feet.
Seen a number of players from here. This reads as a very, very straight putt.
Just leaked at the end, but still, it's been a good answer for Bay today. He was 4 under after a 68 yesterday. Started bogey double at 10 and 11, but has gotten 2 of those 3 drop shots back to comfortably sit in a tie for 27th, as they will head to the 18th and play the challenging par 4. Boy, what another just perfect day. It's a Chamber of Commerce day out there, Dennis, as the tee is now ready with the green clearing.
Tom Gillis now set to play, and it is a perfect day. The wind is actually freshening a little bit, but it's almost straight across here out of the right. Tom Gillis plays away, and that ball's out to the right, not turning over, but should be just fine. It's going to catch that ridge and probably feed all the way back down the hill, but safely on the green. A little better effort than yesterday.
Phil, that one actually got up a little bit higher into the green. Is that a better leave than all the way back down where we saw DeLette and Yang?
It's going to be a little bit of a straighter putt for him, yes, but all the same, not quite exactly where he was aiming, and you know, it's going to be a good 30 feet still for his birdie opportunity.
Harris now set to go. 5 under. Harris English. This is a good looking shot. This is right at it. Needs to get up a little bit. What a nice golf shot for Harris English. He's 5 under and he's still attacking. I like it.
And Phil, he is dialed in right now. That is 12 greens in a row for the former Georgia Bulldog. He's hit 22 of 26 greens so far in his first round and a half.
And that's going to reward you in the long run here at the stadium course. Hitting the ball in the fairway, hitting the ball in the green, you'll certainly get your share. And those are great statistics, and if he is to keep that up, you'll rise up the leaderboard, I'm sure.
Scott Langley now 3 over for the tournament. I believe he made a nice little birdie yesterday. His maiden voyage around here. This is flighted low and this is headed left, trying to get the lefty to turn it over a little bit, and that's going to land into the slope. Get up on top, safely on the green for Scott Langley. He got in for Bob Estes earlier in the week, so he's going to have to make some birdies to be around on the weekend.
Actually pitched forward, gives him a look at his 4th birdie of the day. 78 yesterday, but he's flirting with a really nice round today. Some birdie putts upcoming at the 17th. And back at the 17th as our live at coverage continues on a beautiful Friday. Great scoring conditions again. 36-hole scoring record. It was 14 under. That was set by Greg Norman, who opened with a course record 63 back in 1994. A score that was matched yesterday by Roberto Castro, 67 today, and he could have a share of that as well. But we pick it up with Tom Gillis here, Phil. Birdie here at 17.
And this is the ridge that Tom's coming up and over. It is fooling a number of the players that are down in that area. It's just a matter of getting the pace right. His putt there was actually quite a lot straighter than Graham DeLette and the group ahead of him. But whenever you're coming up and over a shelf, a tier, a ridge, it's always a challenge just to get your pace just right. Generally the first part, or that part that is coming up and over the ridge, is the slowest. It's just a matter of making the adjustment, getting your stroke just right to accommodate.
You want to talk about a great putter to the golf ball. Here's Scott Langley looking for his 4th birdie in the card.
And a little bit of a bonus getting in at the last minute yesterday. Bob Estes ended up withdrawing. He'd gone through all his preparations in the tournament as if he was going to get in, but it was certainly the 11th and a half hour. Finds himself 3 over now. Whenever you're an alternate and you get a break of getting into the tournament at the last minute, you want to try and capitalise on that opportunity. He's got a little bit of work ahead of him in this final 11 holes to try and make the cut.
Well, you saw the distance on the board for Harris English, 10.5 feet.
And there may not be an easier putt on this green from 10 feet. This is pretty much coming straight up the fall line. As we saw yesterday on these mini verde greens, they're very smooth, and any sort of deviation is going to be very minuscule inside the left edge. Very confident. Moves him to 6 under par for the tournament, and you said in the break there, Will, that this young man has got quite a career ahead of him.
I think my exact terminology was sneaky good. Eventually, you lose the term sneaky and you just become good in the eyes of people, but 4 birdies in his first 8 holes as Gillis. It's a nice 2-putt from down where he was. Langley will be last, and I have to ask, how do you approach a week if you're a player, you're not in the field, but you're here, you get that call to say you are going to be able to play? How do you avoid the letdown of sitting there thinking to yourself, I'm hitting balls, I don't know if I'm going to get in or not?
Yeah, well, you've got to approach it as though you've got a tee time, whatever that tee time may well be. I think the biggest hurdle to get over is actually come Thursday morning, you've got to be there preparing as if you're going to get into that first group. Scott Langley yesterday would have been out on the practice range at 6:30 in the morning. Didn't tee off until the afternoon wave, and so it can throw your preparation out on Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. However, you're preparing as if you've got a tee time. So whenever you get that call, you're ready to go.
Yeah, he teed off at 2:21 yesterday afternoon, the next to last tee time. So you're going to talk about a long wait. And he went out in a 4 over 40, but he's actually got it back to where with 10 holes to go, if he can make 4 birdies in those last 10, he may end up playing his way into the weekend. They leave, it clears the tee. And a look at Bud Cauley, who, like Scott Langley in the group ahead, has a lot of work in front of him. He's going to make the cut, but he's coming off back-to-back birdies at 15 and 16. And Dennis, he's got to hit the accelerator a bit here these last few holes. 17's a hard one to do it on, though.
No, this is the part where you almost like just tap the brakes a little bit. You know, you don't want to make a big mistake here. If I can get a 3 here, play a solid 18. The front 9 is doable. It's very scoreable, and it's definitely something that I think Bud realizes. You know, when Phil Mickelson walked by me, he had a big smile on his face, and I rolled my hands as I said, "Let's get going a little bit." And he goes, "I'm trying, but I'm trying to make 5 birdies in 2 holes." And I told him, I go, "This is not a very good course to do that on. We're not at the Bob Hope here. You know, this is the Players Championship, and that's the thing. You've got to just pay attention on this golf course." I think, Phil, you made a great point a little earlier about, you know, you can't play this course afraid. That's almost worse than overly aggressive. And I think you got to find that balance as a player on what that is for your type. I mean, still got to be fairly aggressive off the tee, but you got to put it in the fairway. And I like to be fairly aggressive into the greens because short-sighted on most of these holes aren't horrible places to be. Bud now swings away. This is flighted down and headed a little bit on the left-hand side. That's fine, right up on the top level. That's a good, smart shot for Bud.
And the interesting thing with these greens, Dennis, at the moment being as receptive as they are, the guys that hit that low pull on 17 in years past as firm as it can get up there, and we may well see, of course, the greens firm up later on this afternoon, that ball usually releases and it garners their attention just a bit longer than you'd expect. Guard against running over.
No, absolutely, and the softness of the greens, I'm really surprised that they're the way they are. They felt very firm when I was on them this morning, and now Brennan DeYoung looks like he's aiming just a little bit right, but he likes to come just over the top of it, and that's what he's done. Hit it just slightly left of the hole. Try to get it to fade back on the breeze, but it won't let it happen. But that's a good, solid golf shot for Brennan DeYoung here, 17.
Pitching wedge in hand, of course, referring to our previous point that you do generate a little bit more spin with the pitching wedge, the gap wedge with a lot of players were using yesterday. Hole playing today at 147. 147 for you, Dennis. Is that, what club would you be using?
Well, I can't quite hit a 9-iron anymore, 150. So for me, it would be just a choke 9. I think the wind's helping slightly, not try to hammer it. I don't think I could get a wedge. I would not want to try to ride a wedge and get it back there at 140 or so. And if I hit it perfect, I'm only going to have 25 feet. So it'd be just a little kind of a solid 9-iron and don't ride the breeze, and it would be perfect for me now. But back in the day, it would definitely be a pitching wedge. I always went hard and harder here. I did not like hitting anything easy. Jeff Overton hits a lot of hard shots too, and he's trying to figure out this breeze. I'm back behind the tee box right now, and if you look at the flags that are up on the corporate chalet behind 16, they're almost straight down, but the ones up at the green on the left-hand side are almost straight across. There's the American flag up on the tower that's been there all morning long, and that tower's now back down, so that's not helping the players up on the right-hand side.
I'm seeing Jeff with
really indecisive here on what's going on.
Yeah, Dennis, absolutely. This is not one of the tee boxes that you want to have indecision. At the same time, whatever decision you do make, you want to be able to commit to it. And looks like Jeff's very in between clubs, in between shots.
Yeah, I'll just be able to, I know it's between a 9-iron and a pitching wedge. I'm just not sure which one he's going to go with here, and I am actually behind the gentleman that gives me the number, so I'm going to tell by the swing. He's acting like he's making a little soft motion, like he's going to try to hit that little. That was actually a full swing, and that's just riding the wind. The ball looks like it's fairly deep, but it does get down. That's what these guys are talking about. That used to take a huge hop and get out near that exit ramp that's on the back left part of this green, but it's just not happening this year, Phil.
No, and that's a very interesting point there. Jeff knew straight off the club face that he'd pulled that and it was going to be just a little bit hot, but with the ball landing as soft as it did, it's not quite as much of an issue, and players that hit that pull and it rides the wind, they're finding the ball's landing a little bit softer than in previous years.
21 holes for Jeff Overton without a bogey. The hard work on the tee paying off. He'll have a birdie putt along with two others in his group as our coverage of the 17th continues. And our group has gotten to the green here at 17. Some looks at birdie, and it begins with Bud Cauley, only member in this group that is well outside the cut line, Phil, and at +4, he needs 5 birdies in 10 holes. Almost need to get it started here.
Yeah, well, this is the last group of the morning wave here today. They were the last group on the golf course yesterday. Bud Cauley had his support crew of all of 5 or 6 good buddies of his out there following him yesterday. Pretty tough to finish the round yesterday afternoon when all of the crowd have pretty much sucked all the energy out of this great stadium, this great cauldron around the 17th, 18th. But for a young guy on tour, there's still plenty to play for. There's plenty of things that can actually set him up for the coming weeks if he takes the right attitude into these following 11 holes. Look, it's tough work and it's a pretty steep hill to climb to make the cut this weekend. But there's a lot of experience and there's a lot of things that he can take if he chooses the right attitude over the closing holes.
Turnaround appears to be started for Buddy. He's made 3 of his last 4 cuts, just 5 of 12 this year after bursting on the scene, qualifying for his tour card in just 8 events after turning pro back in 2011. As Jeff Overton goes pacing, and he has found every shade of green available in his wardrobe through the first 2 days.
It certainly looks like the boys got the memo on the green today. I've seen a number of green shirts come out today. Playing partner Brendan de Jong there also with a shade of green. So Graham Dillette, a couple of groups ahead. He's donned the green today. But Jeff, much deliberation over the tee, managed to get it on the dance floor, so to speak. Again, this putt coming across here really doesn't move a lot. I've seen, if anything, the majority of the guys that have putted from this spot expect it to break a little bit more and end up missing on the left-hand side.
Well, what do they say? They always say the putt breaks to the water. You can't really use that analogy. Yeah. We're on an island green.
It'd be like an upside-down saucer if that's the case.
He's still got some work left. You have to make a putt today outside of 4.5 feet. Again, another one of those players that made some birdies but dialed in on the par 5s is Brendan de Jong now with this putt right at 14 feet.
And just a fantastic look. This really is the ideal spot to putt from. There's less than half a hole of break, if at all, from this spot. Maybe move just a touch to his right, inside the hole. Well executed. I think when the day is done, we'll see more birdies on this hole than from the hole location that was yesterday. Certainly less balls in the water.
De Jong moves it to -4. That's just 5 off the lead. He's inside the top 20. Overton to avoid the 3-putt. All right, that bogeyless streak continues. 22 holes now without a blemish after a little hiccup off the start yesterday, but he stays at 3 under, comfortably inside the cut line, and 10 holes to go in his second round. If he can make a little charge, put himself into a late tee time on Saturday.
And that's pretty consistent playing for Jeff. He's usually a guy that has a fluctuating scorecard, makes a lot of birdies, makes some bogeys, got an aggressive style about him. So making 12 pars in a row, that's some pretty heady stuff.
Dennis Charles Howell III, first tee time off of 1 today. 5 birdies, not a bogey on the scorecard. He's 6 under with 2 holes to play as he heads to you.
And this is actually a shot that's going to get his attention. When you got a good round going like this, you want to keep this round going. Charles playing very solid, as you mentioned, and this club selection, he really likes to hit it hard, and he likes to hit it right to left. And with this breeze coming out of the right, now it's starting to shift just a little bit. And the standards over on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of the corporate area, are almost straight down, so that'll help him. When it was blowing straight across, it'd have been a pretty tough shot. This, just a pitching wedge here, nothing more than that for Charles, and I think he could probably take a little off. He could absolutely hit an iron as far as he wants to. Now he's calling his caddy back in here.
And look, Dennis, this is the genius of this little hole here. She's only playing only 147 yards today. But this, similarly to the 12th hole at Augusta, just a little puff of wind can make half a club's change different.
Yeah, I mean, because you still got 28 front, Charles. That's fine. You know, 40. So if you play a 30 shot on a wood, okay? It's all about the flight anyway.
And you can hear that conversation there. They're talking about just making sure that they get the right spot to land the ball and choosing the right club to do that.
Yeah, I heard him say play a 30 shot there, but that 30 shot's going to have to ride that little bit of breeze out of the right. So this should start out to the right. And it does, ever so slightly. Now turn it over. This is on a really nice line. Get up just a little bit. Great shot for Charles Howell. Looking for 6 birdies here in the second round.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Look, that is where a lot of people will say too much deliberation is not good for your game. But in that case there, I got to applaud Charles and his caddy for getting to the point where they could stand over the ball and him execute it with full confidence that he knew what the wind was doing and he had the right club to do the job.
James Driscoll now, he's 1 under par, so he's riding that cut number right now. That a pitching wedge shows that high into the air, and this is on a very nice line, also just right of the hole, but lands a little shorter of the hole, but that was a really good looking shot also from back here on the tee.
Bounced back 75 yesterday for Driscoll, but 4 under today to get himself in position in that logjam tie for 61st on the number right now at -1. So he, along with Greg Chalmers at -2. Dennis, you talk about this hole getting your attention. Here are some guys that know that one ball in the water could cost them a spot in the weekend.
No, you're absolutely right. Greg's such a good ball striker. Really, really. You know, I've played a lot of golf with Greg over the years, and I know Phil has too. When he tries to shape a shot, it's usually always shaped the correct direction. Sets up to it. Pretty squared up, that ball. His normal little draw ball flight, and that's what he's done. Started in the middle of the green, trying to shape it, and it is shaped perfectly. And hole high, that is well judged. That was a very calm and beautiful swing by Chalmers here at 17.
Yeah, the man usually executes very well with his short irons, and his short game speaks for itself. He gets himself to within 10 feet of the hole, and you don't want to say it's a gimme, but he knocks them down just as frequently as anybody from that distance.
Well, look out, world. An eagle at the second for Tiger Woods, the par 5s. He played the par 5s on the back at 1 under. That was below his average from yesterday. Had to make up for lost time. Does so to make it a trio at the top of the leaderboard. It is getting interesting as we approach Friday afternoon. 3 wonderful shots here into the 17th and 3 makeable birdie putts. Phil starts with James Driscoll.
Yep, fantastic view there, looking straight down the line. This will move just a touch to his right. Not that much, however. Got it too far outside of the hole.
Looks as if he'll make par here at the par 3, and sitting right on the cut number. He'll have to go and play the 18th and secure at worst a par there to likely have a spot in the weekend. That's no easy 4.
No, it sure is not. Most importantly, when he's getting over there, all he needs to be thinking about is his first one, though, getting it in the fairway. This man here's had a fantastic Friday thus far. Currently 5 under on his round for today, 6 under for the tournament. Not a lot in it. Got it started on that right edge and it stayed right there.
Well, it'll be a par for Charles Howell III, which isn't bad. He's now 15 over in 32 trips to the 17th here at TPC Sawgrass.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, averaging just right around 3.5 scoring average here. Greg Chalmers, likeable lefty, the Aussie.
Second best shot here in the 17 today. Only Phil Mickelson has been closer. Maybe it's something about being left-handed in this tee shot today.
Greg, you can see his pre-shot routine similar to a number of the players. A couple of practice strokes, looking down the line, visualizing that line that they want to start the ball on. And Greg's putting well, which is often. He's great pace control. Always starts the ball on line and bank it. Another birdie gets him to 3 under par.
Never a doubt on that stroke, and provides him a little bit of a cushion heading to the 18th tee. Now it's 3 under par and well inside the cut. To show you just how jumbled it is at the cut line, James Driscoll walks to the 18th with this group, tied for 62nd on the number at -1. Greg Chalmers with that birdie vaults all the way up into a tie for 27th. So you've got about 40 some odd golfers right now within 2 shots of that cut number, which will certainly change through the day. Kevin Chappell shoots 66 today out in the second group off of the 10th hole. He has joined the party at -9 thanks to a closing birdie at the par 5. So he bounces back. Remember, he turned with bogeys at 18 and 1, birdies 2, 4, and 9 coming in. It's a quartet at the top with Roberto Castro still just under an hour away from teeing off. The question will be, will he have the lead? The way Tiger and Lee Westwood are playing, likely not. It's been a while since we checked in at the 13th, and Charles Schwartzel on the tee.
Schwartzel didn't like that straight away. I'd say that's well out to the right and pretty good for yesterday's pin, which is tucked all the way over there, but he is going to have some work here. The ridge that was coming right down there is what he's going to have to contend with. His playing partner, Michael Thompson. Hole-in-one yesterday over on the long 8th hole.
You could see one here today.
Absolutely. It gathers down into that hole. Just get it inside of that ridge, which is just about 15 feet right of the hole. And Michael Thompson also misses out. Product of all that water down the left-hand side on this hole is that those people that kick for touch will find that top right-hand side, and that is going to be tough work for those two guys to get down in 2 from there.
We set him up for the hole-in-one call. Didn't even give us a threat. Now Chris Kirk, best in this group at 2 under.
If I've ever seen a pin hole location, pin placement, whatever you may well call it, set up perfectly for Chris Kirk, exclusively hits the draw. A fade for Chris is a 5-yard draw. This is one. You can see that follow through, wraps the club right over the top of that left side, draws it in there, and he might have been riding that. It's found the green in the end of it. He's actually underneath the hole. It was flirting with that left side.
First time we'll see a look from left and back of this hole today in our coverage as we head to 17, and making the walk from 16, Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño will be on the tee. He'll have the honor. He's actually +2, but 1 under today, and a big reason why he's on the outside of the cut line was this mess yesterday, Phil, at the 13th. I'll just let you talk about it because this was fun.
Yeah, well, for you, not for him. It is the case on that downhill slope. It's very tough to get clean contact on the ball. He got it too clean on the first attempt. Then he had to go over this side and drop the ball courtesy of the yellow lines.
And then he goes all the way back even farther to play this shot, which would be his 6th shot. And then a routine 2-putt from down there led to a quintuple bogey 8 at the par 3, and had a sort of similar look on his face as that one. Very pensive after that happened. If you think about it, just make a bogey there yesterday and he'd be 2 under and 1 inside the cut line. But that's what carnage possibly awaits. But none today at the 17th. No one in the water with that back hole location. Dennis, not really surprising given where it's been located, as we take a look at the young rising star, Thorbjorn Olesen, on the tee.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I have a feeling there's going to be some guys now that are going to be near that cut number. And when you have to make that, you know, aggressive play to try to maybe finish birdie to make the cut, if you're even par, 1 over, maybe even 2 over par, you're going to be a little more aggressive than you might when you only have 2 holes left to play. You got to understand, these guys coming through now started on that front 9, and now Thorbjorn Olesen set to hit his shot. Looks like he's taking dead aim with a wedge. That was a big full swing, started out right, and that's riding the breeze just a little bit. That's going to land back there pretty far. Hoe down, Amal, hoe down.
Almost on cue, Dennis. That one just hanging up in the secondary cut of fringe on the back, just inside the yellow hazard line. And the man who made the 8 yesterday and is 2 over, sort of what, Dennis, you alluded to. Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño will step in. Does he take an aggressive, similar line as Olesen just did?
Well, I think at 4 over par, he needs a 1 here, and then he needs a 2 and hope that cut's going to move the other direction. But from what I'm watching, seeing the cut go down, that if I was at 1 under par, I might be concerned if we don't get a little breeze in the afternoon. I'd love for you to check out what the scoring average was morning to afternoon yesterday so we can get a little better feel for what that is. Well, Fernandez hits here. Gonzalo, really good ball striker. Sets up a little right. It's a good hard swing, but that's yanked ever so slightly to the left and now right in the breeze, and that ball lands right in the middle of the green. So safe play, but not what he's looking for at 4 over par.
Doesn't look like 8's in the card today for him today at this par 3. All 3 in this group well outside the cut line. That includes Martin Flores at 5 over.
Yeah, Martin's really not had a very good day today at all. But you can change that right here with a good swing. Leave the 17th hole this year on a good note. And always hope that you're going to be back the following year. This ball starts out right in the breeze. This is on a pretty good line. Looks to be fairly aggressive. That lands just short of the hole, but not a bad play.
Yeah, well done there from Martin. I think most probably for a lot of these guys, and you saw that on that little clip of the tragedy that found Gonzalo Fernandez on the 13th. The rookies that come here that have no previous experience, it is very tough in your first trip to master the TPC Stadium course.
Schwartzel's putt first here at 13. Phil, can you leave this putt short? Is it possible?
Well, very difficult. Very, very difficult. You must have a little bit of chewing gum or something like that wrapped around your ball if you are going to leave this one short.
You see Schwartzel's schedule on the PGA Tour this year, unblemished in terms of making cuts, and a nice finish out west at Riviera there with the tied for third.
Yeah, he's only played 6 events so far this year. Played a couple of European Tour events and one down in his native South Africa early in the season, but is still kind of getting into the swing of things over here stateside. Developing into a pretty consistent performer around the world is Charles. Of course, highlight of his career thus far, winning that Masters back in 2010.
And 2011. Birdied
yeah.
the last 4 holes at Augusta to win it. As you watch this group heading up, 3 players likely not to be in the weekend. Didn't make enough birdies, but a man who did make enough birdies was Kevin Chappell, 66 today, and he spoke with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Kevin, you now have the clubhouse lead 6 under 66, tied the top at 9 under par. You've been here before, but this is by far your best round compared to the past years. What was working so well for you?
I don't know. I think I just created my blueprint for the golf course. Play conservatively, get the ball in play, and then attack from, once I'm in position. Seems like all the bogeys I've made have been when I'm in the rough or miss a fairway. So, that's been the key for me, is get the ball in play and then attack from there.
It was quite the little stretch you had there on 11, 12, and 13. How much confidence does that give you at the beginning of a round?
Yeah, it was nice, especially after I made a big par save on 10 and then make eagle on 11 and hit it close on 12 and 13. Just get some momentum going, and I just had to keep reminding myself to keep my foot on the gas and keep moving forward.
Yeah, that can be a little hard to do, though, when you've taken some over-the-counter legal drugs, because you are feeling not very good right now. You said you're a little loopy out there. They always say, though, kind of beware the sick golfer, though, right?
Yeah, just kind of had that trying to survive mentality out there, and probably helped my rhythm. I tend to swing a little hard at times, so just stayed within myself and worked out all right.
All right, well, I would say it worked out very well. Well, good luck. Go get some rest, and good luck on the weekend.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Amanda. A little antihistamine, apparently. The key to success today is off of that narrow perch, Phil. That was a difficult shot for Olesen.
It really was. Most important to try and get clean contact in that little Bermuda rough over the back. And players are forced with that shot. Quite often they just belly the wedge and just try and get the ball rolling. Olesen going with the pitch, trying to loft it onto the green. He's run it some 4 or 5 feet past.
Now Fernandez Castano surveying this one. That's a decorative putter grip.
This young man is second trip to the Players' Championship. We've garnered some experience out of this this week. That, as Dennis alluded to, if you get the opportunity to come back, you always want to use your experiences from the past, both good and bad, to your advantage. And something tells me he won't be hitting it in that bunker to the right of the 13th again.
And the big numbers that loom out here separates the player from the weekend. There you see it's not too bad today. 2 birdies, an eagle in the back for him. Next will be Martin Flores. Knew he had to do some work with a couple of holes left. Made double at the par 5 just moments ago that sealed his fate.
And that's what this golf course will do. 16th being a reachable par 5. Nice birdie there to back it up. But these closing holes, you take your opportunity, and if you mis-execute, it ends up being double bogey, and there's egg on your face. And that's what Pete Dye wanted to install here in this design. Have the opportunity for doubles and birdies and eagles We saw there with a couple of moments back with Craig Perks's famous chip in there from the right of the green at the 16th. And that adds to the excitement, the theatre of the cauldron here at 16 and 17.
Now Olesen, winner on the European Tour earlier this year. 7th place at Bay Hill, tied for 6th at the Masters. It's been a feast or famine year for him. And he's not going to play the weekend here at the Players.
And this is just where the tournament kind of gets away from you. Mentally, you're not engaged. And it's pretty obvious here, you know, whether you miss the cut by 1 or you miss the cut by 5, it doesn't much matter. But look, I think the golfing gods know that if you give it every ounce of effort, every ounce of concentration on every shot, that comes back to you. And yeah, sure, it might not show up on your scorecard, but at the end of the day, you've only got yourself to blame.
So we're back at the 13th. Tee shot for Scott Piercy on the way.
That's caught the ridge nicely, and this will funnel towards the hole. The best shot we've seen on film so far today at 13.
Well, we haven't had a really good look at a hole-in-one yet. Yesterday, we didn't get the kick away off the hill at 17. 17 today is going to be very difficult back there on that perch. Not really easy to run it in there, but 13 today, maybe it's the dark horse. It's the dark horse hole location and hole combination for us today, as Piercy's playing along with Martin Laird, who's
I can be aggressive with this. The other one I'm kind of trying to just
looking for an aggressive number.
I like that. Yeah. It's enough. Hey, I love it. Absolutely.
They're in love with this club.
Yeah, it's a last little bit of reaffirming words there from your caddy. I love it. Martin Laird, Big Scott, can launch the ball, currently 6 under. Playing 149 today, 141 to cover that bulkhead in front of the pin. Likes to draw his irons.
Be enough.
Martin,
Be enough.
he likes it.
Oh, yes. Oh, that thing actually spun back an inch or two. Boy, he wasted that one way up there.
A little unlucky that didn't get the jump forward. Lovely iron shot all the same.
5 birdies, no bogeys in the card today for Laird. Sounds eerily familiar to a round I saw at San Antonio earlier this year. For him, last in this group is Scott Brown.
Hole is located right there. Nice little draw ball flight is what most of the players are looking for.
Oh, that one barely covered, also spins back a bit, but everybody on the right level with birdie putts here at 13. Lots of birdies available today. 4 men have found the most. Sergio trying to run him down. How about that leaderboard on a Friday, now afternoon, at the Players?
Welcome back to a bright sunny Friday here, the second round of the Players Championship. This is Martin Laird for birdie at the 13th. Will Haskett, Phil Tatarangi with us. Dennis Paulson down on the golf course.
And this is going to break to his left, all the grain going down there towards the water. Bingo. Nice putt there from Martin Laird.
All right, Will, you referenced this whole location. We talked about it in the preview show, thanks for watching, when they put the hole down here at 13, that it's an exciting spot. And not only do they put the hole down here today, they may throw it down another day, but they moved the tee box up. So we take a look at some numbers from Martin Laird, the win at the Valero Texas Open. About the highest hitting Scotsman you'll ever run across.
Yeah, Martin played his college golf over here at Colorado State, and when he came over here, of course, Colorado State being at altitude, realised that to compete on the PGA Tour you need to get the ball coming out of the sky, and his action actually promotes that, drops the ball to the inside, hits a nice big high draw with his irons, tries to hit the fade now with the tee shot, but yeah, he certainly can launch the ball. Unlike most Scotsmen, as you pointed out, but has used it to good effect, absolutely.
We mentioned the hole locations at 13 and the teeing ground. Phil, take us through this 13 as we look from above.
Yeah, well, look, it's one of the very, very solid par threes out here. There's 4 of them. Of course, 17 garners most of the action, but here also water all the way down the left-hand side. On the green complex itself, there's just so many ridges going on. There's a ridge that runs all the way through here. There's one that also runs through here. This here feeds back towards the right. Hole location was over here yesterday in the back portion. This is actually lower down here and feeds towards the back. Today the hole is located all the way down here on the right hand side, and all of the green funnels down here towards the water. And what you'll find is that a number of the players who end up over here on the top right, they've got to come over this ridge and is viciously fast down here, going downhill and down green. We expect to see a lot of players going straight at this flagstick. The pin moved up today and getting very aggressive with it. Later in the tournament, you'll find that the players will be playing with some longer irons in here, and won't be quite as aggressively shooting at the pin.
A change at the top. 4 birdies now for Tiger and an eagle at the second. The birdie at the 4th pushes Tiger to 5 under today, 10 under for the week, and it looks more and more like the question that Will Haskett asked earlier, will Roberto Castro be leading when he tees off? The answer looks like no. Tiger leads alone by 1.
And the putter's gotten hot. Made that eagle putt on 2, was a 20-footer for him, and now just poured in another 6-footer for that birdie at the 4th. It was only a matter of time. I mean, he's not going to go without making a putt outside of 6 feet. He's made 2 of them now today outside of 10 feet. So look out.
8 greens in a row for Tiger. He's 74% for the week. That's a strong statistic. The putting, as Will points out, also going well. Pat Perez just hit the ball here at 13. He's 3 over.
And just going to find that top shelf. A lot of the players are looking to just try and catch that ridge and let it funnel down towards the hole. If you miss out, you end up with a devilishly quick putt down the hill. Pat's going to have everything cut out for him to get that pace correct coming down there, and most players would be happy for a 2-putt from that location.
See the other 2 tee shots in the group. Tim Herron and James Hahn in good spots there. We'll see if they can make those putts. Scott Piercy did make his while we were away, so Piercy moves to 2 under. Tiger's the leader at 10 under. A good crowd on hand, and they have got a shootout unfolding in front of them at the Players. The island green at 17. And a tough hole location to get close to today in the back center. There's Ryan Palmer. He is right in the mix. 7 under par. Just birdied 16. He's having a day. He's already got 5 bogeys on the card, 3 birdies, and 2 eagles. What is going on with this group? He's 2 under today with 5
Not the color
bogeys.
that you really want to do. That is amazing. Now, Ryan, set to go here. There's a lot of color on that card. You don't want a really weird color on it on this hole right here for Ryan. You know, he's played a nice solid round of golf yesterday, making a late bogey to get to shoot 5 under par. Now a solid morning round. Score wise, not really a clean card by hey. Hey, let's hit a good one right here. That starts out to the right. Now it's turning with the breeze. That's pretty well done, just right at hole high. Well done for Ryan Palmer. So looking to make a 2 here at 17 and get it possibly to 8 under.
That one, in fact, Dennis, is the first ball that I've seen that's actually released towards the back of the hole, back of the green, excuse me. We've seen a number of balls there that have landed around about pin high, just short of pin high, and sit down pretty quickly. Greens might be just starting to dry out, as you would expect, now that we're into the noon hour.
You'll know now, set to play his shot here. Good golf swing, much bigger. Very fit, very out to the right. This is got to just catch the corner possibly, and it does. Wow. That was not the angle that you were looking for, but it is dry.
Currently at 1 under par, sitting right on that cut line. He would be very happy for that to be dry.
To 13, and Pat Perez, a putt that he only has to hit about 10 feet.
From that spot right there, Brian, it is all downhill. It's on a pretty good line, I must admit. Oh!
Well, wow. He may have found the place over there.
Well, he nearly beat it to the hole. That's how slow it was going down there. That Pat's never been accused of playing slowly, but as slowly as that ball was creeping down the hill there, he nearly beat it there.
No, that's killing him too. He almost beat it to the hole, and then he had to wait.
And that would be the ultimate of walking it in, right there.
I think he just flipped that ball in the water too. Not sure. Back to 17, and the flowing locks of Charlie Hoffman.
Charlie just had a little bit of a train wreck at 16. Not sure what the final outcome was. This is on a very good line. He's at even par, and he needs to make a birdie. That was right at it. Comes up a little short, but he had a little tango with the hazard inside at 16, and he was last to play. So I'm thinking he's at least more than a par there. I've yet to see a scorecard up here on either of the boards, but it was definitely a bit of an issue for Charlie back at 16.
It's a bogey right now. They may reevaluate that, but 2 over today, even for the week. That's outside the cut line. Amanda Balionis standing by with Matt Every.
Thanks, guys. Well, Matt, we were just talking. You are a hometown kid. You live here right now. And we actually talked Arnold Palmer Invitational. We talked about the pressure you kind of feel during the Florida swing when you have friends and family watching you. And when you're at your home course, which you told me you don't play a lot, that pressure comes back?
A little. It's more, it's awesome when your friends are out watching you. You see who your real friends are. I mean, it's pretty cool to give them something to cheer about. But it's not always a good thing to be a hometown thing. I mean, some of my buddies, they asked me for tickets like 2 weeks in advance, and then I had a text yesterday morning asking for tickets. I'm like, dude, you knew I was playing in this tournament like a month ago, you know? So, I don't know.
You're like, I have a job to do. I can't be worried about your tickets. Yeah. But we were just talking about your game a little bit. You're 3 under headed into the weekend. It's a solid position, but you said almost, besides on the greens, you could have had a record round out there.
I played really well today. kind of one of those rounds where it's really annoying because, you know, you're hitting it. I'd rather almost hit it real bad and make everything than hit it great and miss everything. But, you know, it's the way it goes out here. I mean, it's one round. If I putted good every day, I would be one of the best players in the world, but I'm not, and that's why. So that's what I got to work on. So, yeah.
You know you keep working on it. I mean, talk about the importance of being frustrated in your game, but being able to stay patient and kind of stay in this week and in the 2 rounds looking ahead.
Well, the golf course is only going to get harder, so if I keep hitting it the way I'm hitting it, you know, without making a ton of putts, maybe I'll just progressively move up. But it's hard to get on a run if you don't make anything. I mean, you know, pars are good, but this week they're you would think they'd be good, but so far it's not that great. I mean, scores are pretty low out here. So tomorrow I think it'll be baked out. I mean, it's getting baked out right now, but and then Sunday hopefully it doesn't rain. So we'll see.
All right. Well, good luck heading in the weekend. Thanks for joining us.
See ya.
Back to you guys.
All right, guys.
Amanda, thanks. Thanks to Matt Every for the time. Matt playing in front of the hometown fans. And there are a lot of them out here. Tiger the leader at 9 under. Tiger's at 10 under. Kevin Chappell, Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia, and Roberto Castro are all 9 under. That's Sung You'll Know, way over there near the Sunday hole location.
You can see him reaching for his yardage book there. He doesn't need to know a yardage for how far this is to the hole, but a lot of the players have a chart in their yardage book which is mapped out on the green. They can see their caddies, or they have done that through their practice rounds, which indicates where the slopes are and what the grain is doing on the green. This here for Sung Yul is the ridge that comes up here that dissects the 3 portions of the green. He's down below that level, coming up the hill. We've seen a couple of players down there earlier today. It's all about judging the pace as it comes up over that ridge. And he looks to have judged that very well. Nice little run at it. It's actually a pretty straight putt from there, and it's all about judging the pace correctly, and he's done that very well.
21-year-old from South Korea. 49th on the money list last year. Got him in this field. As we'll zip back over to 13. David Hearn on the tee.
David made double bogey here yesterday, and looks to be leaning on this one as though it's going a little left on him today. Left enough. Might have been aiming right and pulled it over towards the flagstick. A nice tee shot.
Inside 3 feet. Back to 17. Charlie Hoffman.
It's a good angle to see if this breaks much at all. It should go pretty straight. If anything, just filter a bit to the right at the end. Never quite had the pace, but that's a 3 for Charlie here at 17.
We're starting to see some of what Charlie just walked over, depending on the quality of your monitor. What Matt Every was talking about, this back shelf getting maybe a little bit of that championship purple.
Yeah, right up on top of the back of the 17th is where most of the traffic walk the other 51 weeks of the year as well, Brian. And
it's the only way out there.
Yeah, look, it's really challenging to get the turf in as good a quality up on top there. Ryan Palmer now really enjoying great Players Championship, 5 under par 67 yesterday. And unfortunately for Ryan, the highs of finishing his round yesterday were met with some very, very sad news. He got the call that a childhood friend of his, Clay Aderholt, passed away in a car accident late last night, and Ryan has the initial CA up on top of his tailor-made hat, and most probably feeling like he's playing for his good friend today, and he's doing a very, very good job of that as he makes a birdie there at 17, gets himself to 8 under par for the tournament.
Ryan Palmer has made 4 birdies and 2 eagles today in his round. He's only 3 under for the round, but 8 under for the week and 2 back. And there are the initials. Wearing all black, playing with a heavy heart. And somehow flourishing here on a Friday. Back to the tee, the man that was one of the flag bearers for his country, the Masters. There's the belt buckle with the flag on it. Mark Leishman. Everybody was focused on Jason Day and Adam Scott. Mark Leishman was in the mix for a long time.
And he's one of the few people in the world that can say that he's never missed this green. After yesterday, 9 of 9 hitting the island green at 17.
Yeah,
Good
how
luck.
long is that going to last for?
Good luck, Mark.
We talked about his fellow countryman Robert Allenby actually holds the record for that at the moment. He is 37 attempts on the trot without a ball in the water. Dennis, how are the conditions out there? Have they changed at all now that we're into the afternoon wave?
Just a bit. I mean, I think more than anything, it's heated up, but I'm starting to feel that humidity, and they've been talking about possible weather, not so much today, but over the weekend, and I'm definitely, we've lost a little bit of that San Diego dry air that we've had here, and it's starting to get a little more humid now. There's a few clouds starting to show up, but the wind mostly just out of the right as Mark sets to play his shot here. As you guys said, 9 in a row. And this shot's out to the right, needs a turnover. I think he's hit it solid enough to carry on that line, but might hang in on the upper level. That's not a bad play at all. Safe play.
You know, Will, our technical director, Gary Everett, has also never missed this green in competition.
But do you have the full stat breakdown of that?
Neither have I.
You know what? I think I'm perfect as well. I think in order to qualify for the stat on the broadcast, though, you have to have had at least one swing in competition, which eliminates
you didn't say
several of us from competition.
You didn't say that part. Here's Jonas Blixt.
These are some yellow shoes, ladies and gentlemen. If there was ever the color canary yellow, this would be it right here. Jonas playing away. Right on that cut number, 1 under par. This ball's headed left, but safely on the green. But that's going to be when it all finishes coming back down the hill. He could have a putt upwards of 70 feet, and that's virtually impossible to do on this putting surface.
It's almost a tap into where we expect to see the hole tomorrow. That's no consolation to Jonas right now.
Guess where they're going to hit him tomorrow? Right up here on this back shelf. Nice and safe. Right where the hole is today. Now Johnson Wagner.
Johnson, 9 over par. This is just, you know, let's be a solid pro and do the right thing. Aggressive to the back edge. That back fringe, it looks like, from my vantage point. Brian?
That's right. And Brian, that's who you want to play with if you're playing here. 16th tee shot today at 7. He is 7 under on this hole through 15 rounds here. So between he and Leishman, that's your scramble team right there if you come out here, because you are guaranteed to be okay at 17.
The success on this hole has caused Johnson Wagner's mustache to turn up and smile at you. Back at the 13th, Hearn inside 3 feet.
Proud Canadian, sporting the red. And David Hearn makes a 2 there at the 13th. Fantastic. Walks off this hole quite chuffed with himself.
David Hearn picks up a birdie at 13. Fun hole location, and don't look now. Tiger's got some company. Former Players champion Sergio Garcia to 10 under par and tied for the lead. There's Florida State's Jonas Blixt. Now PGA Tour's Jonas Blixt. At the 17th, he's 1 under par. This is his 17th hole of the day. He is right on the cut line.
Sporting those very proud and loud yellow shoes, mixed in with the blue strides, colours of Sweden, his native country. Jonas bringing it up there a good 5 feet short, and will require a little bit of his attention after he throws a bit of change on it. And hovering right around that cut line, currently sitting at 1 under par. As the day progresses, it's going to be pretty interesting. Of course, Friday at every PGA Tour event, it's cut day.
To 13, David Lynn.
Englishman that was in the playoff last week at the Wells Fargo Championship. And here we go. That is just about where you need to land it. A little higher up the hill, and that will funnel down to the hole. Pin high. Just a little right to the flag. Absolutely perfect.
Back to 17, and Johnson Wagner will be next. Careful here. Wow, no need. Throws caution to the wind. He will not make this cut. Second birdie of the day, 8 over for the week. But the mustache is still turned up.
And now 8 under on this hole in 16 rounds. That's pretty good scoring for him. And you could see the ZH written on his hat. His caddy is Matt Hauser, and his brother Zach passing away yesterday. And I hate to be the bearer of such morbid news here on Live At today with back-to-back groups, but again, things in life far more important than the game of golf. And Lucas Glover also will have ZH on his hat today in recognition of Matt's brother Zach.
Mark Leishman now. Great opportunity here to convert. Slides by on the left side. Tall Aussie's just starting to mature into a consistent performer out here on the PGA Tour. Got his breakthrough victory last year at the Travelers Championship, and as we mentioned, was a contender just a month ago down at Augusta National. Mark, one of the numerous Australian players that works with Dale Lynch, along with Jeff Ogilvy, Steve Allen, Aaron Baddeley. Mike from Melbourne, Australia. We've talked about the benefit of experience around this golf course, and he's certainly converting that here this week.
Back to 13, and Chris Stroud on the tee.
Lovely finish there, holding the pose. Usually means it's online. And there we go. Funnels down off of that ridge underneath the hole. Lovely iron shot there from Chris Stroud.
They know. Somebody back on the tee was urging it to go in. Back to 17. Must make here for Blixt, or you're going to have to birdie 18 to make the cut.
And that's no mean feat, because 18, one of the most difficult holes out here on this course. That's well holed there from Jonas.
Now he's got to make par at 18. Look back at the tee at 17. Just a twosome here. Davis Love III and Ben Curtis.
Yes, Brian, and just a 2-ball. Retief Goosen had to withdraw. We mentioned that yesterday in our broadcast, and now Ben set to play here. This is a 9-iron. And that started out a little left, trying to cut it against the breeze. That needs to get up a little bit. Safely into the middle of the green and released a little forward. Not a bad play at all for Ben Curtis here. He is 4 under par. That's smart play.
We just saw that flagstick there up on the green, Dennis, just starting to flutter a little more aggressively. Is the breeze just starting to pick up out there?
We're starting to get a little more breeze now coming straight down, and it's bouncing ever so slightly. Like right now, it's completely dead still, but we are getting a little breeze out of the right. Davis now gets this started. This is really high and just left of the hole. This looks to be a little more aggressive, but that gets knocked down a little bit. That's just on top of the ridge, and here it goes back down the hill, something we couldn't get it to do yesterday, but it is happening for Davis Love, and he's going to be somewhere in that 60-foot range.
And somehow they'll get it to not spin back tomorrow. Let's go back to 13. David Lynn in close for birdie.
And this may well be one of the quickest putts on the golf course. He's just got to get this started, and it will funnel all the way to the hole. All the way to the right edge. And miss. He's be disappointed with that. There wouldn't have been a whole lot in it. And as he moves to the 14th, he'll remain at 5 under par.
This was a moment ago. Kevin Stadler need to really hustle to make this cut. That helps.
Stad's showing the usual amount of emotion with the birdie putt.
Not really sure if it went in or not. He could be 10 under right now and have that same expression. And now back live at 13, Chris Stroud.
As Chris is taking a good look at this, this is where the big, very steep slope is coming down. It influences the grain on the grass on the green right down by this whole location. This here should be set just a touch outside of the right edge. Again, all of the water funnels off of this green down towards the lake. Nice confident stroke there.
That's a bounce back birdie for Chris Stroud. Played his college golf at Lamar. He's now 3 under, 4 under today. 7 behind Sergio and Tiger. Not only are they tied for the lead, but they're going to finish around the same time, which gives a great possibility of a Saturday Woods-Garcia pairing. Lots of action that will be shifting around the top of the leaderboard between then and now, but the possibility exists. Kevin Chappell, your clubhouse leader, in with a 66 today. Second consecutive day of very good scoring conditions. No wind. We saw lots of pitch marks yesterday out there, Phil. There's a sub-air system underneath these greens, but it can only take so much water out. Everybody telling you how dry the golf course is. That's by comparison, considering that it was closed to spectators on Monday because it was underwater.
Yeah, well, I actually saw a photo that was tweeted by somebody earlier in the week that actually showed the water up near the top of the bulkhead here on 17. So you get a feel for how much water had fallen here in this region and how well it was contained in this lake here at 16 and 17. It's a good 2 feet higher up at that bulkhead than where the water level currently sits.
Davis making just his 4th start of the year, missed a couple cuts, then withdrew and had surgery at the top of his spine near his neck, something you know all too well.
Yeah, I've had surgery at the bottom of my spine, and I've got to say I'm surprised to see Davis back that soon. I'm not familiar exactly with what surgery he had, but anytime the surgeon goes in to have a look at your spine or any of the discs around your spine, it causes a little bit of scar tissue, and there is some recovery and rehab involved. And the neck muscles are the most difficult in the body to rehab because they're so fine fibered, and a lot of the times it is just rest and letting the muscle and the tissue around there heal. But he was comfortable enough, obviously got the sign off from the doctors to get back out here, and a 2-time champion here at the Players. He loves this golf course, played very well around here, and obviously pretty tough for him to stay away.
Well, he's chasing now Jay Haas. This is his 28th consecutive start. He has one more year to go to catch Jay's streak of 29. So a little added motivation for Davis to make sure he teed it up this week.
And he's doing well inside the cut line. Here's Ben Curtis to move to 5 under.
And this is a green light special, as if ever I've seen one, right underneath the hole. If he's hit it, he makes it.
Some people don't race through all the green lights the way that you do in that petty blue Mustang of yours.
I must admit, I've got to thank the people at Avis. Gave me a nice ride this week. How's your ride, Will?
Well, they knew that I am a huge fan of the environment, so the hybrid is in full effect. Great gas mileage.
Good for you.
We're not going to discuss mine. I got a rock.
Davis now, par saver. Oh, well hold. Big man goes to the last here at the famed TPC Sawgrass Stadium course. 2 under par inside the cut line. And all he's thinking about right now as he makes that 70-yard walk through the tunnel on his way to the 18th tee is putting it in the fairway. That's the hard job.
72 players right now at -1 or better. And Dennis asked the question earlier. Yesterday, this golf course played about a stroke harder in the afternoon. 71.64 versus 72.38. A little bit harder is the scoring average so far with the guys that have posted in the early wave. That's before Tiger and Sergio and some of these low numbers get in. So we could see that cut line maneuver a little bit, but for those guys at the top of the leaderboard who are going to try and chase down the guys who are posting early, again, this golf course played almost a full shot harder in the afternoon yesterday than it did in the morning.
The group of Freddie Jacobsen, Bill Haas, and Martin Keimer next. Keimer will be first, just birdied 16. He's 3 under today and has played his way inside the cut line. Former PGA champion. Don't know what those animals are, but I'm sure Martin does. The logo for Whisper Rock Golf Club.
Martin making some
on the hat there,
swings here. Yeah, absolutely. And this shot right here, the shot that he hit at the PGA Championship, it's on that par 3 on the back, 9-0. That makes this shot look as easy as it could be. There's no place to land it back there at the PGA. This one, plenty of room to land it. It's on a pretty good line, just left of the hole. It's got pretty decent weight, just a little short, just above the ridge. It should stay there. So not a bad play. That's a smart play when you're inside the cut number with just a couple to play. Bill now wasting no time. Bill Haas to be aggressive. Couple over par. He needs to finish.
Oh my.
Water.
And that's the second ball in the lake for Bill Haas this week. Yesterday coming up short and right. Today long and left.
Is that the first
That
in
is
today?
number 1 for today.
Nobody has pulled it left yet today. We wondered who would go long, and Bill Haas is the first.
And Dennis alluded to it, those guys that are outside of the cut line that need to be a bit aggressive here are the guys that are going to bring that back water into play.
Not quite sure if you got that on film there, but very rarely does a tour player knock his own ball off a tee when he's walking into it. That might give you a little bit of an idea of either the casual atmosphere or the nerves that might be playing into the hands of Freddie Jacobsen right here, knocking his ball off the tee as he addressed it. So he reset. That ball flighted down. It's a good hard wedge, a little left of the hole, and that's a smart play in the middle of the green. just got to hope that he can make a couple pars and stay there. And that ball's now catching the ridge and releasing back down the hill. So that's not going to get any closer to the hole.
Jakobsen dry. Same cannot be said for Bill Haas. Victim number 1 today. This was yesterday.
Yeah, I was out there, and that was a really pretty weak effort from Bill. Came out of his red shot, landed on land, and ended up in the watery grave.
Those penalty shots may be enough for him to miss this cut this week. There's Bill Haas, who had to go to the drop area on his way from the tee to the green here at 17. And this was the shot a moment ago.
Drop area today playing at right around 93 yards. Close to 18, 20 yards further than it was yesterday. And this man's had to take 2 divots out of that drop zone this week. Always an interesting thing from when I was playing here. On practice days, do you check your ego and actually take a couple of practice swings, practice shots from the drop zone? You never intend on course hitting it in the water with your tee shot, but you know, actually you can save a shot or 2 by hitting a good third from the drop zone. And I must admit,
did you take one?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't do it on Wednesday when the crowd was all around. When I play practice rounds on Monday or Tuesday morning, you'd sneak one in there when there wasn't too many people looking. And look, I'm sure those guys that have had the pleasure of playing from the drop zone, a 75-yard shot or an 80-yard shot, you practice them for hours on the range. But in this particular hole here, when you've got the pin all the way over in the back right on Sunday, or the pin on the front as it was yesterday, you want to get used to what the wind's doing and how the ball's going to react. And if you can get the ball up and down from the drop zone, save yourself a shot, make a bogey instead of a double, the momentum swing, what could have been a double as you go to that 18th tee shot, quite considerable.
Freddie Jakobsen is on the cut line. Needs to 2-putt here and make a par at 18 to make this cut. Good putter, though.
Freddie just on the bottom of the ridge there as it comes up and over. It's pretty flat up on top. He's judged the pace there very, very well. Excellent two-putt there. Get up and tap that one in for a par.
2 birdies and a bogey today for Freddie. He's not Frederick anymore. Changed the name on his bag, changed the website. FreddieJacobson.com.
His mother would be proud of him for that.
Think she was egging him on to change the website. Here's Keimer.
Martin Keimer trying to resurrect his game. Of course, after winning that PGA Championship there at Whistling Straits and the World Golf Championships HSBC champions in 2011. Climbed to #1 in the world, albeit only for a few weeks when they were all passing around between themselves, Luke Donald and Lee Westwood. Went into a little slump for a little while. He's had a couple of top 10 performances on the European Tour so far this year.
The hillside starting to fill up. We see that drop area. We look from there over to the green. Haas for bogey. He has dropped 3 shots on this hole alone, and he's 4 shots outside the cut line. Will not get another crack at 17 this week.
And unfortunate as that may well seem, because he most probably wants to play the other 17 holes around this golf course. It's just one of those things right now. He's cost himself the weekend, and there is no way, no matter what he does on 18, that he's going to be able to make the cut here at the Players' Championship.
And back to the tee we go. Jason Duffner first to play, along with Ryan Moore and Carl Peterson.
Jason set to play, and I can officially say there's more people Duffnering here behind the tee than I've ever seen before. That was one of the great phenomenons with Jason earlier in the year, and this gets his shot started slightly left of the hole, and this is pretty aggressively left, but not too far, so that's safely on the green, and that's going to be in that 30-foot range.
Kind of a quiet 7-under performance because of what Sergio and Tiger are doing on the golf course, but Duffner bogey free today. 6 birdies on the card with 2 holes left to go. Almost smiled after hitting that tee shot.
It's got to be a full one, you know? Yeah. You like this or you like that? No, I mean, I think 135-yard shot flies 45 right now. It's downwind.
Ryan Moore will be next.
You could hear him talking there, Dennis, with his caddy. 135-yard shot right now will go 145. They're judging the wind to carry that at least 10 yards.
I would agree with that if you don't cut it up against the breeze. If you hit a shot that starts out to the right and has ever so slight draw spin on it, you cut it up against, almost negate the number where it'll help you, but also hurt you, and I don't think it'll help much at all in that sense. But if you do right it, even though it's helping, it's not straight down, it's out of the right. So if he starts this out to the right, hits at 135, that will get all the way back to the hole. Kind of surprised with Ryan's score at 5 over par. Not a long hitter, very technical. You'd think he'd play very well on this golf course. That ball started out to the right, and safely on, didn't quite turn over with the breeze and get the full number that he was expecting.
Currently sitting at 5 over. Yes, I'm also surprised. He's usually breaks down ball strikers' courses very well. Carl Peterson now on the tee.
He's walking in. This guy can flat flush it. Solid shot after solid shot after solid shot. Carl aiming a little bit to the right. He likes to suck the club in a little bit, get just over the top of it, and hit a little trap draw. And that's what he's done here, but this ball is turning over to the left of the hole. That just lands hole high. Releases a little bit, but looks like it stayed just on the back portion of the green, so he'll have an opportunity, and that was a smart play. He's currently just inside the number. No need to do anything foolish here at 17.
And for a couple of seconds, I'm sure if he's pulled that, and it's whenever you pull the ball, you de-loft it, come over the top, it always goes a little bit longer. And here at 17, that just spells danger, danger, danger.
Well, Dennis talked about all the guys duffnering behind the 17th tee. We've lost control in the studio. Brian Katrick had some lunch. I don't know if this is a nap or just a duffnering tribute. We'll try and get his attention. We've got a long afternoon in front of us, BK. Don't go to sleep on us now.
Well, a change at the top of the leaderboard as Sergio makes birdie at 8, Tiger makes bogey at 7, and it's Garcia by 2. Here's Jason Duffner now for birdie at 17.
Just burns the right edge. Fantastic effort.
Boy, that could have brought the legions of Duffner fans to their feet.
Yourself included.
Sort of. I don't know.
Quite literally to your feet included. Nice to have you back with us.
Thanks. I was pretty comfortable. I understand what the Phenom was all about.
Well, you looked like it was just part of you, actually, to be fair. It's looks like your relaxation style.
Perhaps he was Brianing.
Exactly. Maybe the whole nation of Duffner out there have got it all wrong.
There's Ryan Moore.
Expecting that to break a little right, go down towards that bottom right shelf. Just did not do it for him.
Will pointed this out just moments ago that Ryan Moore is 7 over on just 2 holes this week. He's 10 over on just 3 of them. 6, 7, and 14 have been his undoing. He's got 4 doubles and 2 bogeys just on those 3 holes. 10 over and a 3-hole span. He's 5 over for the week.
And don't have to look too far to see what's cost him the weekend here at Sawgrass.
Carl Peterson tied for 43rd right now.
70 plus ties making the cut here. We'll play the weekend. Tie for 43rd. However, it's a pretty good chance that that putt there, getting him to 2 under, might well be the cushion that he requires comes this afternoon. He does have the 18th, the very tough par 4 18th ahead of him, but a lovely putt there. Nice 2 indeed.
So Peterson with some breathing room. Even today, 2 under for the week. Now Duffner near the top of this leaderboard. He's 4 back. This to stay there. 6 under today after shooting 1 under yesterday, which included a hole-out eagle at 18. That would help.
Absolutely. It'd be something to hang your hat on. Par 4 18th, water all the way along the left-hand side. It's a very stern closing test to an already demanding previous 17 holes.
All right, Chris Kirk back on the tee. How does this hole set up for a draw?
Yeah, this pole location right in the back is actually the most forgiving for a draw. Gives you a little bit of room to get the ball to release. Generally, drawers don't get the ball coming down quite as softly as guys that prefer the fade. And this guy here, very accurate with his short irons, and he's proven it there again. Just a pitching wedge in hand, playing 147. He's flying that about 145 and come up just a couple of yards short.
Scott Tway on the bag for Chris Kirk. Longtime caddy for Scott Verplank and the brother of Bob Tway.
Yeah, I was out there on Wednesday when they were playing their practice round, and Scott's son was walking around with them, and he actually got to take a shot on the 17th hole. He used one of Chris's clubs and took a swipe at it. Unfortunately, Chris didn't get the ball back.
That was you or Scott?
No, Scott's son.
Oh, Scott's son.
Scott's son.
Why didn't you hit a shot?
I was there working and diligently gathering information for my job.
What better way to gather information than hitting a shot on the hole?
I didn't need to look like an idiot.
You're Charles Schwartzel.
Former Masters champion, 2011. And there you go. There's evidence there that the ball is starting to release towards the back of the green. Landed just short of pin high. None too pleased with it. Just pulled that about 8 or 9 yards left of his target.
And the last man in the group, Michael Thompson.
Michael had a nice little shot in here yesterday. Pin high. Was one of those guys that used that right shelf just to the right of the front hole location. Currently sitting at even par, however. Certainly going to need to birdie 1 out of the last 2 holes. I suspect this one here is going to be easier than the last.
Winner earlier this year at the Honda Classic, and that one's coming back.
It's just about a carbon copy of his shot yesterday. The unfortunate thing for him is that they've moved the pin overnight. It's now 18 yards away from where it was this, on the front of this green, and it's going to be a pretty tough two-putt there for Michael.
Our clubhouse leaders are at 9 under par. Kevin Chappell and Lee Westwood. Ryan Palmer just got in at 8 under par, and he's standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Ryan, 8 under heading into the weekend on a tournament that you said you kind of redid things a little bit this time around, but kind of all seems trivial compared to what is going on with you emotionally right now. CA on your hat. You had a good friend pass away last night. How tough is it to come out here today and try and focus on your game, or does it help maybe a little bit?
You know, it helped a little bit. You know, he was out at San Antonio walking around with us, Clay Adderholt, guy I grew up with. And, you know, I talked to my wife last night. I talked with a good friend of ours, Eddie Esparza. And, you know, he talked about the support they've got, the help they've got there. So all I can do is kind of keep what I'm doing, and it makes those bogeys less meaningful, if you think about it, you know, with what's going on there. But, you know, he's with me today, and it was a good day.
All right. Well, it does. I guess it keeps things in perspective. This is just a sport for all of us. But 8 under, you're in great position heading into the weekend, and good luck this weekend.
Thanks, man.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Amanda. Well done. Ryan Palmer. You see the adventurous scorecard, Phil. You ever had a day like that?
Wow, that's very, very colourful. Only 7 pars on his scorecard. Couple of eagles back to back there at 9 and 11, the 2 par 5s. And it was colourful coming in after that as well, with bogeys at 12, 14 and 15. Matched them though with birdies at both par 3s, the 13th and the 17th, and the par 5 16th as well.
There's the scene at 17. Michael Thompson's caddy going over there to take a look. Yeah, this is exactly where we were. That guy having more success. Look at that. That's a win right there, Phil.
Let's go fishing.
Nice work. Dennis Paulson not the only one having lunch right now. Can he get that thing out of the water?
Yeah, the tough thing is where's he going to have his lunch? Great scenes, however, around this amazing stadium here, which is the 17th. 16th green away to our left from this camera angle. Certainly looks like the crowds are starting to gather around the screen. Watch the players as they finish out their second rounds. Michael Thompson, winner earlier this year at the Honda Classic. He currently outside of that cut line. It's just currently sits at 1 under par. This putt here is going to come up over this ridge right in front of him here and break a little bit to his left once it gets up on top. May well move back to the right at the hole. His caddy's trying to give it all the body English he can. Looks like he's judged that very well. 2 putt from down there from over 45 feet. And he will go to the last at even par, needing a birdie to get himself into contention to make that cut for the weekend.
Well, so far, the 18th hole hasn't surrendered too much. For the day, it's playing fairly easy, 10 birdies. Or excuse me, it's 10th in difficulty, but only 9 birdies.
The current scoring average actually has it under par, but at 462 yards with all the water down the left-hand side, it would suggest that it's going to bite back at some stage or another, playing downwind at the moment. There's a slightly easier tee shot than those that confront that wind when it's off the left.
Mark Leishman has holed out for eagle today. There's two hole out eagles at 18 in the last 2 days. Made it from 172 yards.
Let's fantastic second shot, because the hole is located over on the right-hand side of the 18th green, away from the water, but it is protected by the mounding in front of the green. It's much of the product of the playing downwind, getting a shorter club in their hands.
Duffner did it yesterday. Leishman today. You see the closest, Mickelson in there tight. Chris Kirk just outside of that. That's for back-to-back birdies.
Straight in the middle. No problem there. That will get him to 5 under par. We'll take a trip back to 13 now. Jason Kokrak. And man, this guy can launch it. Big man, 6'3". Just throw it up there. Get it to come down as soft as possible. But he has thrown that all the way to the back shelf. And folks, stay with us, because that there is going to be very, very interesting.
We will see a hole there before the week is over with.
We absolutely will, Brian. It's traditionally a Saturday hole placement in that back corner. Midway through the second round here at the Players' Championship, Sergio Garcia is our leader, 11 under par as he plays his last hole here in the second round.
Look at the scene at 17. With Sergio Garcia in the lead at 11 under par. Our next group heads over to 17. Scott Brown, Martin Laird, Scott Piercy, and Brian Katrick, along with tour veteran Phil Tatarangi, the winner in Las Vegas in 2002. What a place to win. How much of your check did you get home? Winning in Vegas, that's got to be tough.
I got the big cardboard one home.
How much was it worth?
It's an interesting story, actually. I was, my wife was with me and our 2-year-old son at the time, and we had to make a pretty rushed trip to the airport to connect with a flight all the way back to New Zealand. We had already booked our flight to leave on that Sunday night, and I arrived back in New Zealand 12-hour flight later, still in my spikes.
Never changed shoes.
Never changed shoes. It was that tight a connection. Scott Brown now on the 17th. Scott 4 over par. He's going to need more than a miracle to make the cut for the weekend. Tidy little wedge shot there into 17.
He did just birdie the 16th, 29-year-old. From North Augusta, South Carolina. That's just across the state line.
Yeah.
I mean, what did mine play yesterday?
Yesterday it flew 30.
I just chipped that.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of wind.
Exactly, mate. Okay?
Like a 25.
Love it.
Martin talking with his caddy Shay. May have picked up that Australian dialect.
Like this, isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
It's getting confirmation of the club and the shot that they hit yesterday and how far it flew. Confirming that that breeze is down out of the right today. Just chipped his wedge shot yesterday. It flew 130 in the air. He's looking to do pretty much the same today. Carries 137. It will release to the back. He's flowing that a little further than I think he was most comfortable with. It's only just a few yards from releasing over the back, but it's stuck down softly and will leave him just a little outside of 20 feet for his birdie putt there at 17.
That's 9 greens in a row for Martin Laird. He's bogey free today, and now Scott Piercy.
Now this is the interesting spot, of course, with these players as they come through here. Scott Piercy, 1 over par, needs to most probably birdie the last 2 holes, and that reaction there tells me that it's left, and when it's left, it's usually long.
And it's all come apart in the last 3 for Scott Piercy. Bogey, bogey, bogey at 14, 15, 16 to fall from inside the cut line to outside the cut line, and it all just came apart.
Yeah, well, you're just getting TPC at Sawgrass reamed here because you've played best part of 30 holes and done pretty well. Get yourself under par, and with bogeys at those previous 3 holes, now sitting at 1 over par and hitting it in the water on 17. The golf course has just won that battle for you.
Well, it's hard to go around this course with no bogeys. Lee Westwood has done it twice, and he's standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Lee, we talked yesterday, and you said you just had to be patient. A lot of pars when there could have been birdies. I think it paid off today, 6 under 66?
Yeah, it certainly did. You know, I was patient for the first 14 holes yesterday, then birdied 3 of the last 4, and then I set out and I wanted to come out and get off to a quick start. I missed from 4 feet on my first hole, the 10th, but then went eagle, birdie, birdie to get right into the tournament. So, you know, I haven't made a bogey yet this week, so, you know, that shows how solid a golf I'm playing.
It seems like you have the advantage of playing right now in the afternoons. It sounds like greens are baking out. It's going to get only tougher. What do you expect scores to be like later this afternoon?
Well, we had that yesterday afternoon. You know, we played in the afternoon yesterday, and obviously if you play in the morning, then you have to try and make the best of the circumstances and the forecast. You know, the wind does get up around here all the time in the afternoon, and you know that's so you have to make a score when you can in the morning. But tomorrow, you know, all the leaders will be out in the afternoon and Sunday as well. So the golf course is just going to get firmer and harder, and we're going to be playing in those kind of conditions, hopefully.
All right, well, great position heading into the weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, you don't see any bogeys there, and there were none yesterday either, Phil.
That's some pretty stellar play around this golf course, not make a bogey in the first 36 holes. It's look, Lee Westwood has built a career on solid driving, solid ball striking, and with the extra effort on his short game this year, it's keeping him very consistent on the scorecard, and he was a pre-tournament favourite, and certainly living up to that billing right now.
And now we look in on the drop area. Only 2 balls in the water today at 17.
Again, that drop area playing it right around 93, 94 yards today. Scott, unfortunately, and his body language is showing it there, is just realising that his tournament is filtering away over these final holes.
What a roller coaster. He was inside the cut line through 7. He doubled 8, but birdied 9, doubled 10, eagled 11, birdied 13. He's right back at 2 under. Everything's fine, and then goes bogey, bogey, bogey on his last 3 holes, and he's going to make bogey at best here.
And it's such a disappointing feeling because this golf course is so demanding. Absolutely got to be so precise on so many holes, and you've done that very well for the best part of, as I said, 30 holes, and over these closing 5 holes he's just let the tournament get away from him. And as professional golfers, you don't play to make the cut, but here at the Players Championship, with a huge purse on hold, if you make the cut, you've got a chance to advance up that leaderboard.
Jason Kokrak has this for par at 13.
And we saw his tee shot miss long and to the right, and that one there, he's busted it through the break. That one there, we've seen today so far, everyone missing on the right. And that's going to be a disappointing 3-putt.
He missed it on the high side by a considerable margin. Kokrak just getting his round started. An eagle at the 11th. He's 4 under for the week. But lots of golf left to play as we go back to 17. This group playing this hole as their 17th, and Scott Piercy just trying to get out of town.
Yeah, I think Scott has already packed his bags. As the travel agent on the line, changing his flights, getting them out of town early.
5 dropped shots in a 4-hole stretch to go from inside the cut line. Yep, that's a throw.
Put that one down. That's another ball in the water.
2 tee shots in the water today. That's the first one that we've seen tossed in the water. There have been 3 throws this week.
And not even the guy that tried to throw it from the tee got in the water.
No, he
tossed. He found land.
Scott Brown, who is also outside the cut line for birdie.
Scott with one of 25 first-time players here at the Players Championship this year. He won earlier down in Puerto Rico. But, as I've said earlier, all of those first-timers will be better for the experience. It's a very demanding golf course here that Pete Dye and his wife Alice put together some 30 years ago, and for all of those guys that are playing for the first time and are going to miss the cut, they'll take something away from this week. Not only what they'll be able to turn into to their game for future visits to this venue, but also it shows up the deficiencies in your game on demanding golf courses and areas where you need to work on, whether it be, you know, your physical game and different shots that you need to play, or whether it just be the mastering of the mind, because this golf course here is so demanding of you mentally and your composure. And you know, Scott Piercy's obviously feeling that here in the closing holes.
Now Martin Laird has a chance to move to within 3 of the lead.
He's a steady performer here. Had that win back in first week of April at the TPC San Antonio. Won that Valero Texas Open for his 3rd PGA Tour victory. Just taking his time here, as you would expect. Currently 7 under par for the tournament, just 4 back.
And bogey free for the day. No time to let one go carelessly here.
Absolutely not. Does well. He will move to that 462-yard dogleg left 18th. A pretty happy chappy, even though he's not showing it. Nice playing, Martin Laird.
7 under. 4 behind Sergio Garcia, who's in the clubhouse with the lead. He shot 7 under today We saw the course record matched yesterday from Roberto Castro. Castro just getting around started. He's already 1 under today. Tiger just birdied 9 to finish up. So it's Garcia at -11, Woods at -10. Castro also at -10, just getting started. The other two are finished.
Yeah, well, I think most probably something for Roberto to take note of is that there's a lot of low scores of those guys that played in the morning. He played in the morning yesterday, and is well aware that the golf course is still very gettable. And I think that's most probably something that you need to keep in the back of your mind when you take a first round lead, is that there are still some scores out there, and although the golf course tends to play a little more difficult in the afternoon, there's no need to be beaten before you tee off. Just keep out and going out and playing your game, and see what will unfold for him.
All right, James Hahn just eagled 16. He's even par. He needs 1 birdie from here to the house.
Nice move. Very aggressive swing there. Just a pitching wedge in hand. And he's put it himself in birdie range here, right around 20 feet. And we're predicting at this stage that the cut is going to be under par. It's currently sitting at 1 under par. And it might be a far stretch for it to go to 2 under par, but I don't see it going back.
Even par is tied for 74th, which means you would need 4 guys at 1 under or better to fall backwards in order to bring the evens in. We might get that sort of condition later this afternoon. Easier for it to go that way than to go to 2. 1
sure.
safe.
Sure, absolutely. And look, the closing holes here at the stadium course are very demanding. But the conditions have been far from their most difficult here. The greens are still very receptive. If anything, what may well happen is that the players may well beat themselves coming down, not the golf course itself or the conditions.
Tim Herron's 4 under. No problems. Just birdied 16.
Yeah, the lump is using all of his 180 pounds or more to get that ball to lean back towards the hole, and does a good job of it.
Got a nice bounce forward also. Just 1 bogey on the card for Tim, and Pat Perez will play quickly and next. Yep. And he's going to walk quickly. Can he beat this one to the hole? Perez, he's 3 over. He's outside the cut line. He almost beat the ball to the hole at 13. Looked like he was giving it a good run here. to the green at the 17th with a star-studded leaderboard. There's Sergio. Sergio and Tiger at the top of this leaderboard. Tiger would wind up finishing with a birdie to get to 10 under. Roberto Castro has birdied a hole already today, and he's at 10 under. He was our overnight leader. Shared the course record of 9 under just yesterday alone.
Heartening for the young man. Must be calm his nerves after shooting such a low score yesterday. Getting out and birdieing that first hole today, and the second hole is a par 5, so good opportunity for him to get off to a good start after taking that overnight lead.
So Heron, chance to move to 5 under.
Got a very upright address position here as Lumpy, a la Steve Stricker, with the heel of the putter off the ground. As much as possible trying to get the putter to act like a pendulum. But the arm of the grandfather clock came a little off skew. Yeah, for Lumpy.
Do you like that? Do you like the more straight back, straight through method?
Oh, look, there's numerous different ways to putting. I don't actually adhere to that myself, but yeah, look, I mean, it's what you're most comfortable with. I think it's most probably what you try to stay with is what your mechanics that you've grown up with, because changing the mechanics significantly in the stroke dynamics of your putting stroke is a huge move in one's career. And if you're a straight back, straight through guy, that's what I would try to stay with. If you're a guy that arcs the club face, I'd stay with that, because trying to go from one to the other takes quite considerable effort and a lot of practice, and to master it in competition is very challenging.
Hahn needs 1 birdie in his last 2.
This one inside the left should move just a touch to his right.
He's going to have to birdie 18.
And it is playing downwind today, 18. So as far as James Hahn hits it, it will be less than driver off the tee for him. Pat Perez, not so worried about whether it goes in or it does not. Currently sits outside of the cut line at 3 over par. Pat never been going to be accused of holding anyone up, whether he's making the cut or not.
He's only 1 over today, 4 birdies, 5 bogeys on the card, but shot 74 yesterday.
And when you get behind here at TPC Sawgrass, you got to try and play catch-up ball, and it's just a tough golf course to do that on. There are enough birdie opportunities out there. I mean, just about all of the par 5s are reachable for PGA Tour players and the length that they hit the ball. It's a couple of short par 4s, and of course this short par 3 here at 17 that's played only a pitching wedge for a majority of the players, but like just about every other hole around the golf course, if you miss the green, it's a tough golf course to get up and down on.
How about that big video screen showing highlights of David Hearn?
Yeah, here at 17 there's a huge big video screen there right behind the tee, and another one up to the left of the green behind the grandstands there. And folks at home that have never been to the golf course here at TPC Stadium at Sawgrass, it really is as close as we come to playing in a stadium. It really is, and the folks at the PGA Tour have done a great job of setting it up that way, with all the skyboxes around behind the tee, and that all the way down the left-hand side of the hole, around the back of the green there we can see also. And as the weekend goes on, certainly this afternoon goes on, the crowds will certainly gravitate to this this area of the golf course and see how the tournament unfolds.
Dennis Paulson's back with us.
David shot away here on a pretty solid strike, just turning over left of the hole. Not a bad play, right in the middle of the green. That's where I would say within about a 10-foot circle there's probably been 50% of the balls have landed in that general area. That's the smart play here for the players. And I took off for a little bit of a refreshment break and had a little lunch, and the wind is pretty much right where I left it. It's maybe a little more down breeze, but just a solid 5 to 7 miles an hour would be my guess. Very calm back here on the tee because of all those corporate chalets that we've been talking about with a stadium feel that you have here, but it's definitely up there where the ball is flying up above the treetops, but nothing too serious. Slightly down and out of the right. Probably if you're going to play a shot down breeze, it's the most comfortable wind for a right-handed golfer. The problem is here with this back hole location, you just really do not want to ride that wind if you're forcing it back there. Now, Will Claxton, he is 7 over par for the tournament. That's tugged a little bit on that left-hand side, but that's going to get just up on top of that ridge, stay on the green.
And it hasn't been Will's week, but like so many other of the first-timers, he would have learned something about himself and his game that he'll be able to put to good use in the coming weeks. Greg Owen now, the big Englishman, Dennis.
Yeah, man, he, you know, being as tall as he is, got such great tempo, really struggling this week. 10 over par, 6 over in the round. But going through the complete motion. I think this is really important because you're only going to build on the next time you come here if you hit a solid shot. That's tugged left, get down, and that's not going to get down. He challenged that back hole location and lost.
And that's our third ball in the water. They've all ended up in the same region. When you pull the ball, it de-lofts the club face, and that generally propels the ball just that little bit further. And the only place you cannot go for these professionals is long here at 17 today. This whole location here is set up for that shot. Of course, for those guys that are at 10 over par, are not the ones they're trying to catch, but nevertheless, it's a mistake, and unfortunately for Greg Owen, he's going to add to that 10 over par score.
Hasn't happened often, but it has happened a little bit recently. 3 in the water now. Amanda Balionis standing by with Webb Simpson.
Thanks, guys. Well, Webb, we talked yesterday, and you said you hadn't done really well here in the past. You came in, no expectations, kind of encouraged. You're encouraged by your wife. And great round yesterday. Still 1 under today. What was the difference for you around 1, round 2?
You know, the greens were a little faster today. I think the pins were a little harder. I had 2 bogeys, which yesterday I didn't make any. So it was just subtle differences. But you know, I think I only missed 2 fairways, so still a good positive round. And again, anything in the red numbers here this week is going to be a good score. Yeah,
we were talking earlier to Kevin Chappell, and actually Charles Howell III said the same thing. He thought par is actually going to be a great score on the weekend. What are you seeing conditions-wise if the heat keeps up and it keeps getting firmer and faster?
Well, this golf course shortens up, so we have shorter clubs in, but it's, you know, around the greens it plays much more difficult. So. The weather looks good. I think we'll have a typical TPC Sawgrass weekend where the scores, you know, kind of come back to par a little bit. And, you know, hopefully I can continue to do what I'm doing and just, you know, getting the ball in the fairway and shooting in the red numbers.
Probably no more tying course records out here after this round.
It would be very impressive if it were to happen.
All right, well, you're in great position heading into the weekend. Thanks for joining us. Back to you guys.
Greg Owen in the drop area now at 17. Webb Simpson, by the way, 6 under, 5 back.
And just a 93, 94 yard shot from the drop zone, and that's short and right for Greg, and he's certainly already looking forward to getting done with this round, getting done with the tournament, and looking ahead to his next tournament on his schedule. It's the hardest thing in this golf course will be unrelenting. That if you're not in the tournament, not in each shot, that it will keep on penalising you.
Here's Chad Campbell from way right at 13.
Oh my goodness. this will be a hell of a two-putt if he's able to get down here. Came over that ridge. He's judged the pace very well, but he is wide to the right and will leave himself about 6 feet for his par saver.
Chad starts the day inside the cut line at 2 under. Some work left there at 13, and we'll go back to the sunny scene at 17. This group with just David Hearn in the mix to make the cut. There's Will Claxton from Swainsboro, Georgia.
Dennis brought up a very good point there just a few moments ago, Brian, that for these guys that are very obviously missing the cut, if they just are able to find their discipline to stay in each shot and register a birdie here or two in the final couple of holes, if they come back here next year, that those memories will be fresh. And this golf course is, as I've said it on numerous occasions, just so demanding. And if you're able to pinch a couple back, sure enough, you're not able to do enough to get yourself in for the weekend. But those memories will be fresh in your mind when you start next year. And if you're in the same situation, or if you're around the cut line, if you're in contention for the tournament, you always fall back on those successful memories that you've had either on that golf course or when you've been in practice. And it's the hardest thing to do, of course, when the tournament is effectively is already gone for you and you've moved on from it. But I got to believe that in my experience, the golfing gods reward those guys that take every opportunity that they can to garner something for future experience.
Words of wisdom from a couple of PGA Tour veterans here, Dennis Paulson and Phil Tatarangi. Great to have you guys with us in our live at coverage. Glad to have you watching at home or at the office. Take off a little early if you'd like. Half of Jacksonville will do that. They'll be on this hole before all said and done. Today, here's David Hearn. Just birdied 16. He's inside the cut line safely.
David, one of a few players out here that use the long putter. There's a lot of players that use the belly putter these days, using the long putter. Anchors it in his sternum. Oh, and what a great run at it there.
Back at 13, Casey Wittenberg was very much in the mix here. This is for birdie.
And a sliding left to righter. Just wipes across the edge. Looked like it was a pretty solid putt. He stayed in it the whole way, but there's grain and slope to contend with. It's a very, very tough putt to hold for a lot of the players. Certainly the right-handers that are going away from them.
Wittenberg 6 under, 5 back. This for bogey at 17 for Greg Owen.
What can you say for a man that's over a 20-foot bogey putt on par 3 to get him to 11 over par for the tournament?
Make sure you get it there.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, look, as disappointed as he will be, this game just doesn't afford you, and certainly this golf course doesn't afford you to check out early, and you're only doing yourself.
Well, you'll never finish.
Well, exactly.
On this course.
Yeah.
You can't just scrape around here and actually get done.
No. Look, and you'd mostly be doing your playing partners a favour if you were to maybe just check out and not play, because if you're going to keep on playing this golf course, you've got to try and be committed to every golf shot. As David Hearn is here cleaning up there, gets it in the side door. And he will go to 18, 2 under par. Currently 1 shot inside of that cut line.
Hearn 15 for 15 today, inside 10 feet.
Very impressive stat, that. Well a reflection of how well he's holding out.
So Claxton makes his par. He will miss this cut. Half the field's going to go home later this afternoon. Campbell for the 2-putt at 13. He may have been off the green there, but that would have been a heck of a 3.
Yeah, it really would have been a great... well, I'm still old school. I would have called it a 2-putt whether he was on the fringe or not. Statistically here on the PGA Tour, you need to be on the putting surface for it to register as a
He's
putt.
old school, too. He's going with you on it.
And so are you, aren't you? You're old school.
As far as you know. So, I mean, bald and old. I got to hear that from you.
Did you go to school?
Yes.
You're technically old school.
Kevin Stadler on the tee at 17.
Pretty impressive strike right there. Very aggressive. Miami is having a pretty good day today. Struggled a little bit in yesterday's round, but playing a nice solid round. And that stat you brought up, if you're on the 17th hole and you said, Brian, that David Herndon made 15 of 15, that means not only has he done that, he's made something outside that number because he played 16 holes going into the 17th.
I didn't stick around in school long enough to figure all that out, but I'm sure he's right.
Dennis, we're seeing pictures here of that American flag up on top of the crane. Certainly wouldn't say it's whipping, but the ball at the top of its ball flight will be affected by that breeze.
Absolutely. And it's mostly down, slightly out of the right. Very similar wind that you had yesterday. Maybe a little more down and not so much crossing in it right now. This Chris Stroud. It's a couple under, so he's got to hit a good one here. This is just left of the hole. Landed on the front of the green, so not a guaranteed par from down there on the lower level, but that was a very safe shot for someone who's right on that cut line right now at 2 under par.
We've seen a few players that have given a little bit of respect to that back pin. David Lynn now, he's 4 under par and continuing his good form.
Absolutely correct in that statement. This kid can flat play golf, not afraid of really anything. This shot starts out left of the hole and tried to hold it up against the breeze, but it's holding hole high and scooting towards that back. David Lynn, 4 under par and still attacking here at 17.
Well, I'm surprised that at sitting at 4 under par that he elected to carry that ball all the way to the flagstick. It's bringing the back water into play, but as you alluded to, Dennis, this guy can play. He got his PGA Tour card for this season all in one tournament last year, finished 2nd to Rory McIlroy at the PGA Championship at Kiawah Island, and he's backed that up with top 10 finishes this year, most notably last week at the Wells Fargo when he was a runner-up in the playoff.
Another man that's finished 2nd in a PGA Championship is Jason Duffner. He's standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Jason, 5 under today. Quite the turnaround on the front 9. In round 1, you were 3 over. This time, 3 under. What was the big difference for you?
Making more birdies than bogeys. So. No.
Give me the Tiger Woods answer, seriously?
Yeah, you know, yesterday I got off to a great start and kind of fell back, but I felt good with my game, and you know, I started on the front 9 with some birdies today, which always helps to get the momentum going.
You're right in the mix. Obviously, the conditions are just going to get tougher from here. We saw crazy low numbers, course tying records yesterday. What are you expecting heading into this weekend?
You know, I think it'll get tougher. The course is kind of drying out, firming up a little bit, which makes it very challenging. Hopefully the rain will stay away and we can get some firm, fast conditions and kind of separate the field a little bit, and the guys that can manage their game and have good control of their golf ball can shoot some good scores.
Guys, I did ask him if he could confirm that Duffner was going on the 17th, but he was too busy doing what?
Trying to hit that green.
That makes more sense. All right, back to you guys.
Amanda, thanks. There's a lot of Duffnering going on around 17. Jason hit the green, 2-putted for his par, and he's just fine.
Yeah, look, you're never going to elicit too much emotion out of Jason Duffner, whether it be in the interview situation or even on the golf course. It's one of his strengths, though, to be fair. He keeps his composure, very even-keeled, plays to his strengths. And See the young man there, he's 6 under par, right in the mix, heading into the weekend.
Well, there's some duffnering there. We're getting down there below the chairs. A lot of folks standing.
I got to say, I was most probably guilty a couple of times yesterday of duffnering myself. Hot conditions. I think it got up to about 87 degrees yesterday.
It's just a show of support for a fellow tour member.
Yeah, sure.
That's all you're doing.
No one, of course, does it as well as he does, even though you've got a pretty good differ impression.
I gave it a shot.
Yourself.
Never tried it before, officially. And here's Chris Stroud.
Don't believe that for a minute.
Stroud's 3 under today. He's already made 5 birdies.
Not too hard to get the line. It's all about the pace. He's judged that very well. Have a tap in there for his 3. Again, inside that cut line, currently sits at 1 under par. And barring a water ball or a catastrophe at the last, Chris Stroud will find himself playing the weekend.
And we talked about David Lynn and his plans for this summer, which kind of mirrored his plans for last summer. He's going to leave the PGA Tour. He's already played 14 times this year. He's played enough. Feels like he's locked up his card for next year. He won't be back until after the British Open.
He says that he's got a holiday booked for the week of the US Open and wasn't exempt into the US Open, but makes a nice putt there to get to 5 under par, and at this stage is going to follow through with that vacation the week of the US Open and not be back here until August.
Should he move inside one of the barriers, top 50 in the world, or any of the other criteria that he's eligible for, gotta imagine he would change his plans, don't you?
Well, it depends on who's booked that holiday. If Mum has booked that holiday, then he might not have the choice. I'm sure his significant other would be supportive of going back to the US Open, again to be played at the very historic layout of Merion. Just over a month's time.
Stadler is not going to make this cut. Just birdied 16. Could have run the table and gotten back to even, but that chance goes by the wayside. So Kevin Stadler, 4 under today, made a valiant charge. Looks like he's going to come up a shot short. Sergio at the top, Tiger right behind him.
begin the afternoon rounds. The players on our live ad coverage. That was in the morning, putting up the numbers everybody's going to have to chase this afternoon. That includes Sergio Garcia.
Sergio Garcia tied for the lead with Tiger. Oh, excuse me, he's in the lead by 1 over Tiger. They were tied. Sergio birdied 8. Tiger bogeyed 7. 2-shot swing. Tiger then birdies 9. And he's 1 back. Will Haskett rejoins us. You may have heard him muttering to himself over there.
I was talking to myself. I apologize.
That's all right. You're a very busy man.
Sergio active leader in cuts made. Looks like that's going to continue. I would hope so. I would hope 11 under is good enough to make the weekend.
Yeah. Here's Mark Leishman with a 66 today, knocking on the door in another big event. He hit a lot of good shots this week. Did he hit one of the top 10 shots in Players' Championship history? Let's find out.
PGA Tour.com presents the top 10 shots in the history of the Players.
Feel the thrill. Here we go. Better not hit a bad one. I think he might have pulled it off.
Didn't touch a thing. Look at this, not cutting though. It's at the very right side of the green. How about that?
You could tell the nervousness of that shot when Phil kind of gave you that look with a tongue.
I didn't want to tell you about the gap I had. You know, I didn't want to tell you.
That's why his fans love him.
David Duval, co-leader, 4th shot at this par 5 night. On a little upslope.
Oh my God, jeez. You gotta be kidding.
Grabs sole possession of the lead. What a 4. That was well played.
You have to think a par 4 would win this championship for Sutton.
Be the right club. Be the right club today.
Just the formality. 17 years later, Hal Sutton is the Players' champion again.
Nick Price has mishit his tee shot to the right. It is the first shot he has misplayed in this round, and he's got the ball on a severe upslope. I guess the danger is pulling the ball left.
Get down that slope. Oh, what a wonderful golf shot.
Oh, that's brilliant. Just brilliant.
Sergio's got the break of his life right here.
Boy, he's got to change his thinking now.
He's not looking very far left, I can tell you that.
Okay.
Might cut down the hill.
Yeah, here it comes.
What a shot.
Here it comes.
His ball striking's going to pay off, Gary. It was just magnificent tee to green. And that is, look at that wind push that ball, folks.
The long wait's over for Sergio Garcia's big win. He's the Players' champion in 2008.
So I'm standing there with this 2-iron, and I cut the ball, and I actually overcut it, and it was hanging, and I thought it was in the water for sure.
Oh, what a bounce.
That's what great players do. They take advantage of great breaks.
I was actually in the group behind Freddie. By the time our group got up to the 16th green, Freddie was making a long putt at 17.
Oh! The cheers reverberate throughout the TPC Sawgrass.
They were 2 of the loudest roars that I've ever played in front of. It was pretty exciting.
Davis Love going for it in 2.
197 yards, the wind helping him.
Travis Love, 3-shot lead. You see the reaction. Back at 16, Perks third.
I really never thought it was going in until it disappeared.
Eagle 3 moves into 7 under. Now the leader by 1.
The chip shot put me in position on 16. That was obviously a very important shot, but the shot of the tournament, I would think with 17 hitting on that green, you know, I've watched that tournament years and years and years and years and seen a lot of mistakes happen coming down the stretch.
It is safely into the center of the green.
Obviously, when that putt went in, then I thought, you know, now I've got a real good chance to win this.
Good speed. Good speed. That's very good speed. Look at this!
Well, that's beautiful.
And that is going to put it away.
Those are the 3 greatest hole outs I've ever seen.
To watch it on TV here and watch what Craig did, you're unbelievable.
Doesn't look like he's aiming left at all.
Well, it will break a little left at the start. Johnny, that's better than most.
How about in?
As I started peeling back to the right, I kind of had a pretty good feeling that I might have a chance, and I kind of put the putter up probably a little earlier than I should have.
That is better than most. Better than most.
I literally almost jumped out of my tower. Probably the most exciting moment that I've ever been involved in broadcasting golf in my 12+ years of doing it. It was just something you wouldn't have expected from anybody else but Tiger Woods.
Jerry Pate hit a fabulous 5-iron shot to the last hole to win the championship. It was quite a moment.
Well, what can you say? Pete and I will go for a swim today.
Jerry Pate, 8 under par.
And the commissioner just happened to be standing on the back of the green. I said, what the hell, I'll throw him in too while I'm at it. So as they walked over to the edge prior to the ceremony, I grabbed Dean and threw him in, and I think Pete sort of, on the fly, I grabbed him and threw him in on the run.
People remember splashing in the lake, but I think that there was a great feeling then that this was going to be something special and something for them.
PGA TOUR.com presents the top 10 shots in the history of the players.
The nervousness of that shot when Phil kind of gave you that.
All right, glad to have you with us here in this second round of the Players' Championship. Live at coverage on PGATour.com. Working through a gap in the schedule as we go from the afternoon wave, or the morning wave, to the afternoon wave. Our first group through in the afternoon will be Jason Kokrak, Troy Madison, and Josh Teeter. 145 players made this start. We've had a number of them actually withdraw this week, leaving some gaps. There were going to be gaps anyway. And the latest withdrawal, Dustin Johnson. Actually, we only have 2, just Colt Knost and Dustin Johnson. Dustin Johnson withdraws. Back pain was what was reported, and we wish him a speedy recovery. That's something that has happened to Dustin in the past. Retief Goosen, another one that has withdrawn from the field. Phil points that out to me. Thank you very much. Phil Tatarangi running things here in our live at coverage. As we welcome you into our live at studios, that's Will Haskett. I'm Brian Katrick. And the director of golf and director of instruction over the Tour Academy, Travis Fulton, is here. And he's looking dapper as ever. The white belt, white pants combo was a big topic of discussion on the network broadcast yesterday.
Well, you know, I was tired of getting beat out for best dressed by you and Swantek, so I had to step it up this week. So hopefully I'm taking home the gold medal this week.
That is well done.
Thank you.
We are looking at 2 holes, 13 and 17, where accuracy is key.
Yeah.
Paramount. Is there a way we can make sure we hit the ball straighter?
Well, accuracy is key on 17, and it certainly doesn't help to hit at the right distance as well. And one of the key components in hitting the golf ball straight is learning how to square the club face up. There's really 2 main components that influence the club face. The first is the grip. Generally speaking, the stronger the grip, meaning your hands going over here to the right, the more the club face is going to rotate and close. And then the weaker the grip, which is to the left, then the more the club face is going to stay open. So the grip for you is one that's going to help you square the club face up. The second thing is really learning to control the left hand through the strike. For those of you that might be missing the ball to the right, chances are the back of your left hand, your knuckles are staying too much to the sky at impact. That keeps the club face open here. So what you need to feel is the back of the left hand really rolling down like this, where the knuckles are to the ground. That'll get the club face to turn down through impact. You want to be really careful that you're not using the right hand to square the face like this. Rather, the right hand stays bent, and then the back of the left hand is turning down. And then, of course, just the opposite. We're seeing some fades in there where these guys are, of course, the right hand is solid, but they might be just holding the left hand a little bit where the knuckles are slightly to the sky. Then they can hit that little fade in there as well. So a good grip and understanding the left hand where it's knuckles to the sky or knuckles down really gives you full control of the club face, and that's key to hitting the ball straight.
I like that. Of course, guys aren't really working the ball here. Later this afternoon, we may see a little bit of wind. We may actually see guys have to alter their trajectory. What sort of adjustments will they have to make?
Well, a couple things. You want to lower the initial launch angle, and the launch angle really is the true loft of the face at impact. And what you really want to stay away from is coming into impact and returning that shaft where it's neutral or back. That's going to add loft. That's going to make that initial launch angle too high. One of the things that tour players all do the same is they all have sufficient forward shaft lean at impact. You will never see them returning the shaft this way in the full swing. So really a good forward leaning club shaft gets the face to create more of a D-loft. You can move the ball back slightly to help with that, but it's key to keep the shaft forward, and if the left hand is squaring the face up, then you can hit that nice low penetrating controlled shot into 17.
Director of Education at the Tour Academy, I apologize. You got a lot of stuff going on over there.
You had it right the first time, I think. Director of Instruction, Director of Golf, you had it all going out there. One of those will work.
Just throw a bunch up against
That's
the wall.
right.
See what happens. Yeah, know you're a busy guy. Here's Josh Teeter on the tee at 17. And what a shot from Teeter.
A lot of guys that need to make some very, very, very good moves today. We're watching these guys who teed off on 10. Only Jason Kokrak in this group, Brian, on the right side of the cut line right now.
Well, these guys, the good news is they've got plenty of golf left. Troy Madison with a birdie already today, and a good look at another one coming up.
Well, there you go, square club face, just like that. And he's rewarded with a good looking birdie.
Travis is going to stay and watch some golf with us because that's what we like him to do. Jason Kokrak will be next. Not only do they have to hit these tee shots straight, we're not seeing a lot of shots worked either direction, as you were talking about, Travis, but those putts back here on this back shelf are pretty straight.
Yeah, you can. They're giving you a chance here to make it two. You got to, of course, muster up enough courage to get it to that back portion of that green. If you can get it back in there, you certainly have a good chance to make a deuce here.
And Kokrak is aboard. 3 good shots at the 17th. Kokrak 3 under. That's 8 behind Sergio Garcia here in round 2 of the Players. Jason Kokrak putting for birdie here at the 17th.
He was in position. Fellas to start. Eagled 11 out of the chute, but gave them both back with bogeys at 13 and 15. Still a lot of golf left, though, in this afternoon wave. And as we watch our first group that teed off in the afternoon, we get sort of a look at what did happen in the morning wave, and that scoring average right about on average with where it was yesterday in that morning wave. Yesterday's morning wave at 71.64, today about 71.7 for the golfers that went out in the morning. The question will be, will the golf course play even harder than it did in the afternoon for these guys yesterday at about 72.5, so about a half stroke over par.
There's Troy Madison. Uses that modified plumb bob to line up an intermediate target.
Yeah.
He taught me that move at Disney this past fall. And he picks out the intermediate target on the line he's looking for, and there you go. You like that, Travis?
Well, you know, I don't know much about it, actually. That's a new one for me. A little variation of the endless things that we're seeing on the greens out there on the PGA Tour, or whatever works, I guess. And not only the type of putter, but the stroke, the grip, and now the creativity of picking out a target.
Well, he gets behind the ball, and let's say he was going to try to hit that left edge. behind the ball, he can see left edge. Plus, he can see everything that's on that line of left edge. And just to make sure he's lined up, he throws that club up, so it's pointing down the line, right over the top of the ball, the end of it ending where he wants to, and then he sees what's underneath his line. And you know, there's a little blemish, a little piece of grass, sand, whatever it is. Then he knows it's truly where he wants it to be.
Interesting.
There's Josh Teeter. Talked to Josh a couple of Mondays ago about the internet sensation that is the teeter-totter. Now, Josh doesn't himself sing or dance or perform on the teeter-totter song, but he knows those guys. He's very familiar with the group that wrote and performed his song. There's a video out there. He says they played at our wedding. I don't know if you knew that there's a dance called the teeter-totter. And somebody's doing it somewhere right now. That's got to be part of it. Back-to-back birdies for Josh Teeter. He's even par. He's only one outside the cut line with 10 holes to play.
Our 16th birdie of the day at 17.
Oh, Kokrak with the short miss.
I think he came out of that just a little bit. A little peak. Heel wins the race ever so slightly. Just enough to start the ball offline there to the right.
No one has ever successfully defended a Players' Championship. A gentleman off to a great start so far this week is Matt Kuchar. As you see, he is just 4 shots back at the halfway mark, and he's standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, here with Matt Kuchar, part of our follow-a group on PGATour.com's enhanced live streaming. And Matt, kind of a slow start for you yesterday, but fair to say you picked it up plus some today.
Yeah, it was, I think maybe some of the conditions. Yesterday I actually felt like I was playing some really good golf, and a few of my good shots turned out to be in some tough positions to score from. So today, those opportunities came back, and I was able to take advantage today.
We talked earlier in the week about being the defending champion and mentally where that takes you coming back into such a high-profile event. You said you were antsy. You said you were excited to get out here. Did you feel like you had to slow yourself down a little bit?
Playing with Tiger Woods and Brandt Snedeker, there was a lot of momentum out there and a lot of adrenaline, a lot of excitement, and so. Yeah, yesterday, today was certainly a lot of fun, but you know, a lot of stuff going on. Always is the case playing with Tiger, but it is fun. It's fun getting that many people out and fun getting the whole energy and vibe. And we all played some really good golf for 2 days.
You said that your goal this week is to do something that no one's ever done, successfully defend their title here. What do you have to do this weekend to make that happen?
Guys are shooting low scores out here. I mean, there's those guys that are, you know, 9 under par. Or Roberto could really go deep, but still 2 rounds to go, and I'm in at least you know, eyesight of the leader. So you know, got a chance. Going to have to make some birdies if the weather's so good, and it's about time on the PGA Tour. We got some good weather, so guys are taking advantage, and I'm going to have to do some big time scoring on the weekend.
That's right. We got the Georgia Tech thing going on right now, right? Roberto Castro and you.
Yeah, played a practice round with Roberto on Wednesday, and was fun. I knew he was playing good. He actually took some money off me on the Wednesday game, and knew he was playing good. Didn't know 9 under good, but I'm excited to see him doing so well.
All right. Well, good luck on the weekend. Thanks for joining us. Back to you guys.
Amanda, thanks. Little Georgia Tech pride, played that practice round with Roberto.
Yeah, Yellow Jacket karma, apparently. I mean, if you take some money off of Matt Kuchar around this track, you know you're playing some golf. But, yeah, that marquee group this morning, well, he and Tiger went out and took advantage of the early scoring conditions. He hit it inside 10 feet on 5 holes on that round. He hit it close, make some putts. There you go, 66, ho-hum.
Georgia Tech, kind of the default home team in the NCAA championships coming up here next month. It is if they can get that far. They've advanced to the regionals. I know you're going to be there.
I think you're going to be there too.
I am, yeah, I'm already there. NCAA finals will be played at the Capital City Club Crabapple course, which hosted the Cadillac Championship. Tiger won there. We look in on 13, Louis Oosthuizen. Both he and his caddy from Alabama. Those are thick accents. actually speaking Afrikaans and getting it all figured out. This hole playing less than 150 yards. Both of the par threes on the back are under 150 yards today. Wow. Oh my. There's a swale to come up and over. Those will be a challenge. Angel Cabrera, the other golf ball back there. Oosthuizen in the mix here. He's 4 under. That'll be a tough 2-putt. Back to 17. Jeff Maggard on the tee.
Jeff sets up just a little bit to the right. Hits a little draw here all the time. The wind bouncing back a little bit off the left-hand side for the player's feel, but still coming out of the right. Gets that ball started. Good.
That might be the best of the day.
It is. Mickelson was the best of the day, just inside 3 feet. It was awesome, Dennis. And that one inside 2. The wily veteran throwing one in there for us.
Yeah, just a golf swing that you could pick out from a mile away when you walk the range on tour. And
William McGirt now set to play. He is even par total. Couple over in his round today, but the players only their 8th hole of the day as they're getting their afternoon round started. William flights this down. Looks to be on a pretty decent line. Maybe hanging a little right, needs to get up, and that is towards that right bowl. Might get all the way back down as it keeps heading towards that fringe. That's not going to be an easy. Seeing the guys struggle from down there today.
It's dry, and that's an improvement. McGirt put 2 in yesterday, back to 13. Last week's winner, Derek Ernst.
He's got a little work to do here today.
Trying to work it off the sideboard. And he will.
This is really good.
That left for birdie for Derek Ernst. Wrong side of the cut right now. Lots of golf left. Back to 17, Brian Harman.
Good looking swing there. That's hanging a little left for the lefty, and that lands down in the swale or right into the little upslope, and it looks like it's going to stay up. Very similar. Starts to move a little bit. There we go. Hopefully that was what will happen tomorrow with that front left hole location. But for the players today, want it working farther away from the hole here, Brian.
Brian Harman just doubled 16. Played this event alone last year, hoping to get to play on the weekend this year. Live at coverage of the second round of the Players' Championship, expanded for 2013 to include a follow a group feature, as well as us, what we're doing here, watching 13 and 17. That's our group right now. You see Brian Harman 44 feet away, but putting up a slope here to this back center hole location.
Really a very straight putt coming back up that hill there, even though a lot of distance on that, just down there at the anchor, as they call it, all the water draining down to the bottom and straight up the hill.
Ridge here for Louis Oosthuizen to deal with.
We have seen a variety of results from back here today.
It's pretty good.
Really good.
Cabrera back there also. Louis Oosthuizen's 4 under. Looks like he's going to escape the 13th. Talking about guys escaping a hole that's playing less than 150. Same situation here. William McGirt now for birdie.
He's going to navigate this hole better, certainly, than yesterday when he deposited 2 in the water. Looks like it'll be just a 3. Remember, he came to this tee yesterday on just an absolute tear, but is fighting with 10 holes to go right there at even par.
William, a brand new father in the off season. He and his wife Sarah welcoming Miles Cameron just after New Year's. Born on January 2nd. That young man is going to have a fireworks show for his birthday every year.
Mm-hmm.
Harman with a pretty good first putt, but still not inside of Jeff Maggart. Oh, no. Almost disaster, but it's okay. Harman just doubled 16 and the heart rate still racing. There you go, closest of the day by a considerable margin. Maggart also safely inside the cut line right now. Make it 3 under. 1 under will play the weekend.
The question is, will even play the weekend? I think that's the thing we look at going into the afternoon, is if the scoring numbers tick up a little bit, if the wind picks up, if the greens get a little hairier out there, will that number drop to even? It's going to take a little bit of effort right now. Those will be the anxious moments. Those who are in the house right now at even have to sit around and wait for a little bit.
Back to 13. Henrik Stenson discussing things with his caddy. Stenson, 37 years old, now lives in Orlando.
2009 champ here, and good to see his game rounding back into form. Took some time off to really find the whole swing again. He was literally couldn't stand up over the golf ball, which I know, Travis, you've worked with a lot of people that are trying to find that game again. He went all the way back and had to reach down deep to find that winning touch again.
Yeah, you just have to, sometimes you got to maybe start over, just revisit the fundamentals and just kind of build it back up again, slowly, piece by piece. And And fortunately, we've seen it a number of times on tour, a lot of times in putting. You'll see that, but certainly in the swing as well. And he's done a nice job of it. It's good to see.
Just a little right of the stick from his perspective. Just a smidge deep as well. Brian Gay will be next. Brian Gay went and started doing some work to try to get more distance. What can a player like this do to try to get more distance?
Well, it's the attack angle. I believe that's what they have worked on, Brian, with Grant Waite. And they've taken the attack angle where Brian was a little too down, 1 or 2 degrees down at impact with the driver, leveled that out, maybe even slightly now positive 1 or 2 degrees on the way up. And when you do that, the science is going to suggest that you can launch it higher with less spin, and you'll maximize your club head speed, or your smash factor, as you would call it. So it's just all numbers, all science, and you know, it makes sense if you can get that player to move in that direction with the attack angle. Fairly good size change, though, anytime you start messing with the attack angle.
Hold it up.
Ooh, how about that bounce? They have raised the bulkheads. Not too many of those kick away from the water, though.
Such a good par 3. You stand there on the tee, and you see the flag sitting there on the left, and you really can't see much of the green, as you can see, you know, from this perspective. Even with no wind, you stand there, and you gotta make a committed swing here. So easy to bail out to the right, and then you have a difficult 2-putt open over that bank there, as we saw just a group ago. But great hole, even though not too long, but it makes you think.
Good discussion there between Russell Henley and his caddy.
Go. Go. It went. He got it. It listened. 3 balls beyond the hole. How many times on tour can you be on a 9-hole part of a golf course and have wedge or 9-iron in your hand at both par 3s? It's a rarity out here.
You see a little bit of hurting breeze, but they dealt with it. It worked out there at 13. Sergio's done with it. So is Tiger. What a show through 2 days of the Players. to the tee at the 17th. You can hear that din of noise around this arena. All of those folks filing in from around the North Florida area, checking in on this stadium atmosphere.
Actually have filled the entire general parking lot. They are going to auxiliary parking solutions right now, so lots of folks on the grounds.
Travis, I'm going to need your keys.
Well, apparently we're the only ones working today here in Northeast Florida. Us and the players, of course.
They are working. Yeah. Chad Campbell's working. He's right on the cut line. Parred the hole yesterday.
I was talking about Ford Chaffling earlier.
Looks like Chad's ready to go. I was here early enough this morning to get a front row parking spot, but when you're leaving, that's back row, and that can take a while to get out of here. It's not good to know that that parking lot is completely full. Chad 1 under par. Sounded like a pretty solid strike there. This ball's turning over left, and it's got to get down a little bit. Just on top and gets just through, and now coming back a little bit. That'll be fine now, but I'm sure that had a little lump in his throat working as that ball was coming down.
Kind of rebounded off of that fringe there. A little slope. He used it. Back to 13. Great putter. Birdie putt here for Brian Gay.
Reach.
There you go. Brian Gay back to back now at 12 and 13, and he's inside the cut line. And it's sitting there perilous. 74 players, excuse me, 73 players at that 1 under par or better, but he becomes the 74th. The evens still with a chance. If you're finished at even par, don't go home yet, but you can go ahead and pack. Back to 17, Jason Day.
-3, playing pretty solid. The strike, and that ball is headed a little bit to the left, and that's got to get down. That was way too much. That was a wedge, I believe. Guy who's been giving me clubs all day, Jeff, didn't signal me, and that was our sign, is that if you don't signal me, the player's got a wedge, and that just completely airmailed. That wasn't even close.
No, Dennis, that was a good 10 yards over the back of that green. Anything beyond just club selection on that? Any gust or anything with that one?
There's more wind right now that I'm feeling at the tee, but I did not feel it while the ball was in the air. I'm looking up at the flag right now, the American flag that's to the right, and that's looking about how it's been, but that ball just never came down. Jason can hit his short irons as far as anybody. It didn't look like he even swung that hard at it, but that missed hugely. Plus it was over it. We're talking about that dreaded get over it a little bit and hit it long. You've got a little space back there, but very little if you're really going to challenge this hole location. And the flight and trajectory that Jason hit that ball on, to me it looked like he wasn't even trying to go all the way to the back hole. It's when you hit it on that flight, it looks like you're trying to hit it more in the middle. It's the guys that hit it really high in the air that take on that hole location in the back. And now Casey Wittenberg set to play here. He is 4 under par, 1 over in his round today, but just getting started, just the 8th hole in his round here at 17. This ball on a little better trajectory, and it's got to get up a little bit. That's going to land into that slope, and will it stay? No, it's going to come back down, isn't it? Just like it should have. No, it's going to stay, just like yesterday.
Bogey through 14 and 15 for Casey Wittenberg, and he just parred 16, but still in the mix here at 4 under for the tournament. Sergio, the leader, at 11 under par. Martin Laird just finished up, and he's standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Guys, well, Martin, runner-up here last year. You just won a couple weeks ago at the Valero Texas Open, so you have to be feeling pretty good vibes right now.
Yeah, you know, I was looking forward to this week. Obviously, coming off a good finish last year, the first time I'd really played well here, and you know, I kind of feel like I've maybe got the course figured out a little better now, and coming off a win, obviously coming here with some confidence. So yeah.
We've been talking about how important experience is here, but is it more experience and confidence with this course than it is just coming here and playing every year?
Yeah, I think I find experience in the greens. You know, I was playing with Scott Brown today, and this is his first year, and he really struggled on the greens. And I said to him, you know, don't get too disheartened. That my first 3 or 4 years, I didn't make a putt here, and finally a couple of years ago, I started to figure them out, and you know, I feel a little more confident on them now. They're some of the trickiest greens we putt on all year, and for me, that's what I think the experience comes from. And the only time you really experience the greens as fast as they are right now is a tournament week. So it's not like you can come a couple of months early and you know, get used to them.
We were joking, maybe this is a good thing you're done by now. Greens are baking out. A little bit of a breeze, but not much over here. What do you expect to see in the afternoon with?
Yeah, you know, the breeze, this is the easier wind for this golf course southeast. The last few holes play a little easier than they can. But as you said, the greens are getting firm and faster. So, you know, I don't know. It's going to be tough for those guys this afternoon like it was for us yesterday. So, you know, I'm happy to be in the house and go and have some lunch.
All right, well, great position heading into the weekend once again. Good luck this week.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Amanda, thanks. Jason Day in the drop area now at 17.
Been there a couple times. The drop area. Deposited a couple, you know, little 9-irons into the lake there.
Why do you think nobody? It was very rare play yesterday. After all of these years where the drop area was just automatic. Fred Couples made the famous hole-in 3. There may have been one other guy that re-teed since then. Yesterday, it happened all day. Think about that as we watch Zach Johnson play at 13.
Down.
Who has the afternoon round in him? Perhaps it's Zach. Birdie's at 10 and 12 after posting his third 66 in his last 6 rounds here at TPC Sawgrass yesterday. Not sure we're going to get 3 birdies in his first 4 from there.
52 flag? 52 flag.
John Merrick will be next. Merrick sits at 1 over par right now, 1 under for the day. Winner earlier this year at Riviera. Long Beach, California native and resident. Went to UCLA, practiced at the golf course. Favorite basketball team is the Lakers. And he won at Riviera. Here we go.
That's
Business is picking up at 13.
Giddy up, come on. That was the action we wanted.
John Merrick inside 2 feet. That'll move him even closer to the cut line with lots of golf left. Here's a guy that's sliding back the other way right now, Casey Wittenberg. Now makes his home in Atlanta, lives in the Terminus building. They've got a wonderful indoor facility there. He doesn't even have to leave the building to practice. Not a lot of golf balls get hit in Buckhead without the cops getting called, but Casey can get that done. Oh, on a good line. Wittenberg's second birdie of the day. Stops the bleeding. He's back to even for the round. 5 under for the week, and that's 6 back.
Yeah, it's got to make him feel better there after the last 3 holes. A couple bogeys, par on 16. Never a good feeling for a tour player, but gets one back there on 17 with a nice deuce up the hill.
And no one knows putter momentum better than these guys out here. He hadn't really hit anything of significance yet. That can be one of those that just sort of gets that pep in your step moving.
So I asked you about the drop areas. Jason Day putts for bogey. Why weren't they using it yesterday?
Well, I think it's all the pin location. You know, in the front of the green, you drop up front there. There's another one. Oh, that one didn't turn. Well, that one carrying a little more speed.
That looked like it was the same line.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, I think it's just pin location, really. If you take the drop area yesterday, now you're probably 75, 80 yards of that flag.
That's about right.
Difficult to spinning off that bank, you know, you got to bring it in a little bit higher. So guys electing to take more club from the tee and hitting the full shot.
Be careful with this. We've seen this missed and almost missed several times today. No problem there. Balls have snuck left as straight as they are coming the other direction. They have tried to sneak left there. A couple of them actually done it.
I mean, there's Sawgrass right there. TPC in a nutshell. One of them makes 2. The other one makes 5 with one bad swing. You got 3 strokes. Can happen on just about any hole out here where you can get that kind of dispersion and score.
And just like that, Jason Day is on the cut line now at 1 under par. So is Chad Campbell, but has this to go the other direction. And the wind really picking up, not forecasted to be above 10 miles an hour. And Campbell buries it. It's very flat on that back shelf. If you get it online, it will stay online. Chad Campbell has now birdied 2 of his last 3, and he's at 2 under. We'll move back to 13. Zach Johnson, long bending birdie putt.
Good speed.
Just not high enough, but someone of his putting prowess. I feel pretty comfortable with him having to hit this one for me.
Yeah, but as you know from watching it all day, Will, this is a putt that has to be hit over on the left side. Yeah. And maybe even, depending on your pace, outside the left side. Zach, 8 under par, tied for 5th. Nobody out on the golf course is closer to the lead than this man, and he's got this putt to stay there. And you just saw Damon Green kind of motion with the left hand toward the water.
4.5 feet, 2 for 2 from this distance through the first couple of days. He hasn't really tested himself too much, leaving himself these.
He's only missed twice inside 10 feet this week.
Told you, no problem. Zach Johnson.
That he is, from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And he's 3 back to 17 and Mark Wilson.
Mark's walking in here. Couple over par for the tournament here, playing his 26th hole of the event. Wind is freshening here, guys. It is starting to blow quite a bit harder. It's pretty darn close to 10 miles an hour now. Mark gets to start on a pretty good lie. Looks like it might be leaking just right of the hole, but that's a good shot. Lands just short of hole high, releases up. Sit down, ball. Okay, that's going to hang in there. Well done.
Back to 13, John Merrick, inside 2 feet for birdie. That's back-to-back. Even par for the championship. Back to 17. David Toms on the tee.
What a struggle in that first round for David. A couple under today, but 79 in the opening round. And as I said, 2 under for the day, but he's got to pick up a bunch more if he wants to play on the weekend. Veteran, he's played well here many times. This looks to be a 9-iron. That's flighted on a pretty good line, just left of the hole, and it's perfect. That's a nice shot for David. It's going to end up just short of hole high. Well judged.
This is where it all ended for David. It all came apart right here just a couple years ago in the playoff with KJ Choi. And Bryce Mulder will round out the group.
Yeah, the final member of this group, Brian. This is a group, if you would have told me that not one player would be under par playing this hole today, I would have been very, very surprised at that. I would have probably put money on it. Bryce 3 over. All three players very technical in their game, play smart golf. Just not working out that way this week. That's on. Decent line, lands over the bunker, but not very aggressive there for Bryce, but safely on the dance floor.
So Mulder finds the green. 3 birdie putts coming up at 17. When we come back, second round of the Players on PGA Tour.com. Welcome back. Second round of the Players Championship. Sergio Garcia, the winner in 08, is the man at the top of the leaderboard right now. Tiger, the winner in 01, right behind him. Here's Bryce Mulder for birdie.
We're starting to see the hole challenged a lot more by these last couple of groups.
We are in the first part of the afternoon wave here. These guys started on the back nine. That's the voice of Will Haskett. Phil Tatarangi is going to join us. Dennis Paulson's out on the golf course, and my friend Travis Fulton is with us from the Tour Academy.
I mean, the last group alone, we had Chad Campbell and Casey Wittenberg both make birdie putts of 26 and 38 feet respectively, and those were two of the three longest putts made here at the 17th today. So maybe we got some afternoon electricity. The wind's picking up. Only 4 balls in the water so far today.
These putts have been very straight back here. Wilson for back-to-back birdies. Looks like it goes left, and it doesn't. Very straight. And we'll never know as that one comes up short. Mark Wilson at 2 over par. Perhaps the least heralded 5-time PGA Tour winner in history. 5 PGA Tour wins right there.
I'll second that. I had you were 2 under on the KJ Choi number, but if you asked me Mark Wilson wins, I think it would have come 2 under 5 easily.
You're not alone. That's nobody remembers. Then only one of them was an opposite field event. I mean, he won the Honda Classic in a playoff. Camilo Villegas was in that playoff.
He won the Hope, right?
He's won the Humana Challenge, indeed. Won the Sony Open. Won in Phoenix. Now he won the Mayakoba Golf Classic, the only opposite field event. Phoenix on Super Bowl Sunday. Went to a Monday finish.
See, there you go.
Tom's for birdie. Actually wound up going to a Monday finish that year. He won.
Monday morning after the Super Bowl. We're not paying attention to much.
Went on a tear as we watched David Toms. Mark Wilson at one point had won 3 times in 13 months. He was potentially the hottest player in the game. Travis
works with Dr. Jim Sutty. Long time on his game, and certainly done a nice job. He gets a lot out of his game, no question about it.
It's refreshing to see guys like Toms and Wilson still being able to win out here. Not the longest players, as we watch Mulder for his par. And it just length became so important there for a 10 or 15 year stretch. Guys like that were getting past.
Yep. Well, there's still a handful of courses out there where, you know, they're not going to blast you with too much length, but it certainly helps to have it and has had a huge impact on the game. But, you know, these guys have been at it a long time. They know their game. They understand their game. They play to their strengths. And when they can get the putts to fall like anybody else, they're going to compete.
There's Scott Stallings, who this time yesterday was right in the middle of things. Earlier yesterday was right in the middle of things. He opened up this Players' Championship with 5 birdies in a row. Then made 5 pars in a row, went bogey, double, had a triple at 16, shot 71. Sits right on that cut number right now at 1 under par.
I believe he led the field after yesterday in strokes gained putting, even with some of those struggles with the bogeys and the triples. Made a lot of big putts yesterday, but unfortunately didn't strike it very well.
Lucas Glover's next. Made a triple earlier today at the 12th.
That is one of the reasons why he's 4 over par, I'm sure. It's hard to play this golf course and not make a double. Triples, kind of a compounding of the problem. But Lucas now strikes that ball out to the right, try to turn it over. And this has got a lot of air on it. Will it sit down? Wow, what a shot.
Right next to the flag stick. Almost flew it in. That pitch mark is very close. We look at it again. Pitch mark about a foot short. The second bounce almost went in. Boy, that ball landed inches left of the hole. There's Justin Leonard.
Set to play here, and I just got gusted by a breeze here. It is definitely picking up, and after he plays this shot, I got a little reset here for you, Brian. That played away. That's headed a little left. Should land in the middle portion of the green, but it's got to slow down. This ball's headed towards that back edge. Popped over. Did it hang in? From my vantage point, I can't tell.
Did not.
It is wet, Dennis. All the way across. That ball just kept rolling. All right, give us the reset, Dennis. Talk to us.
All right, I think it's kind of weird being the on course reporter here calling this hole. The players are coming by, teasing me, dude, what are you waiting for, a train wreck or a car crash? And it's kind of what it's like out here. I mean, you feel like you're Action News 17 out here, and they send you to the busiest intersection in town. The only problem was with this hole location, it was about 3 in the morning when it happened. I think so. And so it's been pretty calm, but with this wind picking up, I think people are starting to wake up in the morning, and we're starting to find a little more traffic, and I think it's going to be a little more entertaining as this afternoon progresses, as this wind picks up. That shot that Justin hit was the best looking shot by far of anybody that went in the water today.
How about Dennis Paulson mid-sentence confirming to Justin Leonard that the ball is wet?
He's a news reporter, a sports reporter, and a spotter all at the same time.
I want to see that again. Mid-sentence, Justin makes eye contact with Dennis. Hey, did that go in?
Yeah.
Dennis with the nod, and then we go to the drop area. Now look, Justin has sent somebody ahead, though. He's going to make darn sure. He knows Dennis has been in the sun for a couple hours.
Well, now we've got a larger issue at play here. This is the 64th time. Here it is.
Here's Justin. Hey, did that go in?
This is while he's talking to us,
Dennis,
mind you.
Yep, yeah, traffic. Yeah, it did. Yeah, sure did. Sorry.
And right back into his thought.
That's pretty good.
I mean, that is, partner. That was some pretty good focus right there.
Yeah, well, you got one. I didn't have anybody talking in my ear there, so it made it a little easier. But we've been there before. Players are always trying to ask. You don't want to walk all the way up there to do it yourself and then have to walk all the way back. Now Justin's set to play this shot. He loves to flight down wedges. He's got a good solid 10 yards of green short of the hole to get this close. This ball looks to be pretty aggressive, and it's left of the hole and turning it over. So that ball's going to hold in there, pin high, so he'll have an opportunity to make his bogey here. But as I said, Justin's shot is by far the best shot that I've seen that's gone in the water here today.
My friend Travis and I are going to go practice on the driving range. Travis Fulton, thank you very much.
Thank you. See you Sunday.
Yes, I look forward to that. Phil Tatarangi returns when we come back.
Welcome back. Live coverage of the 17th continuing. Scott Stallings, birdie putt, currently right on the cut number. At 1 under, getting to 2, and that one wiggles wide. Will Haskett back with you. Phil Tatarangi fresh off the lunch truck. Dennis Paulson, who is multitasking down at the 17th. It's our continuing coverage today. Justin Leonard became the 5th player to hit it into the water today. If you logged on expecting the carnage of day 1, it is not delivered, although Phil, freshening breezes have all of a sudden made this back hole location a little bit more interesting from our vantage point.
Yeah, look, I think the error to go long here is unforced, unless you're trying to push the envelope and need a couple of birdies to get inside of the cut line. Those guys that are comfortably inside the cut and mid-range heading towards the top of the leaderboard, there is no need to challenge this back hole location. You have plenty of room to stay underneath the hole. And if anything, the guys that are hitting it long, like Justin just did, are the guys that are just not quite reading the wind correctly.
This is a big bogey putt. Just to drop a shot, but it will be a 2-shot drop for Justin Leonard, who now sits outside the cut line. Again, started on the 10th, so 10 holes still to go. But more importantly, Phil, now he's 1 under career on this hole through 64 times playing it. I mean, he's now flirting with level par historically. This is troublesome.
Nice of you to point that out. But to be fair, he's played 35 holes. He's now 1 outside of that cut line. And for the 98 champion, he is going to be well aware that he needs that birdie up the last.
Well, it was nearly a 1 for Lucas Glover, and instead it's a 3 as the putter that has really been his biggest issue over the last couple of years for the former U.S. Open champion. Cannot believe how much that one turned at the holes. He walks off frustrated at 4 over with the need to get things going. As we watch another group making their way from the 16th, there's D.A. Points. They'll head over to the tee. One of those players at -1, right on the cut line. Currently 71 players at 1 under or better, so a few of them continue to fall. Obviously, Justin Leonard going from 2 to even has tightened up that number just a bit as we're into the heart of the afternoon wave. Last groups on the golf course have been out there for an hour.
Certainly the tour staff have done a great job here over the years of transforming this 16th and 17th stadium into a unbelievable viewing site for the fans and for the corporate hospitality people. The walk from 16 to 17, they get up very close and personal with the players, and you can nearly feel their energy as they're walking by, and also as the players make their way from the 17th tee around the walkway to the green.
Well, good playing for Kevin Streelman, who will have the honor. He is 5 under for the tournament. He's another one of those players that has fared well here. He's never missed the green here at 17. He's 13 of 13. And Dennis, he's hit 17 greens in a row dating back to yesterday's first round, as he is in full conversation about the breeze here at the Island Green.
What are you trying to do to him anyway, Will? Those numbers are just putting too much pressure on the man.
I know it's overlapping, but he knocks this one on the green. It's an 18 for 18 dating back to yesterday. That's a pretty fair ball striking stretch.
No, it is, and I have to agree with you. You know, this hole becomes easier the more you play it. As best as I remember, my memory's not the greatest, but for myself, I don't really remember hitting it in the water here. I know I didn't really have a train wreck here. I might have knocked it in the water and got it up and down for a bogey in one of my trips around here, but I was never that intimidated. The one day that we had to play it into a hard left breeze, and I'm trying to hook a 7-iron into the breeze here to hold the green, that was a scary shot. But for the most part, if you've got a lot of positive, it's not really that hard of a shot. But I've never had to play this shot on a Sunday late either, trying to win the golf tournament. And that's a totally different story in itself. Now Kevin set to play, 5 under par. Ball's out to the right, trying to turn it over. This has got a little bit of length to it. What a golf shot right there. How you doing? Not only hit the green, but he stuffed it.
See, no worries. I mean, Dennis is concerned that I'm going to jinx him or something. He is in the zone right now.
I think if you've hit 17 greens in a row, now 18, you certainly weren't concerned about having the wedge in your hand. Kevin Streelman, 5 under par, continuing this run of great play. Fantastic shot there at the 17th.
Dennis, from our Tampa champion to our Houston champion.
Pretty impressive stuff at Houston event. And coming back, we didn't think we were going to get that one in that day. The sun was setting and we had that thunderstorm blow through there for about an hour and a half or so. He came back out, had a lot of holes to play, and won that thing coming down the stretch. Billy Horschel, poor guy, had to go right to the 18th hole, one of the toughest tee shots in golf. Minus this one here. That ball by DA hanging out to the right, and it's got to get down a little bit. Get down, ball. That is over the back edge.
Well, I just mentioned it. I think that's an unforced error, or he's misjudged the wind completely. I just don't see the need for those players that are playing well, that do not need to make birdie here, to fly the ball all the way back to that flagstick. I mean, to be fair, I think he's most probably got that going at least 10 yards further than he needed to fly it.
Well, that's probably the club, isn't it, really?
Yeah, but it's just like you say. It's just obviously not ripped or anything.
No, I'm saying, don't you think it's the wedge?
But you're saying just hit it, just to get it on the middle there.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Or just chip this.
Like I said, rip the wedge halfway up the hill there.
Feel that?
I think Tim needs to challenge us a little bit at 2 over par. Not to be too overly aggressive, and I have to agree with you, Phil, that shot, especially for DA. I'm not going to go too much with the guys that barely go in the water long and left, that are right-handed, getting over the top of it, but to miss this long of the hole and right of the hole for a right-hander, that's really misjudging this wind that's helping out of the right. So that's just a big miscue right there for DA points. But now Tim Clark plays away. This is flighted down. This needs to get up a little bit. Lands in the front third of the green, hops up and releases decently into the middle of the green. That was right on line, but that was the smart play, the prudent play here at 17 for Tim Clark.
And you can see there, Dennis, he went with a 9-iron. Tim Clark executing here well on 17. Currently 2 over par for the time.
while we were away, D.A. Points, who became the 5th golfer to find the water today. The 17th from the drop zone, playing his 3rd.
And that's not his best either, 93 yards from that drop zone.
So Phil, he came to this hole at 1 under, which was inside the cut line, but while we were at break, not just the score isn't even official yet with DA falling out, but the cut has officially moved back to even par. Now 85 players are tied at even or better, as -1 is just 69. So there you see where that current cut stands, and that means players like Jonas Blix, James Hahn, Charlie Hoffman, Charlie Wee, who are all finished and in at even par and watching, maybe get a reprieve to play some more golf this weekend, as Tim Clark under the hole for birdie here at 17.
That cut moving out that way is reflective of how the golf course is changing a little bit, and certainly these closing holes here are playing a little more difficult. Tim at 2 over needs this one to go and birdie the 18th. He's done the first leg of that. Great birdie there for Tim Clark at 17. Gets him back to 1 over par.
So the 2010 champ, good to see him back and playing healthy after the elbow surgery that cost him about a year's worth of play. Now DA Points, this would be a good bogey save if he could cozy this one in from outside of 20 feet.
It really was an unforced error to fly long. When you're inside the cut line, this is one of those situations there to play aggressively but conservatively, take a conservative game plan of landing the ball short of the hole and then execute that aggressively. He had the aggressive game plan of flying it all the way to the hole, executed that aggressively and ran it into the water over the back. Never got that started on line, and we'll have a couple of feet left for his double,
which will take him outside the cut line. 10 holes to go for this group after they walk off of here, and even though a majority of the most difficult holes on the golf course reside on the front, the front's actually playing about 4/10 of a shot harder than the back. Again, you get 140 some odd players on this golf course. Greens start to get a little bit bumpier in the afternoon, as saw Kevin Streelman second best effort here off the tee. Phil, no problem.
No problem. Great 2. Well rewarded there for a great approach shot with his wedge. Kevin Streelman, one of a very few players that are consistently performing well out here week in, week out. Of course, winning in Tampa, down in the Florida swing. This man had a little hot streak going as well there, winning in Houston, and just a few weeks ago coming down the stretch with the eventual winner Billy Horschel in Zurich Championship in New Orleans.
When we start to watch how the cut line will impact golfers around the golf course, John Senden at 13, currently right on the cut number with some golf holes left, but this is a long, you can call it a birdie effort, Phil, if you'd like.
Yeah, look, there's been a couple of players that have gone long there at 13 today and have had trouble judging the pace, getting the ball down to the hole. They've given it enough respect, but just haven't got the ball high enough. And it leaves Sendo with a good 6 or 7 feet left there with his par putt.
That was the last group to tee off on 10 in the afternoon wave. And then a few groups ahead of them here at the 17th. And Louis Oosthuizen on the tee.
Louis, the 2010 Open Championship winner, has a tendency to lose his iron shots to the right. Fantastic ball strike, a lovely tempo in his swing. But every now and then just gets a little bit speedy with the hips, leaves the club face open. He's safely aboard there. But, yesterday was one of those players that found himself over on the back right when the pin was over on the front left.
Before Oosthuizen played, it was our Masters runner-up, Angel Cabrera, wasting no time.
Never does. The ball's in the air. Very quickly off the club face for Angel. Doesn't allow himself to get too mixed up with outside agencies, too many swing mechanics.
Now Derek Ernst, if you had told this man 10 days ago that he'd be playing in the Players' Championship, he would have laughed at you. Now he's got to look at birdie, but he's 5 over, playing in the wake of that improbable first tour win last week in Charlotte. He's going to have some work to do today to make the cut, but he's laughing all the way to the bank the last couple of days as we will check in with Richard H. Lee here at 13.
This will spring to his right. Ooh, just catches the right edge. There have been a number of players putting from that same spot today and have had a similar result.
Sergio Garcia leads the Players off of his best round ever here at Sawgrass. 65 today. Oh yeah, Tiger's in second too. Continuing coverage of play at the 17th. And on the green, Louis Oosthuizen for his long birdie.
Louis just a little outside of 25 feet. Expecting it to break a little right and did not do it for him. He's running a good 3 feet by.
You talked about his smooth tempo on the tee, and we finally are starting to see the wind kind of freshen here at 17 for the first time in a day and a half. When you're standing up there and it's a short iron in your hand, do you want someone, is it well, I guess it depends on the player, but is a smooth tempo or someone who's really aggressive in striking the ball? Is it favor one or the other when you've got some wind behind you?
Well, as we saw yesterday, with those balls that fell out of the sky are the guys that actually went with the half shot or went with the three-quarter shot. They didn't compress the ball. And I think, as Dennis has alluded to a few times here, that I think the club of choice for a lot of the players is a well compressed, nearly a full shot, a three-quarter shot where you can compress the ball, get it up into the wind, and it doesn't have the tendency then to fall out of the sky. Obviously, you don't want to pull it, you don't want to get over the top. As Angel Cabrera there taps in for his par. You don't want to pull it and get over the top of it, and that's where you see those guys that go long and left. And you actually kind of give it the top spin forehand. But I've got to believe that when you're coming downwind, you've got to compress the ball, get it up onto its ball flight, because if you just don't get it there, the wind, if it's any sort of compression, does have the tendency to knock the ball down.
A year ago right now, Derek Ernst was prepping for regional competition at UNLV.
It's a great view there. You can see the grain, folks, with all that dark shade is the grain that is back into the players. The mini Verde Bermuda grass here that is put into the greens when Pete Dye came and did his renovation work here in 2007. All the greens were relayed. Sub-air system was put underneath so that they could control the subsurface of the greens and whenever there was a big rain event. And you can see here Louis Oosthuizen and his caddy getting a real close look and seeing what's going on, but you can see there the different shades of grass that shows the grain that's into the Bermuda grass. Again, if the dark shade is what you see, that indicates that the grain is into you. The light shade, the grain is going with you.
Oh, he knew it immediately. First drop shot of the day for the South African. Falls back to even today and now 3 under for the tournament. We've seen that a lot today, Phil. I mean, that has been a putt that has been very difficult for players behind the hole. Even 3-4 footers have proven to be a difficult read.
And look, it's very flat back there. If the ball breaks at all, it's inside of the hole, and especially if you keep the pace on it. For Louis there, the ball bobbled as soon as he got it started. Never got the ball started with a good roll. Consequently, was having to have a tough time keeping it on line. And it just squirted straight to the right. He was up out of it early. He knew as soon as the ball came off the club face. And most probably a product to me there with his caddy taking a close look at it, that he really wasn't too sure about the line, wasn't too committed to it. And that's when 9 times out of 10, if you're not committed, you're going to make a weak stroke, leave the toe of the putter open, and the ball is going to squirt out to the right.
Well, waiting for a group to finish on the 16th, a group that includes Heinrich Stenson, the champion here back in 2009. Part of not just a list of international winners, but look at the spread of the international flavor on there. You can go all the way around the globe, all the way from Spain to Korea. The winners who have won this event, you've got big hitters on there, you've got field touch play. It just shows how this field yields so many wonderful champions.
Yeah, it certainly does. The golf course, I don't think favours one player or another. You can see Tim Clark there, as you alluded to, being a short hitter the year previous. Henrik Stenson played his way around this golf course with a 3-wood, and so I don't think this golf course necessarily favours one person or the other, a playing style or the other, but certainly in the international department, we've got 47 international players playing this year, and certainly under Tim Fincham's reign as commissioner, he's wanted to make this golf tournament as international as possible under the guidelines of it being the PGA Tour Players Championship.
Well, we'll get to see Heinrich Stenson, our 09 champ, in just a second, hit at the 17th. Let's get to learn a little bit more about him outside the ropes.
Please welcome from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
I hit the shot in Akron at the 5 stone.
It bounced up onto a guy's chest and he spilled his whole beer. So if you're watching, I still owe you one. When I hit it well, my driver is favorite club. But I kind of enjoy my lob wedge as well. I really like TPC Sawgrass. The risk and reward and the layout. It's so many good holes. You see what you need to do and you get the rewards if you do it, and otherwise you're in trouble, especially on 17. Sevi and Paldo. Two good guys, two kind of different types of players, but they were the two guys I was following and cheering on. I try to work out. I mean, it kind of goes with the season as well. If you have longer periods, you can do a bit harder and try and keep a general fitness level, and once up the body, it kind of takes its toll hitting all these all shots that we do. Swedish meatballs with the potatoes and the sauce and the lingonberries. That's kind of something I long for when I'm out on the road and not go back to Sweden that often. Ice cream, chocolate, brownie. Yeah, that's a weakness. I delivered newspapers when I was a kid on the weekends. A BMW. Not a new one though, it was an old one. A BMW. They're good. They deliver. Math was, I was kind of into that. Drawing, I'm crap at drawing. Never did much good in that. Kind of into flying in the last year or so. One of the guys in South Africa let me handle this small plane a little bit, so I'd have to say pilot then.
Let's fly to the sun. Vacation time's just begun. A dreamer's holiday for me and you.
Well, there you take a look at Stenson's card today. A birdie offset by a bogey as he still is wrapping up at the 16th. He's got a 16-footer coming up for birdie over at the par 5 before he'll make that 100-yard walk to the tee. A lot was made, Phil, yesterday of Roberto Castro shooting that 63 without making a putt of 10 feet or more. The previous low round at this tournament, when not making a putt outside of 10 feet, was Stenson. He shot 66 in the final round in 2009 to win this golf tournament without making a putt in that final round outside of 10 feet. You see him pacing, trying to hit a putt outside of 10 feet. He's got 16 feet for birdie. We'll let you know if he makes that. And take a look at his tee shot at 17 coming up after the break. And the tee has action at the 17th as we welcome you back into our live at coverage. Second round of the Players. Sergio Garcia has been done for a few hours. He leads. Looks like that lead might actually be safe before the day is over. Phil Tatarengi, Will Haskett, Dennis Paulson's on the golf course. And off a birdie at 16, the 2009 champ Stenson is ready to fire.
Hendrick 5 under par, playing very solid, as you said, coming off birdie at 16. This group's a little out of position. I do not see a tour official, but the wind is definitely up. Flagstick was blowing straight across here a moment ago. It's laying down now. It's on a pretty good line, but it's got to get up. That just creeps on top of the upper deck. He's going to be safely on the green, but not real close to the hole. But that's a smart play for a past champion here. He knows how to play this 17th hole.
And it's exactly where you'd expect him to hit it there, Dennis. We're talking about guys that don't need that back pin, carry that top ridge and leave it 20 feet underneath the hole. That's exactly where you'd expect him to hit it. Ryan Gay now.
Ryan Gay now looks like he's just about ready to go here. Not a whole lot more here. The breeze is actually blowing a little bit out of the right. And I like what you mentioned about guys no need to get all the way back there. The one shot that really surprised me today more than anything was D.A. Points. To hit the ball in the water right of the hole here, that's a big mistake. The guys that get over the top of it a little bit and kind of hops and skips through, that's adding 5 or 6 yards, and that was meant to be a safe shot, but they just get over it. The wind rides a little bit. Brian likes to hit just a little draw. That ball started out at the hole, and that's moving left, and that's pretty deep. That's got to get down, and that is down too. Wow, Brian, that's a long ways there. 9-iron, backwater.
And Phil, the difference now, I think yesterday we expected to see, when we didn't get the balls coming back, we expected the greens to firm up and provide some more. Now today on that back shelf, that in the morning probably stays. It sticks and stays a little bit more. Now we're seeing that catapulting over the back of the green.
Yeah, look, I think they're also getting a little bit of help from the down breeze and guys that are pulling the ball left of the hole, not the same spin rate, and just got no chance of keeping it staying on the back of the green.
Russell Henley now, Dennis.
Yeah, Russell set to play here. You look at the corporate chalet behind, no breeze. To the right, big breeze down. To the left, straight across. So very confusing, and Henley barely gets it on the front portion of the green and catches that spin back. That would have been a tap in for yesterday's hole location, and as it is, that's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 55 to 60 feet for Henley here for his birdie putt at 17.
Yeah, the young man who won out at Hawaii earlier this year in his first PGA Tour event of the season. He, I think, got a little spooked there by his playing partner. Ended up bringing it up well short, but he is safely aboard. He is dry.
55 feet for Henley. That'll be the longest putt we've seen today at 17. Speaking of long putts, how about 45 feet for Brandon Grace back at 13?
And coming up and over that ridge, will feed quite sharply to the right now. Needs to just continue to chase down. Does a nice job. Well judged there from the young South African, who won his first European Tour event, shutting out Ernie Els and Retief Goosen in a playoff in his homeland.
Doesn't he own a record for the most, I want to say the most wins in a first stretch, or it's something of that nature. I'm speaking without actually having to dig it up, but it's an impressive debut for him in terms of what he did on the European Tour.
Yes, he did. He certainly came out, didn't have a hugely heralded amateur career, but opened his professional career with victories, 2 victories, back-to-back victories, in fact, in South Africa on the European Tour. And as a young South African, there isn't too many others that you'd look to as idols, other than the 2 guys that he ran down in the playoff. And look, that's a hell of a way to get your career started. Great confidence booster, and he's continued to play with great confidence in the last 18 months. This young man also came out, started his PGA Tour career with a bit of a bang, being in contention down there at the Honda earlier this year, but he's at 3 over right now and in jeopardy of missing this cut here at the Players.
Now Brian Gay, after finding the water to the drop zone, again, he was well inside the cut. Now has to do some work. He needs that to go.
Yeah, well done. Underneath the hole still. Again, the drop zone today playing right at around 93, 94 yards. The players have the ability to drop the ball within the radius of about 4 or 5 yards. So nice job there from Brian.
This is the first group off of the first tee in the afternoon wave. Ken Duke with that slider. That has been an almost impossible putt for the players today.
Yeah, look, and it's not a terribly difficult putt from the sense that you know, you got to aim it a foot outside the left edge. I think where players are coming out of it is that they're just not trusting the grain that it's actually going to make it break that far. The slope down on that bottom left-hand portion of the 13th green is not that severe. However, the grain all goes towards the water there as Ken walks off of the left-hand side of that green, and I think it just fools their commitment, and that's where they either just come out of their putt or they think that they need to steer the ball into the hole and just don't trust their line that they've selected.
Grace safely in for his par. He stays at even, which is the cut line right now. 84 players at even or better. It's going to be interesting to watch him navigate the last couple of holes, knowing you cannot make a mistake down the stretch.
Yeah, now look, this golf course just does not give you that many opportunities, and for those players that are currently outside of the cut line, they're going to need to take advantage of the par 5s. There's a couple of short par 4s on the front side. However, they do require you to put the ball in play. I think Webb Simpson wrapped it up nicely. That look, the key to scoring well around this great layout is putting your ball in the fairway. If you miss fairways around here, the green complexes are so severe and so well designed that they just do not allow you to play from the rough. Saw Russell Henley come up short after Brian Gay went in the water at the back. He needs to come up and over that ridge. A great view. It's pretty tough to judge the correct line and pace from down there, but he's managed it very well.
When he won in Hawaii, everything he looked at, when he could have putted with his eyes closed after he got the line and stood over it. It was an absolute putting clinic, and he came out the following week at Humana and opened with a mid-60s round. I mean, it was something ridiculous. He had played 5 straight rounds on tour at 30, almost 30 under par.
One thing I really do like about Russell Henley's putting routine, similarly to Brad Faxon, is he takes a couple of quick strokes, very brisk strokes right beside the ball, one quick look at the hole and pulls the trigger. Not a lot of time for second guessing there.
Well, look at some of the best putters on tour. Brant Snedeker, Aaron Baddeley. I mean, neither one of those guys spend any time over the golf ball.
Sure, and you've got to be true to yourself. There's no use going with that if you've got a long, very fluid swing. And your tempo is a little different. But Henrik Stenson there was putting for his birdie. He's 5 under. He was that to go to 6 under, but misread that to go back to the right. It was pretty straight from down in that space.
The benefit we have of having watched that putt so many times today. Once you saw that starting out to the left, you knew it was not going to come back.
But certainly there's horses for courses, and for guys that end up becoming very good putters throughout their career, they stay very consistent to whatever tempo they have. And we remember the very brisk tempo of Nick Price. He also had a very brisk tempo with his putting stroke. There are other players a la Fred Couples and Ernie Els that are long and liquid and very fluid in their tempo. They also carry that over to their putting, where they just keep that same sort of nice slow tempo. the boss of the moss, has a very nice slow tempo and everything that Lauren Roberts does. He has a nice, long, slow swing of the putter.
And Brian Gay is to save his bogey after airmailing the green here.
You can see Russell Henley's coin there, just a little inside of that.
Hang in there, ball.
You can see the rain in the grass there was always trying to drag it just a little bit to the right. And Brian, unfortunately, after going in the water over the back, will have to sign for a double bogey 5 here at 17.
So that drops him to even, right on that number, which has gone from 86 to 83 very quickly. Don't foresee it dropping any more than that as Henley. It's a nice 2-putt from 55 feet for the Rookie Tour winner at the beginning of the year. It's kind of like playing with house money the rest of the way.
Yeah, in effect, that's a 3-year exemption. You get a 2-year exemption for winning on the PGA Tour. If you win in your first week out, you get the benefits of playing in the Masters, obviously, this year. You get to return to Hawaii, but a week earlier next year to play in the Hyundai Championship out there, the Tournament of Champions. But you get the benefits of playing in the marquee groups. You get all the other benefits of playing in tournaments next year. And you'll be able to plan your schedule throughout this year and the following 2 years because that you know you're exempt.
All right, someone who knows all about those advantages of winning out here, Zach Johnson. Can he run down the leaders? Just birdied 16. He's 3 under through his first 7 holes. 9 under. He's at 10 greens in a row as he's in full conversation on club selection here, Dennis.
Yeah, and he's got a caddy on there that's got some experience here. Greeny's a good dude. Now Zach, this should not be a tough shot for him. He can flight his irons the exact trajectory that he so chooses. This should be down a little bit. He's actually taking this up a little higher than I expected to. That might be a full wedge for Zach. He's got to get up some safely in the middle of the green, and that's all you want to do when you're on a run like he is right now. Don't make a mistake here at 17.
Yeah, well, the hole is playing 147, Dennis. You could hear him talking over there with Greeny. It's a 130 shot in it, and he says, no, 125. Now that there is a veteran caddy. Took 5 yards off of his man and ensured that he stayed short of the hole.
Well, this was Zach yesterday, one of the few players from up on high that was able to navigate this slope, a little kind of double breakers that came down right and then back left, and
a little lap of honor at the end too.
He would then par the last for a 66, and now 3 under today, just 2 off the lead as John Merrick on the opposite side of the leaderboard, 1 outside the cut line, needs some work.
The big question is, will he challenge this hole or will he wait till later on? And this looks to be challenging just slightly. This is on a good line. Very nice shot there. Bounces through the shadow of the flagstick. Wow. Good shot there for John Merrick. He wants to try to get that birdie back quickly and get it back to even par.
And Phil, it begs the question. You've got a guy who's 9 under right in the thick of this championship. You've got a guy who knows his weekend life depends on that shot. Is that why you see 2 different results?
Well, I think so. I think also John looked like he took the 9-iron there and was going to play a slightly different trajectory. Came in a little bit lower, landed the ball short and ran the ball up to the hole. Zach was more comfortable with going for the full wedge. Yeah, he's got to live with the fact that he's never going to get the ball back to the hole. Jeff Ogilvie now is currently 3 over on the tee there, Dennis.
Ogs with a wedge here, a little bigger swing, but this is right in the breeze to the left, and that lands in an area that was guaranteed to be safe earlier in the day, and it does release towards that back edge, but that is a difference in what 2 or 3 hours is. That ball would have stopped dead this morning, and now it's getting about 15 to 20 feet of release in it. So those guys getting over the top of it better pay attention here at 17.
Yeah, the other thing too, Dennis, to take into account is that we've had what now 60, 70 players plus their caddies walking over that back green. It's not only is the sun making it a little bit firmer, but a little bit of extra foot traffic also firming up that back left portion of their 17th green.
Varying conditions, Not much variance in the leaderboard. Numbers posted early. Zach Johnson trying to run down Sergio Garcia. He'll have a lengthy putt for birdie after this.
Welcome back to our live at coverage here. Round number 2 of the Players' Championship. And you can see the hillside there behind the 17th green picking up. There's Zach Johnson. He's tied for 3rd right now. Low man out on the golf course at 9 under.
Yeah, look, and the keys to Zach's success around this layout lay in his ball striking. He's driving accuracy 80% of the fairways and greens in regulation, also at 80%. Not one of the longest on tour, only averaging 279 off the tee. But when you're hitting 80% of the fairways, it just puts you in the best position to play aggressively to the pins that that suit your eye and suit your yardage. But most importantly, you're playing from the short grass.
And very nearly buried that one at 17. And Zach he started on the back, so he's got 10 holes left after this. There's been a lot of talk about today's action and looking at potential pairings for tomorrow. And these afternoon guys are going to have a lot to say about it. Zach Johnson could shake up those potential groups. Everybody wants to see Tiger and Sergio together, but Zach is right there.
It was a great effort, no two doubts about it. It looked like it was pretty much in the middle until right at the end. Just caught a little bit of that grain and wiggled to the right. Great pace though. Had every chance of going in. Ogilvy now, currently outside of the cut line by 3 over. Didn't really scare the hole there. He's got 10 holes left in the second round to at least make 3 birdies.
There was a double for Jeff at the 11th yesterday. 75 yesterday for Jeff Ogilvy. And there's John Merrick.
John won out at the Northern Trust earlier this year. One of the very storied layouts on the PGA Tour, Riviera Country Club. This will get him back to even par on that cut line.
That one looked like it may have wiggled outside the cup.
Yep, and look, there's going to be some wear marks, some traffic marks, and you've got 80 or 90 players already that have gone through before him, and that back hole location, really the breaks around that hole are minimal. They really are. They're half a cup, and if you keep it inside the hole with the pace on it, most players should make. It's only when the ball runs out of pace, or if you just get it started on the middle of the hole or just to the left-hand side or the right-hand side, will it break outside of the hole.
There you see the move that Zach Johnson is making here on this Friday afternoon. Casey Wittenberg climbing back into things as well. Much easier to be finished right now than to have to deal with the crusting of the greens and the blustering of the winds. These guys are taking advantage. There are some folks in this afternoon wave representing that half of the field. Let's go back over to 13, and how about this putt for Peter Hansen? It's off the back fringe.
Man, he has got some undulation to cover. Gets up on top of that crest and then now takes it to the right. I tell you what, this is pretty good effort right here. He does that very, very well.
That ball went downhill, uphill, and then downhill as it broke about 20 feet to the right.
All the while going side hill as well.
Side hill.
The big Swedes judged that very, very well. Peter Hansen become a very, very consistent performer in the big tournaments, the major championships. Always seems to be there or thereabouts. Currently tied for 28th.
He shot 70 yesterday. Excuse me, Phil. He shot 70 yesterday with a double and a quad. Still shot 70. All right, here's Francesco Molinari. He's outside the cut line. He sits at 1 under today, 1 over for the week. It is cut day, so we're paying attention to that. All day long it has been 1 under to make the cut. The even par group has slid in the last hour and slid in rather comfortably. So they're not worried about it. Cameron Tringali is worried about it. He's one of that even par group.
He shot 2 under par 70 yesterday, but had a run of 3 bogeys on 6, 7, and 8 today. He currently finds himself at 2 over par for the tournament. Sorry, at even 2 over for his round today.
But even is in by 3 players right now. Cameron, had he made that, could have started the snowball going or the pendulum rather, going the other direction. Not sure that it's going to be a snowball. It's going to go back and forth.
There's not going to be any snowballs around here today. It's 83 or 4 degrees out there.
Very good point.
Golf Channel or the flag? Just left of the flag.
Bo Van Pelt trying to pick out a target.
Take your time there.
And talking it over with caddy Mark Cheney. Bo has had a pretty consistent last couple of years on the PGA Tour. And looking about time for Bo to break in with one of these major championships, big tournaments. Without win on the PGA Tour last year, went down and won the Perth International in Australia.
bounced up above the bunker. Looked like it went back down into the bunker. There it is. In the bunker. Barely.
We have the bunker cam going.
How do you hit that shot?
And that one's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a severe downhill lie. He's going to have to get that up very quickly.
But you know what? We're going to have a great look at it when he tries it.
Absolutely.
We've seen another ball in that bunker already today. It was Webb Simpson, and he holed it.
Maybe it's not so hard out of the bunker.
I think he probably had a better lie than Bo Van Pelt's got. Now Charlie Belgian. Also just on that cut line now, even.
Charlie will just have a wedge in hand, I'm sure. And you can hear the crowd starting to get into it. The great thing with the crowd here on 17, especially all of those that are looking at the whole side on, similar to those that are sitting in the stands at a stadium and can see a kick going to the goalpost side on, they can get to judge for how far the distance is. And for all of those players, those fans on the side that can see the ball that's going to be landing somewhere near hole high, they're looking for a bit of action. And if the ball rolls and rolls off the back, that's a little bit of fun for them. But they'll be able to tell how deep in the green that ball is rolling, and that's where you get the crowd getting into the action. You can kind of live very, very much on the edge with the player and give some feedback as to if it's in danger of going along.
There's some of that crowd. I like the din that we hear in the background. It's never completely silent, especially on a Friday afternoon.
And a lot of people talk about golfers needing complete silence to play, and that's not the case. Sean O'Hare now, 4 under par.
That one sounded funny.
A little bit heavy, didn't it? But,
sure did.
It's been high in the end of it, just about 4 feet away. Nice shot there, Sean. But no, look, coming back to my point, I don't think we need, or PGA Tour players need complete silence to play. The actual hum of the background noise is completely fine. And I think when we get to the cauldron on most tournaments around the last hole, the thing that's most off-putting is everyone saying, quiet please, shh, shh. And that's actually the stuff that draws attention and actually breaks that hum of background noise. And so, yes, we certainly get some background noise around the 17th tee and the 17th green here, and but it's not distracting to the players at all if it's just constant.
Sean O'Hare with a great shot at 17. He's 4 under for now. Sergio the leader. This doesn't happen very often at 17.
Rather than leave it in here trying to play a shot or, it's not worth it. Just play it out and we deal with it.
And not often does a player need to consult with his caddy about getting the ball out of the bunker. And courtesy of bunker cam here, you can see Bo Van Pelt's ball is right up against the back lip of this bunker.
How about that look? Out of the bunker cam. They couldn't aim at the flag stick. That's taking your medicine.
Now, the reason why I couldn't aim at the flag sticks, folks, is that lip behind the back edge of the bunker was just too steep. He wouldn't have been able to get his club up sharp enough and get it back down on the ball and guarantee that he didn't actually catch it too thin and shoot it over the back. Also, not stubbing it into the face of the bunker and leaving it in there. And talking it over with his caddy Mark Cheney there, they just decided to flub it out to the right edge here, take their medicine. If he makes this and gets a miraculous 3 out of it, bonus. Otherwise, just take the 4, accept that you're in a tough position. Don't make the mistake twice, basically. But interestingly enough, that bunker down there on 17 is only 55 square foot. Not very big.
No.
It's only one man bunker. There's no 2 in there. No 2 people in there at once. One of the smallest bunkers on the players stadium course, and one of the smallest on the PGA Tour. It's back since we've been taking shot luck stats back in 2003. Only 45 players out of the 4,360 odd players that have played the stadium course in tournament play have found that bunker. There's only 1% of the players that have played here. 24 out of those 45 guys have ended up getting it up and down. Unfortunately for Bo Van Pelt, however, he's adding to those guys that went in the bunker in the first place, and also for those that weren't able to get it up and down.
Earlier today, Sean O'Hare was in that bunker, which makes it a very rare occurrence. We've had 2 in there in the same day. Not Sean O'Hare, excuse me, Webb Simpson.
Yeah.
And he holed it.
Yeah, so it's all dependent upon the live which you get. If you remember Bo Van Pelt's tee shot, it did land up on the ridge. Charlie Belvan there ended up draining his for a birdie. And we'll take him into the red figures, but back to Bo, his landed on the ridge, ran back down the face, and that's why he ended up on the back lip of the bunker. Webb Simpson flew his into the bunker, ended up with a better lie and more opportunity to advance the ball towards the hole.
Belgian, back-to-back birdies now, and he's 1 under and inside the cut line by a full shot now. Now Van Pelt still has some work here to avoid an extraordinarily rare occurrence of 5 without getting the ball wet at 17. That happened yesterday.
Certainly did, but does not happen on a regular occurrence. A nice job there, holding out. Didn't compound his mistakes. Poor tee shot off with the wedge in hand. Most importantly, saved his bogey.
Back to 13, Jimmy Walker.
Nice high ball flight. This looks like it's heading out towards the right, however. Extreme right, just catching the right edge of the green, and will be coming down that steep ridge.
Ahead to 17, and Sean O'Hare now for his birdie after this stellar approach shot.
Sounded like it was heavy off the tee there, didn't it, Brian? But managed to get it to hole high here. Great opportunity inside the left edge.
Could have moved to 5 under, would have been 6 back. Instead, it's another par today. He's got 7 pars and an eagle through 8 holes.
And he'll be disappointed with missing that great opportunity. Going with the way that Sean's playing, though, very consistent. He's only 5 under through his opening 26 holes here. He's got a fair bit going for him.
There's Ricky Barnes. First up in the next group here. Ricky's 3 under. The sun disappears momentarily.
Yeah, we had a couple of patches of that yesterday, and that affected the wind actually when it did that. But Ricky's judged that very nicely. He's coming up about 15 feet short of that hole, pitching wedge in hand. Looks like your biceps there, Brian.
Mm-hmm. Ricky and I have done a lot of work in the off season. I think I've inspired him, to be honest with you.
I think the work that he does and the work that you do are 2 different kinds of work.
And so says you. Dickie Pride is inside the cut line at even par.
Dickie and I made our rookie years, our debuts on the PGA Tour in the same season, 1994. And playing with Dickie quite a few times during that rookie season. He got his breakthrough victory at the FedEx St. Jude Classic out there in Memphis. He's endured a few health problems over the years. Good to see him still playing, competing out here at a high level.
Oh my, that looked like it caught a piece of the hole. It turned hard to the left. That might have caught a piece of the hole on that second bounce. Let's see it again. First bounce is good. No, didn't catch it. Might have short hopped the flag stick.
Yeah, it certainly came close, that's for sure. Great shot there from Dickie. Flew it there right around 10 feet short of the hole. Pitched and has run through. Here at Compton now.
Compton had issues on this hole yesterday. A quadruple bogey, 7, couple in the water.
And it's contributed to him being 7 over par. Needs a fair bit going for him if he's to get back to even and get back in this tournament. That's a good start.
In fine shape here for birdie at the 17th. Started the day with a birdie at the 10th. Has made all pars since then. Compton currently 74th in FedEx Cup points. It took him a long time to fight his way out here onto the PGA Tour. Of course, has multiple times been a heart transplant recipient. And now that he's out here, seems to have some staying power. Let's go back to 13 and Jason Bowen off the back of the green.
And this, folks, is a very similar place to where John Sendon has been and numerous others today. It's off the back right-hand edge of this 13th green. Needs to come uphill right about here. Starts taking a turn to the right and is going downhill and away from him. And although that's going to run a good 4 or 5 feet past, that's a very well judged. He'll be coming back uphill for his par save there on that 13th.
Bowen bogeyed 8 and 9. He's a couple over today, but inside the cut line at 2 under. Although all of a sudden the even par group is tied for 69th. Getting perilous. Some of those even par players are making birdies. Even has been outside the cut line most of the day. We're wondering if they can sneak in or not. And way over there is Jimmy Walker. Castro hit the green, but Walker will be first.
And
I guess he's on the green too, isn't he?
He is. This is the big ridge that I've been talking about here. Once it crests this ridge, it is all downhill to the hole right down here. If you can get it to that ridge, it will definitely get to the hole. A number of the players today just trying to hit it inside of that ridge and get it to feed left. Jimmy flared his 9-iron out to the right-hand side. And that looks to be coming down with some speed on it. It's going to release all the way close to the fringe. Leave himself with a good 10 feet coming back up for his par save. Just so hard to judge the distance, the pace from over there. You certainly don't want to leave it on top. Our first round leader now, Roberto Castro.
Nightmare for Castro. Came out of the box after tying the course record yesterday, and he made birdie at the second. He was 10 under. He's now 6 over for the round.
Bunched up with that double bogey on the previous hole, 12, one of the shortest par fours on the course. It's just so hard to hit this reset button to slow it all down. Of course, after the jubilation, the expectations that may well have raced his mind after the course record equaling 63 yesterday. The most important thing today is to keep your composure, and it looks like Roberto's had a tough time doing that. Most important from here on in for him is that he's still in the golf tournament. You know, he's 3 under par. You can right the ship, make a couple of pars, make a couple of good swings, and he wants to certainly be hanging around for the weekend.
To the 17th, birdie putt for Ricky Barnes.
And just in the perfect position here, Brian, underneath the hole. Just never got it started on line. Looked like it was started right of the hole and peeled a little bit further right of the hole.
Ricky 3 under. Just getting his round started. We're getting in between these groups here. Is the switch from the morning wave to the afternoon wave, and Dickie Pride, just that close to a hole-in-one, is now just that close to being another ball in the water. We've already had 7 today.
Easy there, Dickie. I need to take a further step back.
Well, if he gets that belt wet, I mean, that's a loss right there. The Alabama Crimson Tide elephants all over it.
Yes, may well be alligator meat if he is to fall into the water. And like many players who elect to putt from the fringe around this golf course, Bermuda grass usually has quite a lot of grain in it, and especially around the 17th, it's got quite a lot of thatch in the Bermuda grass around the fringes. It's just hard to get the ball rolling when you use the putter out of the fringe. Now, most golf courses, the fringes are in good shape, and I certainly would advise the average player to elect to get the ball on the ground as soon as possible, but that time there it just got stuck up in the grain on the back of that green. Never got it rolling.
Eric Compton with a great shot in here. Chance for his second birdie of the round.
You don't see that every day.
No.
Fake us out. Take the back swing away. Obviously something distracted Eric.
The old fake to third, throw to first move. Can't do that anymore.
Well done. Nice 2. Gets him back to 6 over par. Currently nonplussed with the way that he's playing, but you know, you never know what might change the fortunes for him. Currently got 10 holes left. Needs to make at least 5 birdies.
Pride is even. Right now it's tied for 68th. And he will stay there. 10 holes left to play for this group.
Always good for a smile is Dickie. A light-hearted character.
Wonder what the Gator fans are thinking about that Alabama belt.
Yeah, well, he can wear it with pride. They've delivered in recent years.
You a college football fan, Phil?
I didn't go to college over here in the US, but I enjoy college football and college basketball. Sure, I follow it. Yeah.
What's your team? You got a team?
No, I don't have a team.
Out?
I have the ability to be a fair-weathered fan.
Good for you.
And don't have any allegiance anywhere in particular.
John Senden will be first.
Johnny Sendo is a good friend of mine. He's a neighbour of mine in Dallas. Originally from Queensland, Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. Very consistent performer.
No one in this group made birdie at 16. John Rollins and Richard H. Lee. Lee made bogey. So Senden keeps the tee with a par. Also in that group, an even par, tied for 68th.
Johnny Sendo, he's a big strapping Ocker, 6'3" of him. Very deliberate pre-shot routine. It's worked very well for him. Visualizes his ball flight. Old-fashioned swing. Very aggressive down cock of his hands. Control that ball flight nicely. He's done a nice job there of keeping the ball underneath the hole.
The season for John Senden. See the two top 25s, both coming in premier events. A World Golf Championship event down at Doral, and last week at the Wells Fargo.
Yeah, that's not quite where I've come used to seeing him on the FedEx Cup point list. Currently 85th. He's finished in the top 30 the last 3 seasons. So he'll be looking to get a bit of a giddy up on here as the season progresses. John Rollins now on the tee. Currently sitting at 8 over par.
Easy. All right.
That's a miscue of some 10 or 12 yards offline for John Rollins. And the rocket.
And Richard H. Lee will be next as Dennis Paulson rejoins us. Nobody in this group birdied 16, Dennis.
Well, I wouldn't want to go with this one to try to get it back right here. This is a pretty aggressive line, though, here for Richard H. Just a little left of the hole and below the hole. Not a bad play at all. So he's going to have an opportunity, but at 6 over, he needs to make something happen here. He's going to have some holes left to play, but they're going to be the last group to finish on that front 9, but he's got to get it turned around.
All right, we'll see if anybody can do it at this 17th as the wind is picking up on a Friday. Awkward stance for John Rollins at the 17th.
He's coming up and over this ridge that runs right around through here. It's going to throw it to the right as it comes up and over the hill. And he's judged that very well. Tough coming up and into that grain, up and over the hill, just to get the pace right, let alone the line. And John's done that very, very well.
Well, Rollins has only missed 3 cuts this year, but is on the way to missing another one. He's got 7 top 25s, a very quiet, good, solid season. But a 77 yesterday hurt the efforts, and he's just going to get out of the way.
You can see his pants flapping quite a bit there. Breeze freshening. May well not be able to feel it down on the tee. But the green is quite exposed out in the central area of that stadium. Quite stadium-like surroundings. And you can see the wind just starting to pick up a bit there with those flags up on top of the corporate chalets.
It sure looks, Dennis, does that feel like more than 10 miles an hour to you? It sure looks like more than 10.
Absolutely. It's probably a solid 10. I wouldn't go much more over that, but there's definitely a solid breeze out of the right now and down coming across the green, and I would say it's blowing towards 10 o'clock right now.
Richard H. Lee has bogeyed his last 3 holes. Started the round 4 over, had a chance to battle his way back into it. Now he's struggling.
Yeah, well, I've said it a couple of times today. It's just such a difficult golf course to play catch up on. It's hard to force the game and push the envelope. Most of the time, you've got to be very patient, still maintain a very disciplined game plan, but execute it aggressively. And 6 over with 10 to play. It's going to require some golf, certainly some putts to go in if he's going to find himself at a tee time tomorrow morning.
The shake of the head from Richard H. Lee as he's got to write down a 3. John Senden, though, can get a little breathing room here. Even par and on the cut line, but has this for birdie.
John, the winner of the John Deere Classic back in 2007. Very nicely done. It's been part of the game that's most probably held him back from having more success in his career. A very solid ball striker, but has always had a very inconsistent performance with the putter in hand. But has worked very hard with his instructor Ian Triggs, also from back in Australia, on that part of his game, and used it to good effect there.
Brendan Steele just hit a shot at 13, and that is not going to catch the sideboard. Hole may be right about there tomorrow.
Absolutely will be. It's in that back portion that actually runs away from the players.
And Kyle Stanley's next.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost a wedge, isn't it? No, it's not.
No, it's not a wedge.
Absolutely not a wedge. In the 13th hole, playing 149 yards today.
You got to keep it down though, right? 143 is your front number right at the pin. Yeah, I don't think it's a huge one. Okay.
And that's where the hole location is. You can hear them discussing.
Kind of in line with that big tower.
Yeah.
Really is in line with that big tower. 149 all the way to the hole. 141 to carry the bulkhead on line with the pin. Most of the players are trying to aim good 10 or 15 feet right of the hole. Let the slope bring it down to the hole. Pretty aggressive line, just took dead aim and flew it all the way over it.
It was a wedge.
It was a wedge, yeah. 9 way too much.
The 9 was way too much.
Way too much.
He went right over the stick by about 10 steps.
Tell you what, she's an easier second from there than it is trying to play it out of that lake in front, however.
Well, perhaps he and his caddy will have that discussion. Now George McNeil.
George at 5 over. Only got 6 holes to play. He's going to need to come home in a hurry. And a better place to start than right here.
Oh yeah, all right.
Wow.
Probably won't get to line that one up very easily, but he'll get to hit it.
There's not too many players that have been left of the flag here. And he's thankful for that little piece of first cut that's kept it out of the water.
Outside the hazard by about the width of a hazard line. Sergio still leads the way at 11 under. And the situation at 13 for Brendan Steele. 1 over today, 3 over for the week. Still time for him to get inside the cut line.
Comes up and over that ridge. Brian now feeding well to the right. That's a pretty good effort there from Brendan. Well judged. A lot of the players that have been in that back portion of the green haven't got the ball high enough up the hill to get it to release down. He's going to run at a good 4 feet past, but we'll be putting back uphill. And if you're able to secure a 2-putt from that back portion of the green, it's certainly well done. It's no easy feat to walk away with par if you're left with that putt from the back edge.
And here's Kyle Stanley, who asked his caddy pretty directly, is it a wedge? Caddy said very succinctly and quickly and definitively, no, it's not a wedge.
Well done. That man just earned himself some stripes, because when you've got that water in front, I don't think you agree with your player when he wants to hit one less.
True, but isn't this about a club long here?
Well, I wouldn't say that. It's mostly half a club. I mean, they're playing into the wind, and the trajectory of the wedge does go a little bit higher than the 9, of course. And if it just gets up just above the tree line, it's pretty tough to try and sell it to your player when you've agreed with him and he's now having to drop another one. Play 3 from the tee. Kyle's a strong young man, but 141 to carry that edge. The pitching wedge is a pretty strong effort.
Into the wind. All right, so that one left for par. For Stanley, he's 1 under. 1 under is currently tied for 53rd. That's going to make this cut. And it has been the cut line at some point today.
And he's got some strong holes ahead of him, namely the next 2, 14 and 15, both strong par 4s. Oh, that was a very big swing there.
George McNeil with the flag stick out threw that about chest high.
Wow, that was a very large swing for the shot that he hit. Pin on 13, just 4 off of the left side, and he was only 1 more pace off than that. So he was really only 15 feet away from the hole.
With the flag out?
Yeah, with the flag out. Took a swing that was back past horizontal with the ground. No surprise that he's run it 6 feet past here.
McNeil 5 over. This to stay there. 7 over today. He's made 2 doubles in the round.
Maybe a little disinterested with the progress that he's making in this tournament. 5 over par. 5 holes remaining. And even par, looking like it's going to be the cut line.
Now Brendan Steele to try to complete a pretty good 2-putt.
Brendan got his breakthrough victory 2 seasons ago at the Valero Texas Open. Well hold.
Not out of the woods yet. Not out of the tournament yet. 3 over with 5 holes left to play. Needs to pick up 3 shots and then hope. Back over to 17. Brandon Grace puts the tee in the ground.
Brandon's even par for the tournament, right on that cut number. These guys have already played, so they're on their 17th hole of the day. So this is a pretty gutty shot here for Brendan right now. 147. That's on a pretty aggressive line, a little left of the hole. That's hole high, just about. That's pretty sporty right there. That's a little more aggressive than I thought he might be at even par. Well done.
Yeah, this is the start of the 4th quarter on the 17th hole. Even par, currently tied for 65th. All of a sudden, they've got a lot of breathing room on that number.
Yeah, look, I don't know if you really got a lot of breathing room around this golf course. There's so many different permutations that can happen, certainly on this hole. But certainly the number has fluctuated today. In the morning wave, it looked like it was going to go down to 2 under at one stage. Now back up, and even par has quite a bit of breathing room.
You see that scoreboard even showed it at a tie for 64th, which it was moments ago. Somewhere else, somebody else has changed scores. That happens. Now Luke Guthrie.
And Luke's about set to play. And while he's hitting this shot, Brian, I'd love to have you check out. I just saw a shot by Jerry Kelly that he holed out from a long ways away. Might have been an eagle somewhere. And I know how good you are with shot length. So, but Luke now set to play. He's 3 over par. He's got to make something happen. So this needs to be an aggressive play. And this ball is headed left. Look out, water left. Hits into the ridge and hangs in up on top. So he's going to need to hold that, and it's catching the ridge and coming all the way back down. That's going to be the exciting shot tomorrow. But on Friday, that is not going to do him any good. He's going to be outwards of 65 to 70 feet for a birdie, and he needs to somehow get it to even par, and he's currently 3 over with only 2 holes to play.
Jerry Kelly just changed the stroke average on the hardest hole of the course. A hole out eagle on the 14th from 216.
Wow.
Drained it for a deuce.
It was a thing of beauty.
This was our first
now
group
Ken Duke
of the week.
Plays away here. This is a good looking shot for Ken. He is currently 1 over par. He needed to do a little hole hunting, and that is well done for Ken Duke. He's got an opportunity to get it back to even par before he heads to that 18th hole.
Dennis saw this on the big screen
Jerry Kelly
down there on the golf course. Here was the shot from Jerry Kelly at 14.
14, the long par 4. And hole all the way in the back left-hand corner. You can see there it was tracking all the way in 216 yards. Yeah, exactly.
And a chest bump from Bads. Let's go to the 13th and watch Ricky Fowler.
Fowler at even par. Disdain straight off the club face. And rightly so. He's missed his target there by some 25 to 30 yards to the right. And the only thing that caused that is that water all the way up the left-hand side of the hole. Trying to hit a tight little draw in there, just couldn't commit to it and left it way out to the right.
Furyk next. Birdie free today, yet just 1 outside the cut line at 1 over.
That's true.
He's hit his last 8 greens in a row.
Furyk, one of several residents here in the Ponte Vedrea area, calls this TPC Stadium course his home course. Practices here, has just a wealth of knowledge of this golf course. All sets up nicely for a little draw for Jim. Well executed. Beyond the hole there by some 15 feet, but hit it into that ridge and get it to funnel down towards the hole. Very well executed.
Make it 9 greens in a row for Jim Furyk. Chance to move inside the cut line with that one. I told you that hillside was going to get busy. And there it is. This was our first group of the day to play 17 yesterday. We saw 2 of the first 3 shots in the water, 2 bogeys and a double out of the first group, and we thought, here we go. There would be 15 in the water on day 1, 7 more today. Luke Guthrie made a double. Duke hit it in the water, but was able to save bogey, and Brandon Grace, who hit the green, 3-putted.
Yes, certainly didn't get us off to the start that these players thought that they were going to have. Very calm conditions yesterday morning, but I think the cooler air knocked their balls down. Didn't quite able to project them quite as much as they would have liked, and they misjudged the yardage and all came up. No, certainly Luke and Ken did, came up short. And
Guthrie's flirting with it now.
Yeah, I must admit, I a couple of times that I played this hole and was perched near the edge, was very careful about taking that step back, because not only would you look stupid, but there's some natives that live in that water around there. They like the leather that's on those golf shoes. Well judged. Luke Guthrie coming up and over those humps and bumps in front of him.
I'm sorry, you just sounded like the crocodile hunter just a little bit. Just for a second.
Yeah, mate. Crikey.
There's some natives in there.
You gotta watch out for this beauty. There's the salt. Steve Irwin. And that's the last reference you can make to me being an Australian.
I understand. You did it yourself.
Brandon Grace. We were talking about him earlier. He started his career with the win over Retief Goosen and Ernie Els in the Dunhill Links Championship in South Africa. He went on to actually win 4 times on the European Tour last year, backing it up with the Volvo China Open, the Volvo Golf Champions, and then again at the end of the year, the Joburg Open. So quite a talent young man, 24-year-old out of South Africa.
Will almost certainly be a part of that President's Cup team at Muirfield Village this fall, playing for Nick Price.
I know Nick is really looking forward to that. He's you know, really cut back on his playing career on the Champions Tour so he can dedicate all his time and energy to being the captain of that team. Certainly Fred Couples, the captain of the US team, has had great success. Last couple of times it's been played is down in Royal Melbourne.
Ken Duke is not only flirting with it there, but those have got to be, that's got to be an alligator skin belt and yardage book cover.
Yeah, it's like he's teasing.
He bent the hazard line.
I'm not going to go there. Just never got it rolling. Coming up short, just about 12 feet for Ken. Just never got it started on line or with the right pace.
It's an improvement over yesterday, though. Duke's 1 over. Back to 16. This is, or 13 rather. This is par now for Fowler.
Remember, he missed the green well to the right there, Brian. You can see how small a stroke he put on that. Just touched it, just breathed on it to get it started down that hill. And had no trouble getting there, just burning that left edge. Wow, that would have been some up and down.
That's going to drop him outside the projected cut to 1 over. Still 5 holes to play. We'll see him again when he gets here. This is Guthrie for par. Oh, no. That didn't even hit the hole.
Careless. And I would say, go as far as to say, most will be distracted. 3 over par, only 1 hole left in the tournament. Most probably mind wasn't on the job there. And trust me, with about 5,000 people watching around this green, and we've got a 4-footer left for a bogey. I think he's concentrating now.
We might see a ball tossed in here. We've seen 3 tossed in already. Probably been about at least that many that we've missed. That's his brother on the bag, and I think we're going to use that one more time.
Philosophical, I think. Most probably. Ah, there you go. There it is, tossed. Young man there with the Puma hat on. Take it home as a memento.
That is far better use of that golf ball than throwing it in the water.
Can't agree more.
Jim Furyk slaps the thigh as his ball rolls harmlessly past the hole. That's his 12th par of the day through 13 holes. The lone bogey back at the 4th.
As you mentioned there, Brian, earlier, 9 greens in a row in regulation. And I think Jimmy's looking to get something going with the putter. Currently sitting 1 over, 1 outside of that cut line. So we'll need a birdie, at least one birdie, in his closing 5 holes.
Even par is currently tied for 66th. And that's where Francesco Molinari is. And we see the Spanish moss showing us a little right to left breeze at 17.
Conditions really have been very similar the opening 2 days here. Yesterday morning we started out with this hole playing into off the left, the breeze. And right around lunchtime hour it turned to, as his caddy there is indicating, to come down off of the left, which is out of the southeast. Which is off the coast here on the east coast of Florida. Molinari now, former Ryder Cupper out of Europe.
Sets up over it. On that number where you got to make something happen at even par, got to hit a good one. This is headed left on the front. Not exactly what he was hoping for. It's dry, but at even par. A lot of work just to make par here, and then he's still got to play that little easy hole, the 18th here.
You like the beard on Francesco?
Gotta say I'm not a fan. I don't think that suits him. He's a clean-cut young man.
I gotta agree with you. Now his brother Eduardo can go with the beard a little better. Just my assessment. Now Peter Hansen.
Peter now. Good looking full swing with a wedge here. This is trying to challenge that back hole a little bit. And that's a good looking shot. Wow. Great shot there from Peter Hansen.
Superb shot there, Dennis. Peter Hansen executed that absolutely perfectly. Landed it up on top. Chased it forward, coming downwind, and it's released to just a couple of feet beyond the hole. Fantastic shot there, Peter Hansen.
That was the best looking shot that I've seen today from my vantage point. That had a perfect line, and I know that, you know, when you're 130 yards away from the hole, it's tough to call it, but that was looking good all the way. Now, Cameron Tringali, he is in that situation where he needs the shot that Peter hit here. He is 1 over par. He needs to make at least one birdie and hope that the cut will stay there, and I'm pretty sure that even late in the day, I don't think the wind will lay down enough with the traffic on the greens and whatnot that he's going to have to deal with it. And now Cameron backed off. I think he felt a little bit of a gust, a little more out of the right, and not so much of a helping breeze here. And I think that's what makes this hole such a great hole, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. Very similar to the 12th at Augusta, Dennis, is that the breeze that the players feel on the tee is quite considerably different to what it is at the peak of its ball flight and what it's doing up at the pin.
This ball started out to the right. It's got to turn over and get up a little bit. It's on the dance floor, I believe, down in that lower area over the bunker, but not threatening the hole location here. So Cameron's going to have to make a long one or birdie the 18th to try to make this cut.
Tringali aboard. 1 over. Needs a birdie on one of his last 2, and then some help. Welcome back to the second round of the Players' Championship. Live at coverage of both 13 and 17. There's Francesco Molinari. Will Haskett rejoins us. Francesco's sitting on that cut line right now, Will, at even par.
Which is now under 80 guys. 79 at even or better. And I'm with you on the beard.
It works for Eduardo.
And I like Lee Westwood's move to the goatee.
I would agree. I think it's working for Lee. The newer, edgier Lee Westwood. Up the ridge here, and then pretty straight to the hole for Molinari. Can't waste one on this hole with only one left. Looks like it'll wiggle back to the right, but it doesn't.
And on that top shelf, like we've seen today, that is not done yet.
Francesco not earning FedEx Cup points this season, not a PGA Tour member. Now Cameron Tringali, who is, he's 41st in FedEx Cup points. And his beard, that works for him.
It does. Especially behind the dark shades.
Yeah, I think that maybe pushed it over the edge.
Another tough putt to Gage at 1 over. 3-putted 16 moments ago for a par while he's trying to get on that cut number.
A little ridge to come up.
So it's good. Now, he started walking at that pretty. Is that the walk that I know it's going to break right, or is that the I'm going to walk because one of two things is going to happen, and either way I'm going to sell it?
I agree. I think he was selling it. I think that was the. I think this is in walk, and then it transitioned to the I knew it wasn't in the whole time walk.
I was guilty of that in my junior days. Just walk. You got to get there at some point anyway.
Yeah, we're reading a lot into that.
Yeah.
Was not necessarily there for Cam. It did look purposeful at the beginning, though. Just an impression.
No 3 putts today for Molinari. I'm testing the broadcaster's curse today. I've thrown it out there at least 20 times.
Francesco has to have this one to stay inside the cut line heading to 18. You don't want to have to birdie the last to make the cut. Not here. And now he does. Players have read stuff into that putt all day, and there's just nothing there. Don't know that he was reading that to go left, though. If anything, he would have felt that it might have gone right. Well, this is a must make now. And now he needs one at 18.
He's played 17 this week in 5 and then 4. The same that he's done on all 4 par 5s. 130-something yard hole.
Hansen with the second closest shot of the day. Outside of Phil Mickelson by 1 inch. And he's now 4 under. That's 7 behind Sergio Garcia. Now down to 13. Bubba Watson on the cut line. This for some breathing room. And that's well read. That's 3 in a row for Bubba.
He had a big old sweeping hook back at the 11th. Got on that par 5 in 2. And there's an easy 2-putt birdie to kind of get this round going, like you said.
Mostly across right now.
And now our featured group.
I mean, the ball's flying.
Yep.
I was flighted.
Okay.
The hole playing 149. Flagstick right back there by the tall camera tower. Billy Horschel and Ernie Els. Just a twosome right now.
Dustin Johnson withdrawing with the back injury. This is going to get really good for Billy. 23 consecutive cuts made. That's the longest streak on tour that's in jeopardy right now. He needs to make at least 2 birdies coming down the stretch in his final 6 holes. That's a good start.
Ernie Els do well to duplicate that. He's going to have to hustle. 3 over today, 4 over for the tournament. Played a big slinging draw in there, asking for it to turn left. And it doesn't.
Didn't have enough either. That'll be a quick one from the front of the green.
Hit that about 3 or 4 more yards to the left. Might have gotten a huge bounce forward. Could have been real good. Instead, Els is struggling. Half the field out there struggling. Sergio finished a 1-stroke lead over Tiger. Well, there was our first round leader, Roberto Castro. He has made his way to the tee at 17. No longer the leader. 6 over for the day.
Brian has hit just 1 of his last 10 greens. Actually, 2 of his last 10 greens, the 9th and the 13th. After he could do no wrong yesterday. Hit almost every fairway, almost every green. Now 6 over today, bidding become the 13th man to win from the lead. He will wait as Jason Bone has the honor here.
You saw the scorecard for Castro go by. He even made that birdie early in the round, had gotten it to 10 under. Now sits back at 3 under. Jason Bone, 2 under par on the tee first.
Wind laying down just a little bit more than it has in the last 45 minutes. That ball's headed out to the right. Needs to turn over a little bit.
On the ridge and funneling down the ridge. Almost stayed up. But dry? I think so. That's what Jeff just said to Jason. It's dry. We're dry. Now Roberto. Dennis, what's going through his mind right now?
Well, if he's only hit 2 of the last 10 greens, I'd say let's make sure we pick the number right, because I need to at least hit one solid. So he's struggled a little bit, and part of that might be the tee ball too. It's so hard to come back from a good round of golf. I'm think back to some of the rounds that I've had that were really good rounds on tour. It was very hard to you know, anything under par, even par, is usually a pretty good one, and it's a struggle. You take away from the TPC, it'll bite back a little bit, and it's done that to him here. Sawgrass, very difficult. Looks like he's set to go though. Same exact routine that he was going through yesterday. That was a solid strike, but it's turning on the breeze a little bit.
Another one into a different ridge, and this one's going to wiggle back. Looks like it'll stop. So the bleeding stops there for Castro as he hits a green.
Became just the 75th player to birdie 16 and 17 and 18 in a round as we head back to 13. And an important birdie putt here, Brian, for Horschel.
Ernie Els already made his par. So here's Horschel. There you go.
Very kind. Okay.
Bogeyed the second, but has answered with 4 birdies since then, and Horschel now even closer. He's 1 outside the cut line. Back to 17, Walker.
This is a sand wedge. Just got to go. That's a big sand wedge Jimmy tried to hit there, and at currently even par, he needs to make something happen. He's gonna have to make a putt. Surprised with that club selection from Jimmy.
Sand wedge, almost 150 yards. Of course, it didn't go that far. Here's Steve Stricker. This hole playing very similar. 17 at 147, 13 at 149. Different directions, though. This one back into the wind.
Dialed in right now. Top 15 in almost every category in the tournament. That one will get the ridge. A little cutting putt there, but I think if you're on the green, you're in danger of going in the hole if you've got Steve Stricker's putter behind it.
That other ball belongs to this man, Adam Scott. Taking a different angle to this middle left hole location. A very similar result.
A lot of good mojo going on in this group between Stricker, Adam Scott, Rory McIlroy, who we take a look at Adam's season. You know what? None of the numbers really matter. All that matters is that first finish. That's really it. That's, I mean, what? Nothing else to say. He owns a green jacket now. He wears it. It still makes him smile.
Tries it on every morning.
I would.
Now McIlroy, number 2 in the world.
Bogeyed 7, 8, and 9 after he had gotten it to 7 under. That would be fun. He's gotten it back, though. Birdies at 10 and 12.
Group that has paced themselves well. Everybody in contention there. Back to 17. Some guys that are going to have to hustle here.
Well, we talked about Billy Horschel and the streaks cut. 23 in a row for him. He made the birdie at 13, so he's looking good. Needs one more birdie to get on the number. Jimmy Walker is on the number. He's the one who would inherit the longest streak if Horschel were to miss. He's made 21 straight cuts. But right now, he's got some work at even par. as does our overnight leader.
Well, there's a telling stat. And for Roberto Castro, the one birdie putt, his one birdie putt was 22 feet 8 inches. That's all he's got. But it'll be Jason Bone first to play as Roberto tries to figure out what has gone on today, or how am I going to get it to the clubhouse so that I can figure out what went on today.
He had 26 putts in yesterday's 63. 2 holes to go. He already has 28 today.
So Castro right at the top of the ridge. Pretty straight putt. And still working. Boy, it would be inconceivable for him to miss this cut at this point. He would have to miss that putt and then triple 18. Those numbers are out there. And he is having that kind of day. Let's go back to 13. McIlroy from off the green. How about this play, Will? Got the putter.
And McIlroy's kind of had one of those days, too. Up and down after putting himself in position. But you're right, Brian, remember that grain growing into him these first couple of feet, but electing to go with the flat stick.
Just trying to get it to the edge of the ridge. Watching it carefully as it goes down the hill. Nicely done. Crowd likes it.
If he made it, that's the greatest calm reaction I've ever seen.
He didn't.
He did
not yet. Jimmy Walker now at 17.
This looks very good. Oh, just wiggled away, and he's going to have to par 18 to keep his consecutive cut streak alive.
Tied for 63rd. Even par was outside the cut line most of the day. Now it's in easily.
Yep.
You almost start to wonder if the one-overs might have a chance. If everybody has a disaster. Now keep in mind, half of the field will finish on a par 5.
Including the 2 in this group, Brian. Walker. Well, this is just Jimmy Walker. You have 8 players right now on the golf course at even par. So you would need a chunk of those to fall back. Look at how far out left Stricker's aiming this putt at 13.
It just moves heavily back to the right. Just whips back right at the end.
How about the pace? And to be honest, it's one of the best we've seen here today.
Actually seen one guy miss it left. Don't know how that happened. Good read from Stricker. He knew what was going on. 8 under, tied for 6th right now. Limited starts the theme for Steve. And back over to 17, Jason Bone.
Both of those players between Castro and Bone leaving those putts that on a Sunday afternoon or a Sunday morning at your local club, you might not be having to scrape, but we've seen the best in the world struggle with 3 or 4 footers up on that top shelf today.
Back to 13, Adam Scott. Now got a read off of Steve Stricker. A good read, too. And did the same thing.
Brian, we've seen that putt, what, 20, 30 times today? If I went out there with a bucket of balls, I don't know if I could make 2. I mean, it's just, it has been so difficult to get that thing high enough. Even if we've seen it with all that knowledge, so difficult.
It's one of those that has so much break in it that even if you drew the line, if you painted the line on the ground, it's not a guarantee of making it. Adam Scott having a nice day, though. Bogeyed the second, a par 5. That hurts. It's come back with 4 birdies since then. Now our first round leader, Roberto Castro, with a nice 2-putt. He's 3 under. He's going to make this cut. It's a tough day to swallow, though, at 6 over. No matter what happens, though, they're not going to take the course record away from him. He tied it yesterday. Here's where McIlroy's putt ended up. Past the hole, this for par.
It looked like it hit something about 3 feet from the hole, maybe a little spike mark or something, but did not disrupt its line.
Steve Stricker was asked about what it was he was talking to Rory McIlroy about round 1. What were they chatting about? The fairways. Stricker said, we were chatting about his girlfriend. Both Steve's wife and one of his daughters are playing tennis. He wanted to know what Caroline Wozniacki is doing in her training regimen. Wants to take that home and tell the girls, here's what you need to do.
When the #2 golfer in the world is dating someone perhaps more famous than he is, becomes part of the conversation for the families of other golfers out there. That's some good networking right there. That's knowing who you're playing with.
Well, Steve's oldest daughter getting to the age where she's not going to listen to Dad much. Dad's got to bring home expertise. John Huh with the honor in this group, playing with Robert Allenby and Tommy Gainey. All of a sudden, even par is tied for 62nd now.
All of a sudden, Phil Mickelson fans out there are starting to watch players like Huh with a little bit more interest to see if more will fall off of that even par number and bring +1 back into conversation on the cut line.
There's just too many even par guys out there. +1's tied for 81st. Didn't miss it by much. Only needed about 3 yards, maybe less steam on that one. There's just too many players at even par, it would seem.
This is perfect. I think it is too much, to be honest.
I'm in total agreement with you, Brian. But it's Friday afternoon, and we need some drama, gosh darn it.
The guys at even have plenty of drama. Can Robert Allenby get back there? He's 4 over. Can he pick up 4 shots in the last 6 holes? Only 1 par 5 in that stretch. This is a very gettable hole location here at 13. Big slinging draw.
Cannot.
Not drawing enough. That didn't miss the crest of the hill by much. And now Tommy Gainey from the right-hand side of the tee. You can see not too many of the divots are over there where Tommy Gainey is. There's just a handful of them right of his.
It's almost a hole-in-one yesterday.
It'll be a slick birdie putt today. All right, over at 17. Good to see that Aaron Baddeley's still in this event. After the aggressive chest bump with Jerry Kelly back at 14.
Aaron now set to play. First to play here. Struggling this week at 10 over, but trying to hit a good one here. That needs to get up just a little bit, I think. It's a pretty good shot, good line.
Got a little bit of help from the wind.
Dennis and I were talking. He's fighting a different leaderboard right now. He's currently in the number 2 spot on the most balls in the water since 2003 board. So he's not going to play the weekend, but that kept him in the 2-hole and not into the top spot by putting that on dry land.
You got to want it. Clearly not focused. Jerry Kelly has made 2 pars since the hole-out eagle on 14. He's 5 under.
If you can hold it out from 216, you should be able to make this. 147. Pretty aggressive. Little right, needs to get up a little. Looks pretty good. Look at this. That was really well done.
A good solid close for Jerry. 4 under on the back. That will be a flat look, although coming out of a couple of inches of fringe to make it 5 under on the back 9 today. He's going to play the weekend barring some craziness at 18. So is Ben Crane.
Ben now 4 under par, playing solid. Mentioned earlier this morning when I was on the putting green before the guys got here, that back fringe is really grainy, and if you use putter from back there, it's hard to get it to release. I don't think there's been too many putts made from that back fringe. But now Ben set to play here. Wind still a little bit down and out of the right. It's cooling off a little bit. And this is held way out to the right. It's got to get up a little. Safely gets up onto that right edge, but
firm bounce.
I was hoping for. Hang in there, ball, and it does. Wow.
Almost took too firm of a bounce. We'll hear that putt as it's right in front of one of the microphones when we come back. What are we doing here? What's going on? Player races? Jerry Kelly looked like he beat. No, the call goes to Bads. Bads beats Jerry to the green. That was while we were away. I'm not so sure that
Well, there's a lot of things that happened there, Brian. One, I don't think Ben Crane was aware of the race, which all of a sudden makes this, we're going to have to question the racing itself. Secondly, if I'm Jerry Kelly's caddy, I got to be a little bit worried about my position for the weekend because Aaron Baddeley's got nothing to do Saturday and Sunday. And they have obviously worked out some karma on this one. We got the chest bump at 14. We've got the race here at 17. I think Bads might be a lucky charm. He might, if I'm Jerry Kelly, I might put him on the bag.
Sure he can afford it, but it's an interesting thought. So they've moved the microphone here out of the way of Ben Crane. He's got just the collar of grass to deal with, but feels like he can make putter work. And you see the collar right behind the ball. Looks like he's all right. Not quite as sharply cut as we've seen in years past. Yet that collar ate that one up.
Yeah. Hasn't been the magical day with the flat stick for Ben. Top 10 yesterday in strokes gained putting all the way down. It's about 50th today, obviously, with still some golf to be played before that all settles out. But that obviously the hallmark of his game.
And we talked about the guys racing up on the green. Now it's 16 in Scottsdale. The caddies race. There are folks there in the grandstands that root for them with signs they've made based on the colors of the bibs. They're rooting for the colors. They don't do that here. Here's Bads.
Well, now the folks in Houston will tell you that the caddy races started there at the 16th. And they continue to this day. Now there's discrepancies out there. But again, we're dealing with a fan base that it's a little hazy, especially by Sunday afternoon. The memory starts to go a little bit.
They couldn't do caddy races here.
No. Well, you could, but there would be at least a 10-page liability certificate that would need to be signed before the start.
One bump. And by the way, that would come from the Henley brothers. and somebody's going in the water. Now Kelly for birdie.
That gave a good look.
Well, Jerry, with the hole-out eagle at 14, 4 under today, 5 under for the week. That's tied for 20th. There's some breeze sweeping across the lake.
I know a magic little box spits out tee times for a lot of these events. There's a little bit of human influence when it comes to marquees, but always fascinating when you get 3 guys with similar amazing skill sets. I mean, you want to watch a putting clinic, walk around with these guys for 18 holes.
Now, this is all new here for Ben Crane. This is a new addition to the routine. And it worked. Okay, 1 putt par for Ben Crane at 17. Needs a ball. I want a ball. Look, I got 1 hole left. I need the ball. All right, you can have it. Did he catch it? No, he missed it. Oh, and the other kid saw it. He's upset. There's the next group. You see the hashtags underneath their names. If you want to hashtag 17 and tweet the player's first initial and last name, you can pick who in this group will be closest to the hole. We were so good at it yesterday, I think we should do it again. We'll let Dennis Paulson have the first choice. Dennis, who do you got?
I'll take the Southern California kid, Brendan, first up here.
He's going Brendan Steele. Will, who do you want?
Well, I have the advantage of shot link. Kyle Stanley is leading this group in proximity to the hole through a round and change here today at 34-4 through 2 days. So I'm going to go with Kyle Stanley.
You're going by the flag up there.
And I will proudly take George McNeil.
Okay, you got it.
So I'm going to tweet hashtag 17 G McNeil. And if I could hashtag and he's going to hit it inside 10 feet, I would.
That's hashtag and he's going to hit inside 10 feet.
That's a lot of characters. So Steele will be first.
Birdie on one of these last two holes.
My reasoning for this isn't so much he's a Southern cowboy. It's more the fact that he's one over and he needs to hit a good one. And this is headed left. This should not be the closest to the hole.
Got to hit the green to count. Greenies don't count off the green. That's where the players' races just took place.
I've yet to win one of these. So Dennis, Kyle Stanley, here we go. It's my guy.
I like your theory. In theory, it's a great stat to pull up. Look who's hit it the most solidly all day long. The only issue is Kyle's got the most to lose here. He's inside the number. If he hits this inside 20 feet, I think he's misclubbed a little bit. Unless it's just the perfect number and they figured it out correctly. This could be a sand wedge. He hits the ball so far with the short irons.
There's no chrome
I've
on
yet
it.
to get a signal yet. And if he's not giving me any signal, and it's usually a pitching wedge, but I've yet to get the confirmation. Kyle can hit it as far as he wants. My guess is he could easily get sand wedged to within 30 feet of the hole. And as you mentioned, there's no chrome on it. So this could be a sand wedge. Kyle does like to draw it, so it's not a bad shot for him at all. This starts out right, turning over, and this is headed left.
Well, it's a qualifier. That is right about where the hole's going to be tomorrow.
Come on, Kyle.
So all you have to do tomorrow is aim 20 yards past the hole and hit one less club, and you'll be perfect.
All your guy has to do, Brian, is beat 49 feet.
Now, this is George McNeil. I don't believe you guys have been properly introduced.
This is going to be a good shot. He's 6 over. He's got nothing to lose. He's free swinging right here. This should be an attacking hole. He might end up close to the hole. The problem is it could also end up in the water. He'd still be close to the hole. This ball's headed left. This could be entertaining. I think that, oh, and that is long. Look at that.
I still think it's closer.
Winner, winner.
But it's wet. That was the wrong hashtag. McNeil gonna miss the cut. He is victim number 8 at the 17th today. This a moment ago from the drop area, George McNeil.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's go over some numbers.
Yeah, we need to hash this out.
In our contest, Kyle Stanley on the green, 49 feet away. That was Will Haskett's pick.
Also known as the winning pick.
Dennis Paulson's pick, Brendan Steele, 30 feet away. There he is, but off the green. My pick, George McNeil, closest to the hole at 29 feet away, even though it went in the water.
Now, again, I think you lose because he's in the water, but I think you also lose if you count anything that's not on the actual surface, because, again, I do not believe that ShotLink takes into consideration the depth of the water. So you got to take your 29 feet away, then you got to go down about, what's what we're going to say, 6, 7, 8 feet, the depth of the water around 17. So you're looking at about 26 feet here, or 36 feet.
Now we're just building a little monument there to this ball for Kyle Stanley. Obviously, the tee fell out from behind his ear. I realize that you think that, Will, but you don't understand. This is the ShotLink era. They have calibrated the depth of the water. It's the Players' Championship, for crying out loud.
How do we determine this? Actually, we go to Twitter, because there's a Twitter account for the contest at 17, and I will tell you who they're giving it to.
I've already asked a group of Major League Baseball umpires to make this call, and they have clearly given it to George McNeil.
Brendan Steele, according to the account close to the pin, Brendan Steele is closest at 30 feet, 8 inches.
Here's Stanley.
So we're arguing when Dennis actually won. Well, this is an important 2-putt needed right now for Stanley at 2 under to give himself a little extra wiggle room at 18 with the cut at even par. He's still got 7 feet left.
Now, Brendan Steele has got the weight of the world on him right now. If he can make this from off the green, he would be inside the cut line. Otherwise, he's got a birdie 18. There's a lot of fringe to come through. Looked like it came through it smoothly. Maybe too smoothly. And so Brendan Steele will have to make that and birdie the 18th. He's come charging back here. 3 birdies in his last 6 holes. But he's going to need 1 more. Now George McNeil, who was closest to the hole, according to ShotLink. This for bogey. And he wasn't going to make the cut anyway. George shot 70 yesterday, but hasn't made a birdie today.
Well, you referenced Steele needing to make birdie at 18. Stanley hoping that he has some wiggle room, but he's got 7 feet 3 inches the actual distance, and this has been a struggle through 2 rounds. He is just 6 of 10 on putts between 5 and 10 feet through the first 2 rounds.
Since Kyle Stanley's win last year in Phoenix, he had a rough go of it. Only a couple of top 20 finishes after that. He played a lot of golf.
Well done. Gives him a 2-shot cushion on the cut line playing 18. player does not show a bit of emotion. Well, before you can worry about a birdie at 18, Brian, this has to go in.
Yeah, call it a must make. And then he needs to do it again. All right. You got to go do something that hasn't been done very often, and that's birdie the 18th hole. It has at times been the hardest hole on the golf course. So far today, just 16 birdies have been made. He'll need to be the 17th. Hunter Mahan has turned things around in his season. 2 under today, 7 under for the week as he steps to the tee at 17.
Good to see him playing better again. It's been struggling of late. Hunter now trying to attack this whole location at 7 under par. Who knows how attacking he's going to be. This looks to be that smart shot towards the middle of the green. And that's right about where it landed. That's a good shot for Hunter there. Well done.
We've seen some roller coaster scorecards, Brian, through the first couple of rounds, even with some of our players at the top of the leaderboard, but not for Hunter Mahan. 8 birdies, 1 bogey. That's it. Everything else pars.
Go back to 13. Brian Davis goes way over to the left-hand side. Trying to hit away from the water. And he did.
Watch out.
That's a nice step for Brian Davis. He's birdied his last 3 in a row. 5 under today, still 1 outside the cut line. And back to 17 and Furyk. He and Fowler.
Also 1 outside the cut line. He needs to attack here. Good looking swing here. Just a little left of the hole. Needs to get up a little bit. Not a bad play. That's pretty good for Jim. That should give him a decent opportunity to hang in there on the back edge. Looks like it did from my vantage point.
It did. All the way through into the long stuff. But good enough. Fowler and Furyk both 1 over. They need 1 shot from here to the clubhouse.
Ricky starts this out to the right, and it's got to get up. This ball's headed well right. Just catches the right edge of the green. Not what he's looking for here at 17. That 1 over.
That's not going well for Ricky. Well, that's a chance. Back to 13. All of these guys right on the line. Brendan Jones and Nicholas Thompson. This will be Thompson.
Oh, no.
Hung it out to the right. Would have been good yesterday.
See, it's not just us that think that.
I can't get 9 there, though, can I?
That's Matt Jones, who just made triple at 12.
I'm saying you can't get 9 there.
Oh. I should have stopped it. Holy fucking
149, way out to the right.
stronger when it hit me.
That's down in the long rough. Phil Tatarangi will return to help us make sense of what was going on there with Matt Jones. Just outside the cut line. Plenty of golf left. And can anybody run down Sergio? Back with you at 17, Ricky Fowler. It's not a must make yet, but he needs one between here and the house.
It's coming up over the ridge from just a little over 37 feet. He's not alone with running it on by there, Brian. Pretty tough to judge the pace from down underneath there, and Ricky, you could tell from his reaction on the tee, not too happy with the tee shot, looking to try and force that birdie coming in.
Back over to 13, Nicholas Thompson, just outside the cut line.
Extremely slippery coming down that hill.
Come on, turn. Nice putt.
And what a start to the round for Nicholas Thompson, who started the week, or started the day at 3 under. He turned it in 42. He's made 2 birdies since then. Back to 17, Hunter Mahan. Seven under is a pretty good number to head into the weekend on. The lead is 11. Matt Jones has this now for par at 13.
We heard Matt discussing with his caddy Aaron Price, himself a PGA Tour player, on the tee about what club to hit. And as it's worked out, it was a bogey for him there at 13.
About Furyk with a short iron here for his second.
Oh, and you could just see it just starting to wiggle to the right. He knew that if he'd hit it, he had a chance to make it.
We go straight back to 13. Davis for par. Check that birdie. And a big birdie for Brian Davis. That's his fourth in a row. 6 under today. And is just now inside the cut.
And the joys of the last group on the golf course. You get a few choice members of the final gallery out there.
I think he may be related to those folks. 78 yesterday, and Brian Davis might make this cut. Now Fowler needs this one and a birdie at 18. All right, there's step 1.
And rammed that in the back of the hole too. Youthful exuberance.
Thompson to stay outside by 1. He does. That's a par. 1 over for Nicholas. 6 over at the turn, 4 over today.
3 more yards.
A guy that has watched it go the other direction today still has time to turn it around. And Bubba leads the charge to the 17th tee. So Aaron Price on the bag for Matt Jones.
He is this week, yeah. Aaron Price, a local resident here in the Ponte Vedrea Beach area. And Aaron spending most of the year this year out on the web.com tour, but has been a member out here on the PGA Tour the last handful of years. And Matt are good friends. Matt needed a bag man this week. Price is trying to help his man get to play the weekend. Got a little bit of work ahead of them, these closing 5 holes.
Typical Bubba round going right now as he's flirting with the cut line. Just 1 par on the scorecard on the back, and it was on a par 5 coming off of it at 16 with 2 bogeys, 4 birdies after he turned at 1 over.
Bubba, some sort of a sand wedge, I am sure here. You're going to hit a pitching wedge about 170, and that's way too much club. So, just see how much he takes off. That's flighted down nicely. Hanging out a little left, but a pretty good looking shot. Needs a get up. Come on. A little more than that, but safely on the green.
You could see from our camera angle, Dennis, he had that well back in his stance, hence driving it in nice and low. And Bubba's strong enough to hit that sandwich from the playing it back in his stance, take the wind out of the equation altogether with. Just needed to try and carry that top of the ridge, excuse me, and try and chase it back.
I mean, that's a guideline. That's the.
McDowell, rough day.
42 pitch, 35 cut.
Yep.
5 over today. 3 over for the week. He needs to go eagle birdie. And that would be a whale of a finish.
There's no, absolutely, there's no give up right here. I guarantee he's trying to make this one. This ball's out to the right, right in the wind. Needs to get up a little. Not bad, getting up the hole high. He could make that one and maybe have some fireworks at 18.
18 has given up 2 eagles this week already. Jason Duffner and Mark Leishman have both made 2s at the 18th hole.
Dow was one of those players talked about earlier in the week after his win at the Heritage, another Pete Dye layout just a few weeks ago, and has that ability to perform on the big stage on tough golf courses.
Keegan now, he is even par. Right in the middle of the green would be nice. That's headed a little left. Looks like it's not going to challenge the back pin, but it does. That's got to sit down.
It's wet. The 9th ball in the water at the 17th hole today.
And we talked about it earlier. I'm very surprised with those players that are somewhere around the cut line. Keegan Bradley, even par coming into this hole here at 17. No need to try and force the issue, but landing it hole high, coming downwind, it's only going to have one result.
Well, and that isn't the only drama with this group. Actually, when I was out taking my break, apparently there's a ruling situation with Graham McDowell. They're going to have to straighten out before he signs his scorecard at the completion of the round. Somewhere on the front, and I apologize, I don't have the exact hole, but apparently there's a discrepancy as to whether or not his ball mark was moved in the process of fixing a ball mark on the green. So they don't know whether it was in the process of fixing the ball mark, which wouldn't be a violation, or if it was when he dropped it by accident or something like that and it moved the mark. So the rules officials are waiting to talk with him at the completion of the round to get his side of the story and understand it. Now, obviously, outside of the cut line with some work to do, that would only exasperate whatever the situation would be for Graham McDowell. But certainly some things have been surrounding this trio on the golf course here today.
Maybe just a formality. If you move your mark in the process of marking or respotting your ball, there's no penalty. But if you're not in that process, there would be. Keegan's 3rd.
And here's a young man that's playing his way out of the field for the weekend at the moment. Came into here even par. He's got that good 35, 40 feet left for his bogey here at 17. Would then require him to birdie the 18th play on the weekend.
Surprised at how quickly he went at that shot from the drop zone. I mean, if you grind out a bogey here, you still give yourself a chance at the weekend.
Yeah, I don't think he's any give up in him, but yeah, I think he's frustrated, obviously, with making that error.
Graham McDowell, you mentioned that win at Harbour Town. The highlight of his year, but a good year already. 4 top 10s.
I think that scoring average also is a great statistic. Graham's become a very consistent performer, performs well on the big stage, usually always a player there or thereabouts when the result days start to come into consideration.
Well, you get closer than a little lower than that, you're in scoring title territory there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there's still plenty of rounds to go for the season, but you can see there's top. He won at the Heritage, and currently top is 5th on the scoring average for the season.
Yeah, it's rare when that scoring average gets down below 69. I think Tiger won it a couple of times under 69, the adjusted scoring average. You see one down that low, that's something else, and indeed he's 5th.
Yeah.
69 and change.
And look, he the other couple of top fives that he had were in World Golf Championship events down at Doral and then out at the match play. So crafted himself into being one of those players that's always in the equation in the big tournaments. Currently 3 over par here at the Players, and he'd be pretty disappointed with that, his plays thus far.
So big putt here for Keegan, as Will mentioned, whether he was focusing on it or not. A 4 here keeps his chances of making this cut alive. And there you go. Okay. Now you need to birdie 18.
Well, it's good to make bogey, that's for sure, but I would suspect that there's a little bit more heat under the collar that he had to do it the hard way. I guess the right mindset now is to obviously say you've got an opportunity at 18, put your ball in the fairway, playing downwind and be aggressive.
Bubba for some additional breathing room.
Just never got it started rolling online. Seemed to bobble straight off the putter face.
Could be back-to-back pars for the first time since the 5th and 6th hole today.
Sounds about right for Bubba. But he doesn't get galleries 6 or 7 deep to watch him make pars.
No, we're not watching pars.
I don't think he gets gallery 6 or 7 deep to watch him putt either.
Nope.
Not that I'm saying that that's not a strength in his game, but a lot of people that enjoy standing around the tee box and seeing this man pull out the big pink driver and give it an absolute lash.
How good was Graham McDowell on the greens in the wind on Sunday at Harbour Town? But it's been the flat stick that has gotten him this weekend. 134th in the field in strokes gained putting for a man who came in 6th in tour events this year.
Chance to get to 2 over, barring whatever ruling may happen after the round. Maybe a missed cut either way. There is still an outside chance, again, not knowing the whole story, that Graham has written down the higher number and might get credited with the lower number. But he would need to birdie 18 to make it matter either way.
It certainly sounds like there's a few folks that have gathered around the 17th hole that have enjoyed the refreshments for the day.
This is when it starts to get a little crazy here at 17. Plus, they're getting to see one of their own. Billy Horschel's in this group here with Ernie Els. Els has birdied his last 2, but he's got to keep it going. He's 3 shots outside the cut line.
Yeah, Ernie needs to do something here, and I did get information that it was on the 7th hole and it was par for bogey for Graham McDowell. So if you look at the card, that might help you. Ernie shot away here. It's not a pretty good line right here. This is looking really good.
Pass shot there. Knuckles from Billy Horschel. Pitching wedge for Ernie Els. Landed it a good 20 feet short of the hole and just let it release out. Classic ball striking move. Never in doubt of going long. Billy Horschel now.
Hard and harder, and that was just the hard swing. That wasn't the real hard swing. That's looking pretty good, turning on the breeze. Needs to get up some. Not a bad swing.
And that will feed down into the bottom collection area where the pin will be for Sunday.
7th green in a row for Billy Horschel. Horschel, even par, cannot drop a shot to make this cut. Just a winner just 2 weeks ago for his first time, trying to do it in front of a hometown crowd. Back with you at the 17th. There's no more action over at 13. The last group has already come through. We wind things down on a Friday afternoon. Here's Billy Horschel for his birdie.
The ridge that runs through the screen is what is confronting Billy. Oh, my goodness.
Probably had the line.
Yeah, there's just a little bit too much speed on that, Billy.
That's a wry smile and a big laugh, but the back of that hole perhaps saved him from an early departure because he's right there on that cut line. And he didn't want to three-putt this hole again.
Speaking of too much speed, Billy Horschel says he can run a sub 540. I think he can.
I believe that.
That kid looks fast.
Yeah, he is. Very strong for his build, that's for sure.
L's for birdie. This would be 3 in a row.
Just see Ernie cut across that. Took the putter up quite high on this backswing and finished low on the way through. Squirted straight right off the club face.
Dan Quinn on the bag for Ernie this week as Horschel taps in and then taps the lip of the cup down, which he may have bruised.
You could feel the release of pressure from him in New Orleans on every point of this country when he won that golf tournament, and it's still showing in his body language. And now he needs par at the last to keep the tour's consecutive cut streak alive and make it 24.
Talked to him after the win, and he talked about that 50-minute weather delay on the 18th, seeming like it only lasted 15 minutes as he hung out with fellow Florida Gators Matt Every and Chris DeMarco. Rory McIlroy's in the next group. He's the #2 player in the world. Let's get to know him a little bit better outside the ropes.
From Northern Ireland, please welcome Rory McIlroy.
Barack Obama. It'd be nice to see how it feels to be the most powerful man in the world. After living a day in his life, I'd hand it right back to him because I'm sure it's a very difficult job. The Dark Knight, the Batman movie. I've probably watched it 10 times. I've never really been a big fan of Batman, and then Heath Ledger, who played the Joker in it, was awesome, as you know, everyone will tell you, and I just thought it was a great movie. Roars. My mum actually called me Rory because she thought it couldn't have a nickname or it couldn't be shortened, and then Dad comes up with Roars, so she was very happy about that. I love milk. I love a nice ice-cold glass of milk. Irish stew, and my mum makes some pretty good Irish stew, so probably be that. Sticky toffee pudding. You've never had sticky toffee pudding? Oh, you get it everywhere. English and English literature. I didn't quite get the whole Shakespeare thing, because I don't see why we need to do it when we can speak it pretty well. I like to play football, or soccer, as it's known over here. After I won in Dubai, I didn't touch a golf club for 2 weeks and just played football. Here we go, drop the light slow. 50 Cent at the Odyssey Arena in Belfast. Pretty close to home. So I like my R&B and hip hop. Probably the Ryder Cup in '06 at the K Club. A huge win for Europe, especially because of Darren. It was very emotional, and it was a great weekend for the Europeans and the Irish.
#2 in the world, roars.
Yeah, I bet you his mum's absolutely thrilled about his Muddy's dropping his Rory name that his mother thought long and hard about, that couldn't be shortened, and leave it up to your good friends to find a nickname that.
You know, he's become friends with Tiger Woods. Tiger would have found a nickname anyway.
I'm sure there's mostly plenty of nicknames that we can't repeat here that his friends have got from. But great kid. fantastic, and he's handled certainly the rise to the top of the world rankings and the position that he holds in the golf world with great humanity, actually. Really has.
And it's interesting with the expectations that come with that. I mean, we've had the debate already here twice this week about Tiger's performance at this event and how his position inflates the expectation of what his results should be. Many saying that it's been a struggling year out of the gates for Rory McIlroy, but we look at that list and he's got a second place finish. He's only missed one cut in the PGA Tour. It all comes down to expectations.
Yeah, and look, I think when the young man wins 2 major championships before he turns 24, I think a lot of people's expectations race ahead of them. And one of the gentlemen that he's playing with won this tournament when he was 24, and I think everyone expected great things out of Adam Scott, that he was going to win the next major championship, rah, rah, rah. And it's taken him some time until he's got that under his belt. But look, as talented as these young kids are that are coming through, and Rory's obviously leading that brigade, it would be doing a discredit to all the other players that are out on this PGA Tour to assume that they're just going to turn up and win every tournament. And the tour is so deep nowadays. The level of talent is all the way through, even beyond 125, to be fair. And that was shown last week at the Wells Fargo when young Derek Ernst ended up winning his first event.
Adam Scott is tied for 8th right now at 7 under par.
Pretty impressive group here. Brian Katrick, Adam set to hit here. Wedge. It's just headed a little bit left of the hole. It looks pretty deep. Well done. Got that to sit down nicely. One of the few balls we've seen stop that quickly on the upper shelf in the last hour or so.
It's great to see Adam backing up his win down at Augusta. Hasn't played since. Has certainly enjoyed the presence of that green jacket in his wardrobe, but he talked about not going home to Australia, to keep on track and turn this into the best year of his career, and backing it up with a great performance here this week as well.
And McIlroy next.
Good looking swing, taking this pretty high, a little right of the hole and turning it over. This also challenging the back portion.
I don't know what club you use there, but it will at least be a second shot.
That is right up against that back collar, and it will be interesting to see whether he chooses to go with the belly wedge, the putter, or possibly even one of those little hybrid clubs, just getting it bumping and rolling.
Problem with that, he doesn't have a hybrid.
He won't use one of those then.
He's too young for that. You don't use a hybrid when you're 24, do you?
Well, some would say that you don't use a long putter when you're 24 either, but there's plenty of 14-year-olds around the world that are using these things these days. So I think age is no barrier to what clubs you could be using.
Steve's ball away now. This is a little left, but it's smart play for Steve Stricker. Well done.
Yeah, very, very smart play, very veteran move. Guys like Steve Stricker, Jim Furyk generally don't shoot themselves out of the tournament. Yes, they don't necessarily play their best every week, but they generally don't make the stupid mistakes. And for Steve Stricker, yesterday went beyond the pin, took the water out of play today, staying short of the pin, taking the water out of play. Just very, very smart golf.
Steve, a sloppy double bogey at the 14th without a penalty stroke at the long par 4, dropping him from 8 to 6, but this group has carried themselves around for the first 2 days very nicely.
Casey Wittenberg battled back today for a nice round of 69. He's at 8 under par, and he spoke to Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Casey, a fantastic round 1 for you, backed up by another solid round 2. We were just talking about conditions much tougher for you on Friday. How did you adjust?
Yeah, you know, I just tried to hang in there. I didn't play as clean a golf as I played yesterday, but that was kind of probably expected, in all honesty. And, you know, I made a few more putts today. and I didn't drive the ball quite as well. I'm going to have to zip that up for the weekend in order to be able to continue to progress forward.
It seems like you have the front nine figured out. You're bogey-free so far on the front nine of first 2 rounds and 5 under overall. What's clicking so well for you on that front nine?
Yeah, I enjoy the front nine. 2 is a pretty gettable hole. 1's a fairly soft start, and the par 3s on the front nine don't have as much water around them. So you can maybe play them a little bit more aggressive, and I've been fortunate enough to play some decent golf on that side so far.
Or as many fans, right?
That's right.
Course conditions are only going to get tougher. Course kind of started to show its teeth a little bit in the afternoon with winds picking up. We were just talking about how you may want to change your game plan heading into the weekend. Will you choose to be more conservative if the course conditions continue to toughen up?
Yeah, obviously everything's situational, but I'm sure it's going to get firmer and faster. So some of those drivers I've been hitting off tees might turn into 3-woods by the end of the week. But overall, I'm just going to kind of play it out as it goes and just try and make good decisions while I'm out there.
Well, pretty impressive position heading into the weekend for your first time at the Players Championship, so good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Amanda, thanks. Casey Wittenberg at 8 under is 3 back. The sun just went away briefly. Now it's back. What do you do here, Phil, if you're Rory McIlroy?
Yeah, well, certainly we were wondering what sort of club he was going to use. He's looked like he's adopted the bellied sand wedge, or the bellied lob wedge. It's right up against that collar. And when I say bellied, what he's going to be trying to do, you can see there a good view of the ball. It's sitting right up against that thick Bermuda grass. He's not trying to chip the ball. He's not trying to get it airborne. What he's going to try and do is catch the ball right at about the equator of the golf ball with the leading edge of his sand wedge. Basically, use it like a putter. You can see there that he's using like a putting motion. Basically, just trying to catch it very thin. You may just pop it just out of that lie and get it rolling on down to the hole. There you can see it was just a little pop. Gets the ball rolling down. Not too bad, not a bad effort from there. He will leave himself with just over a couple of feet to tap in for his par, but no damage done.
And one of his better efforts today, really struggling from off the greens, converting at just 40% scrambling today, was Rory McIlroy. Before that one, still the putt to come, but inside of 5 feet.
And not a good scrambling year for Rory. One of his bad statistics, 146th in the category for the season.
Well, he started out the season struggling with his long game. And he did a lot of work with his instructor, Mike Bannon, on working on his long game, working on his ball striking. He admitted he didn't do as much work in the off-season on that part of his game. And when you are doing that, you can ignore the small parts of your game that help with your scoring. And I think now that he's starting to feel more comfortable, the swing changes that he's made, and devoted a little bit more time and effort back to his short game.
Stricker to move inside the top 10.
There's a perfect angle here. You can see this putt should just start just a touch outside the left edge and will break it ever so slightly to his right, but Steve has busted that well through the break.
It's just really flat up there.
It really is, and I think a lot of the players may well have been reading too much into the grain of the grass. You can see from that camera angle that Steve was going back into the grain, expecting it to drag it a little bit to the right, but we've just got that much speed on it. There's no chance that it's going to work its way back to the right towards the front of the green.
Now Adam Scott, 7 under. 1 bogey today. It came back at the second. He's made nothing of that sort since. He's come back with 5 birdies. He's already won this event. That was his biggest win of the career. Then got together with Stevie Williams, won at Firestone, has won the Masters. Fellow Kiwi Phil Tatarangi, is Stevie Williams the best caddy that's ever carried a bag on tour?
I have not had the pleasure of having Steve carry my bag, but I think his record speaks for itself. And on the odd occasion, actually, Steve does the speaking when he shouldn't, but his record certainly speaks for itself. Adam makes another birdie there and gets himself to 8 under par. And look, I spoke to Steve after Augusta, and I mean, he was obviously just ecstatic for Adam to make history, become the first Australian to win the green jacket. But he also realises that Adam's really got something going in his career right now, and he wants to keep the pedal down and ensure that he gets the most out of himself. And I think Adam's also adopted that philosophy, and we're looking for most probably some pretty big things out of Adam to continue out of the season.
Scott's 3 back. Stricker to stay 6 under.
Great camera angle there. You see how Steve keeps the heel of his putter off the ground, keeps the shaft very vertical, and it's a straight back, straight through swing. Stricker's made a lot of money courtesy of that club. Same club he's been using all of his PGA Tour career. Odyssey putter.
Now McIlroy for a scrambling par.
He holds out nicely. Rory just one more hole left in the second round. Of course, Rory a very keen Manchester United fan, and I'm sure yesterday would have been taking note of the news that Sir Alex Ferguson is now retired from that position as the manager of the Manchester United team. David Moyes, the manager from Everton, will be taking over the mantle, and that is some shoes to follow. 13 EPL titles to Sir Alex's name.
What is he talking about?
I think it's soccer.
Okay.
You American guys think that PGATour.com is just for the domestic US audience. There are actually other people out there in the world.
Now, you and I started our week talking cricket, so I will. We can go international flair.
Oh, here we go.
And I live in Indianapolis, and our mayor wants to build the cricket destination of North America in Indianapolis.
I think he's got the inside track already.
To give me a call. I've got some people that would be pretty interested in that sort of motivation.
John Huh not ready to hit. He's got the club upside down.
And Dennis, I'd be interested in your feedback here. This is what I think makes the 17th just such a special hole. Whenever you can get the best players in the world in between clubs, courtesy of the conditions, courtesy of the length of the hole, courtesy of the water that surrounds the green, I think Pete Dye, this is what he was looking for.
Absolutely. The reason why is he was pointing at 3 different flags and they're all going different directions. What do you do then? So you just played the smart shot into the middle of the green, but he literally was taking that club upside down and pointing at the American flag. That was going one direction. Flags over here to the left of the green were going another direction, and the ones behind him weren't even moving. And I got gusted with the wind right in my face, and I'm only 40 yards left of the tee box here and there. I know the wind's not blowing that way. So it's very, very tricky for these guys trying to play this shot at 17. And as we've lost a little bit of the sun with the clouds building, it's cooled off a little bit. But in the last hour and a half, the humidity level has really rose. I think all day long, the weather has been very similar to what it was yesterday, Phil. But the people that have been here the last 2 days that I've been standing with here at 17 said the temperature almost identical, but it's felt warmer today because the humidity levels have gone up considerably than they were in round 1.
Robert Allenby talks things over with his caddy, Shannon Wallace. Robert, the leading player with 37 consecutive attempts without going in the water here at the Island Green.
9 under for his career here at 17. Dennis, the jinx is on.
Here we go. Robert, this looks pretty good. Turning over a little left, should be in the fat portion. And that is probably where he's hit it about 25 of the 39 times.
He's not going to be here for the weekend.
You think he knows it? Put another one on the board.
He does know. He absolutely knows it.
Wonder who this could be. He's got 2 gloves on.
He's not leaving any fingerprints.
Not wasting any time either, Dennis.
9 over. just trying to hit this one in. This is a pretty aggressive looking line. Needs to get up a little bit. That's pretty good right here.
Nice shot there, Mr. Gainey, commonly known as Tommy Two Gloves.
Gainey will not make the cut. Someone that will make the cut, and that pleases his family, is Bubba Watson. Bubba and son Caleb joined Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, here with my best interview of the day, Caleb Watson. Really pumped to have him on camera with us. But I guess we'll settle for talking for Bubba right now because he's not talking yet. Bubba, it's kind of an interesting situation you came into today. You knew you had to grind it out in tougher conditions after shooting one over. So how do you approach a round like this?
You know, around this golf course, it's tough for me. I haven't made that many cuts. There you go. And I haven't made that many cuts. So for me, I got to come out here and just play solid golf and try not to get ahead of myself and don't try to attack too many holes. And so I have to play a lot of holes, even in par fives, I might lay up to try to play to a better position to try to score, you know. And even on 16 today, I try to play a little smarter to make sure I didn't make a bad number.
Heading into the weekend, obviously these conditions are going to get even tougher. Really, I'm losing control of this entire interview because Caleb is entirely way too cute. But, you know, looking forward, do you feel like your distance is going to be able to help you as this course firms up?
You know, I think it will because of the iron play. You know, the greens are getting so firm. Number 17, number 9 are the two hardest greens I've ever played. They're so firm right now, and I think it's going to be tough for guys to hit a high shot in there and spin it. You know, with me hitting shorter irons, and I have a chance to move up the leaderboard on the weekend.
All right, well, obviously the star of the show is stealing this one, but thank you for joining us, both of you, and good luck on the weekend.
Thank you very
much.
much.
To you guys.
She made him cry. Let him hold the microphone. How would you feel if somebody did that to you? John Huh has reached the green at the 17th. Safely inside the cut line. He's made 4 birdies on the back.
And that's got to take a seat.
Well, there is nothing safely in the cut line because we can report that what we saw a couple minutes ago, the current consecutive cut streak on the PGA Tour has switched hands. Billy Horschel went into the water twice at 18, made triple bogey 7. He'll miss the cut. And Jimmy Walker, who is inside the cut line, will make it to the weekend for the 22nd consecutive week, and that is now, or consecutive tournament, excuse me, and that is now the PGA Tour standard.
Now Robert Allenby, who is outside the cut line, but a chance for birdie.
A pretty good line. Count it. 10 under par now cumulatively in his career on the 17th hole. And that counts for not a lot when you're 4 over par this particular week. Big Shannon. It's been a number of years caddying for Nathan Green, fellow Australian.
Then he ate him. Gainey for birdie. Well, that one wasn't going to impact the weekend's plans either.
There's that one.
All right, souvenir or water?
And you know what, in the midst of all this, you got to tip your cap to what John Huh has done. Gainey going backwards. Allenby is outside the cut line. John Huh was 5 over for the round and 3 over for the week through 8 holes. He's made 5 birdies since then.
Sensational. And we talked about this earlier. Look, the energy has gone out of 17. We're only just left with those people that are less interested in the golf and more interested in the partying. And to keep your composure here is a great achievement. As you pointed out, his playing partners are missing the cut. This guy's made a hell of a birdie run. And that's a great par saver there. He goes to the last 2 under par. And for these young guys that haven't had a lot of experience here at the Players Championship, grinding it out and getting another couple of rounds on this tournament course, you know, obviously going out tomorrow early, of course, as we've seen the last couple of days, does give up a few birdies in the morning. You never know what might be able to post. Certainly can't post anything if you're packing your bags and you're sitting at home.
The whole group was well over par, and Huh has turned it around. Hunter Mahan's season was off track, but he has turned it around. He's 7 under heading into the weekend, and he spoke to Amanda Balionis.
All right, guys, thanks. Well, Hunter backing up a solid round 1 with another solid round 2, 2 under on the day, but conditions were a little bit tougher.
Yeah, the wind's up for sure. A little different direction than yesterday, and you know, the greens are firming out, and that's always going to make this place tough.
We've talked a lot about how important patience is on this course. You had 1 birdie on the back 9 and a string of pars. Yeah. Is it difficult to stay patient and kind of stay in it?
No, there's nothing wrong with pars out here. You know that you're going to have some birdie opportunities with the par 5. So being patient and pick your spots. There's going to be some spots where you can be aggressive, but you know, one bad shot can lead to a double or worse.
Looking forward to the weekend. Conditions obviously going to get even tougher. It's expected to be really hot tomorrow. Greens are going to get even more baked out. What are you expecting for a good score tomorrow?
Yeah, anything under par, you know, for the next 2 days is going to be good. You know, we got some great players ahead of us, so we just have to kind of be patient out there. But like I said, be aggressive when the opportunity kind of presents itself.
All right, well, good luck on the weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Amanda. 2 groups left on the 17th. Before we head this broadcast into the weekend, we'll be with you all the way through the conclusion. The old Live at 17s we used to just do Thursday and Friday, but it's too much fun to stop now. There's David Lingmerth, and he has turned things around here, Will.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a guy that was coming into this tournament and only shot 3 rounds in the 60s since the first week of March. 5 missed cuts coming in. But he is 8 under par with 2 holes to go. That's just 3 off the lead. Had the lowest round here yesterday of any tour rookie, not a Players Championship rookie, but a tour rookie also playing in their first Players Championship with that stellar round. No tour rookie has ever won the Players' Championship. There have been, again, Players' Championship rookies. We're in semantics right now, as we would be at 6:45 Eastern Time with 2 groups to go. But Fulton Allen in 1988, Camilo Villegas in 2006 tied for 3rd, the best finishes ever by a PGA Tour rookie at the Players.
Did start the year off very well, tied for 31st out at Sony and then lost in a playoff at the Humana Challenge out in the desert. Certainly has the ability to go low. Shot rounds of 62 and 64 that week. Finds himself 8 under par here on 17.
Good looking flatted shot here. Looks pretty nice. Well done.
And we'll have just a couple of feet left there at 17 to get to 9 under, just 2 back of Sergio Garcia, our clubhouse leader.
Sweden's David David Lingmerth.
Via Arkansas, where he played his college golf.
Yeah, we saw the logo there on the bag. And here's Andres Romero. As you would imagine, not a lot of pars on the card for Andres. He made exactly 1 on the front 9. Turned it at even. And he's even for the day.
This young man can generate a lot of power. Not a very big guy, but he can hit the ball as far as he wants to. This is a very lofted club, least pitching wedge. This is high on a pretty good line, just turning left of the hole. That comes up a little short, as you can see, but not a bad play. It's 3 under, wants to play the weekend.
And Boo Weekly from just across Interstate 10. I-10 dead ends here in Jacksonville, Florida. Take it all the way across to the Panhandle. That's where Boo's from.
Good looking flighted ball here. Pretty aggressive, deep, slow down ball.
And I can confirm for you there, Dennis, that back collar, that second cut has kept him from going through and into the water at the back. He will be right up against that collar, similar to what Rory McIlroy confronted here just a couple of groups ago.
Just 9 balls in the water here on Friday. 3 players left to come through the 17th. Sergio and Tiger look like they're going to be the final group on Saturday. And the flag stick removed at 17. One more time here on cut day, Friday. As that cut had moved a little bit back and forth. It's going to take even par. And as it stands right now, 76 players are inside that cut line. All three of these guys are fine.
Are you ever really fine when you've got 462 yards of water to negotiate on the 18th? Andres Romero, 43.5 feet, coming up from that bottom tier. It's going to be wide right. But, managed to get the pace about right, about correct. He will throw a bit of change on it and tidy it up here in a couple of minutes.
Romero made 10 birdies. Final round of the British Open at Carnoustie.
And here's a great angle also, Brian, of Boo going with that bellied wedge shot. Oh, gave it a nice run at it. Has run on a few feet past, but out of that lie, it just ensures you get clean contact on the ball and get the ball rolling. If you're to go with a conventional chip shot, you do bring the grass in behind the ball into play, and if you get any of that tied up and don't get clean contact on the ball, that's when you see the shot that stubs and just does not release.
Boo's an underrated ball striker, 23rd in driving accuracy, 8th in greens in regulation.
First this week in the field in fairways, has only missed 2. That bodes well with 18 looming. It's always been this club, however, that's been the question mark week in, week out.
Gives back more than half a shot per round to the field. Just like that.
And he got fooled there because as he saw the ball rolling past the hole, it was breaking to his left. That was when it was running out of speed. When he came back this way, he got the ball started outside of the hole and just stayed there. And you can see there, this is a poor error, only 15 feet away from the hole off the back edge, and walks away with a bogey.
Now 3 feet 7 inches for David Lingmerth, and just 2 off the lead. He is 26 of 26 inside 5 feet so far this week.
You've been saying to us all day, trying to get the commentator's curse. 27 of 27.
I'm going to be invited back tomorrow. I have not cursed a player yet today. And none have withdrawn yet off of a medical diagnosis of mine yet either.
Like the curse that you put on Retief Goosen yesterday.
Again, apologies.
Romero cleaning up for his part. And he will go to the par 4 18th. 3 under par. And currently in a tie for 29th position.
So Romero should be able to make this cut.
Yeah, look, I mean, the most important shot off on the 18th hole really is putting your ball in play off the tee. It's playing downwind today, not quite as fierce as it has in the past. You've got to get the ball in the fairway.
Nicholas Thompson has to birdie one of the last 2.
648 hole, landing 40. 30 shot?
Yeah, 30 shot.
Gunning right at it?
Yeah, gunning right at it.
Quiet, please. No photos, no video.
147. And Nicholas Thompson does not get cheated on any of these swings.
He does not, Brian Katrick, and I'll tell you what, this will be a wedge, and I bet you he's going to try to get it all the way back there. He needs to make a birdie. He wants to join that big party. This is headed a little left. Looks to be okay.
And does finish up about hole high.
Still hopping off the right.
And yet to see Nicholas Thompson play a knockdown 3/4 follow-through shot. He just goes flat at it, and that's his game, and he sticks to it. And trust me, when you're the last group on the course, and you come to the Island Green 17th, you just want to stay true to yourself, play your shot.
Now Brian Davis also needs a birdie to make the cut.
Started that out a little bit to the right, turning over, looks pretty good. Middle of the green, well done.
So those two guys will have their shots at it. Now, when we last saw this group, Matt Jones was also at 1 over after a triple at 12. He bogeyed 13 and 14, and now is too far back.
Nice shot in there from Matt, but as Brian alluded to, it's just a little too late. And that triple back there, sorry, double at 12 and bogey at 13, it's just put him out of contention to be around for the weekend.
So we wind down day 2 at this 2013 Players Championship with Sergio Garcia, the 08 champion, in the lead, and Phil, he is going to play with Tiger Woods on Saturday.
And that's going to be some very, very interesting viewing. Those two played in the final round of the Open Championship when Tiger won over there at
that Liverpool.
Liverpool, yeah, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see if Sergio can stay ahead of Tiger tomorrow in the 3rd round.
So we don't know what's going to happen in that final pairing. Will, looks like Tiger's hitting on all cylinders with his game. He was asked after the round, "Are you playing well right now? Is everything going well?" He said, "Yes."
Yeah, that's a rare bit of honesty we get from Tiger Woods. Normally, he'll find some way to critique his game when he's done with the round, but he really likes the way that he's playing. And the reason why I think it's so scary is you look at the top of the leaderboard right now. Sergio Garcia's number 2 in the field in strokes gained putting today, 1 overall. You've got Kevin Chappell up there. He's also at the top. He's putting it well, but Tiger really hasn't putted it that well. He's hit it so well, tee to green. He finally made some shots today, or hit some putts outside of 10 feet. He had a couple today, but if he gets the flat stick working, I mean, watch out. He's right there ready to pounce, and he hasn't even found the magic on the greens yet. It could be a dangerous weekend.
The last 10 rounds, those two have been paired together. Tiger Woods 23 under, Sergio 6 over. So we'll see what happens. Phil, are you surprised at the conditions through the first 2 rounds?
No, look, they've been down, and those guys that have got out early have been the ones that have posted the scores. As we well know, on the weekend, the players that get out early have a chance to post a score, get on the board, and try and put some pressure on the leaders that will play later in the afternoon when the wind picks up and when the greens are far firmer.
Through all the good scoring conditions, even par is going to make this cut. 1 over is going to miss this cut here at this Players Championship. It looked like it was going to be deeper than that, but sure enough, old man par winds up being the right score. This is our last group.
And just more superlatives on Tiger. You think about it, he's won this tournament before. He's got a couple of top 10s, but -10 through 2 rounds is his best 36-hole score by 6 shots. I mean, it's amazing, really, what you think about what he's going to be able to do this weekend. It's just, Sergio's playing great, but I think Tiger's only scratched the surface for what he can do this week.
Well, he's done so much work with Sean Foley on his long game and becoming a lot more consistent from the tee. This year, we've seen Tiger leading the putting statistics on tour. You alluded to it, Will, that he hasn't got the flat stick going so far this week. If he's able to get that going like it started to warm up today, he's certainly going to be a tough player to stay ahead of over the weekend.
Brian Davis has had 5 runner-up finishes in his PGA Tour career, never a win. But he's got to make a birdie on one of the next 2 holes to make this cut.
He certainly got himself in the right position here. That one got started right straight off the club face though. And he's looking down. Obviously hopped early, coming back into the green in this stage of the day. This grass does grow. It does grow towards the setting sun. And certainly didn't get the roll that he was after.
Well, Nicholas Thompson's in the same boat. Got a birdie here or 18. No time like the present.
And you can see there he was motioning to his caddy about where the grain was going. It is running from about 10 o'clock to 3:30, 4 o'clock as he sees it. It's coming from his left-hand side, which will exacerbate the break to the right. Seen this putt stay a little bit straighter all day than a lot of the players have judged, and well done. Nicholas Thompson, great read.
And he's inside the cut line with 1 to go, and didn't he know it? Nicholas Thompson lives down the coast in Coral Springs. And doesn't feel like going there just yet. Jones for his birdie.
Well done. Gets him back 2 over par for the tournament. And you never know. There's an outside chance. There's been 2 twos already recorded at the 18th hole today. The last group on the golf course will certainly bring a little bit of fireworks for the folks, the fans around the 18th, if he was to dunk it for a deuce. Be a hell of a way to make the cut as well.
Davis made par at 16. Has to have this, and then the birdie at 18. All right. There you go. Brian Davis makes the last par at 17. We close the books on the first 2 days. 24 balls in the water through the first 2 days at the 17th. 3 others got thrown in. Sergio and Tiger, the final group of the day on Saturday. Kevin Chappell will play with Lee Westwood in the second to last group. Henrik Stenson and potentially David Lingmerth, if he can par the last, in an all-Swedish grouping. There's a couple of past champions there. Adam Scott and the defending champion Matt Kuchar trying to make history. No one has ever won that trophy 2 years in a row. Can it be Matt Kuchar? We've seen this whole change from the morning to the afternoon. Greens were smooth in the morning, a little tough in the afternoon. Friends on and off the golf course. There was possibly the shot of the week to this point. Webb Simpson with a hole out from the bunker. Phil Mickelson will not be with us on the weekend, but Tiger is in contention, lurking, waiting to jump in on the fun over the weekend. We'll celebrate Mother's Day on Sunday in our pink FootJoy shirts, provided by FootJoy. The outerwear for the crew provided by Oxford Golf. It has been a blast for 2 days. We've seen everything. For Amanda Valionis, Dennis Paulson, Phil Tatarangi, Will Haskett, and all the hardworking men and women of Live At, I'm Brian Katrick. We'll see you tomorrow at noon.